Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1551, Fairy Harming People. After Emperor Helen arrived at the city closest to the Jiutian mine, he found that the city had been attacked and the transmission channel leading to the imperial city had been destroyed. Obviously, this was a long-planned robbery. The first time the other party seized an ordinary mine, it was just a small fight. After 2 or 3 years, this time, it was a real big robbery. As expected of the remnant of the legendary thief Emperor Yi, Emperor Helen's face was gloomy. He knew that this time he would be under great pressure from the Lineage Palace. As for Jiutian and his group, they moved forward all the way. Just like last time, some people left quietly on the way without any verbal communication. The tacit understanding was terrible. Jiutian and Qin Wentian returned to the Qin Palace in Jiutian City. Qin Wentian, you didn't try your best to kill the enemy. You could obviously kill the initial stage immortal emperor, why didn't you do it at that time? As soon as Qin Wentian returned to the inner palace and restored his original appearance, the barbarian emperor scolded him. Qin Wentian glanced at him coldly and said coldly, I also want to ask you what is the purpose of the barbarian emperor? Knowing that she is my senior sister, why did you deliberately let her fight with me? If I hadn't been dragged down, I would have been able to kill more people. What do you mean? Palace Master, senior sister Qin Wentian is from the Lineage Palace. His heart will not be with her sooner or later. The barbarian emperor snorted coldly and said to Jiutian, Amen, since I dare to use him, I have naturally considered it. Besides, Qin Wentian has already fought with us and killed an immortal emperor. What else can be a problem? Jiutian said lightly, on, go ahead. After getting the mineral deposit, I will make a better imperial weapon for you. Thank you, Palace Master. The man emperor bowed, glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, then stepped back and left. Jiutian and Qin Wentian went back to her bedroom together. After all, Qin Wentian lived there. In the bedroom, Qin Wentian looked at Jiutian and said, Palace Master, what is the purpose of this plunder? Of course he discovered the unusualness of this plunder, and only at this moment could he not help asking. Jiutian's seriousness just now disappeared, and her charming and amorous look appeared again. She did not answer Qin Wentian's words, but looked at Qin Wentian with her charming eyes and said, Your little lover is really beautiful and very powerful. It turns out that you like cold beauties. Qin Wentian was stunned and speechless, but he did not explain. He could not explain to this female enchantress. Don't worry, although we didn't gain anything from our frontal attack, after this looting, we will have enough resources to practice for 100 years without having to worry about running out of practice resources. Jiutian smiled and said, There are 3 main mines in the area under the jurisdiction of Emperor Helen, namely the Jiutian mine that we attacked, the Quicksand mine and the Sky Meteorite mine. While we were attacking the Jiutian mine, the Quicksand mine and the Sky Meteorite mine were looted. Tell me, if the immortal emperor leads a group of immortal kings to kill into the mines, how much can they bring out? Qin Wentian looked at the smile on Jiutian's face and his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. The purpose of this time was to cover up the looting of the other 2 mines, and to kill into the mines. This was simply too daring. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, a bandit. This seductive beauty in front of him was a super bandit. Was he on board a pirate ship? Seeing Qin Wentian's bitter face, Jiutian threw him a coquettish look and chuckled, You can't leave now even if you want to. Do you regret it? Do you want me to order someone to cast 2 imperial weapons for you? You can tell me which magic weapon you want to use. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jiutian blinked and smiled, Are you angry because I didn't tell you about the operation in advance? I dare not. Qin Wentian continued to shake his head. It was his first time to participate in the operation, so it was normal for Jiutian not to tell him. Are you really angry? Do you want me to pledge my love to you? If you want, you can also ask for it, maybe I will agree. Jiutian smiled coquettishly. That look made Qin Wentian feel that his resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Seeing Jiutian approaching step by step, Qin Wentian was about to cry and said, Palace Master, I'm going to practice. As he said that, he fled and ran to the practice platform. If you like cold beauties, I can also act cold. Jiutian shouted at Qin Wentian who was fleeing. Qin Wentian stumbled and almost fell. Should I do this? Will I be able to practice well in the future? The quicksand mine and the meteorite mine were looted, and the guardians on the mines were almost wiped out. The bandits invaded the two mines at the same time and rushed into the mines to plunder frantically. As the person in charge of the mines, Helen Emperor, he did not show up in time. He arrived late after the mines were looted. The bandits had already run away without a trace, leaving a mess behind. This incident caused quite a stir in the Lihoro Palace. The Lord of Lihoro Palace was furious and sent people to investigate. Emperor Helen went to the Lihoro Palace to plead guilty. In the Lihoro Palace, several emperors who were at odds with Emperor Helen impeached Emperor Helen for his poor defense and asked the Lord of Lihoro Palace to remove Emperor Helen, which made Emperor Helen extremely embarrassed. In the end, the Lord of Lihoro Palace gave him a chance to thoroughly investigate the matter and find the bandits. If the force was not enough, he could report to the Lihoro Palace to mobilize strong men to suppress and destroy them. In this way, the matter came to an end. Emperor Helen began to investigate thoroughly, but the other party left him almost no clues. Moreover, the bandits who looted two mines would not take the initiative to jump out. I am afraid that they will not be dispatched for a long time, and may even disappear and never come out. As Emperor Helen expected, after this time, Jiutian would not be able to take action again in a short time. Qin Wentian was going to Helen Imperial City. When Jiutian found out, she wanted to go with him. Qin Wentian was speechless and refused to let Jiutian go. What a joke. Such a beautiful woman of the immortal emperor level followed him. It was too conspicuous. Did this woman know who she was? The daughter of the Night Emperor, the leader of the bandits, she was going to Helen Imperial City. Crazy woman. Although Qin Wentian refused resolutely, the refusal was invalid. So, on this day, a strange pair appeared in Helen Imperial City. A young man walked in the Imperial City with an extraordinary temperament. It was Qin Wentian who had changed his appearance, but he still looked very elegant. However, even so, people passing by basically just glanced at him casually and then ignored him as if he were air, just because the person next to him was too eye-catching. Jiutian wore a phoenix tail long skirt today, which made her tall and sexy figure look extremely perfect. Her bright and beautiful face was radiant, her fair skin, seductive figure, and snow-white and beautiful neck were even more breathtaking. What was even more tempting was that her long skirt was cut below, and her slender and snow-white legs were looming, and her whole body was full of charming temperament. However, no one dared to provoke her. The strong men who had swept past her found that her aura was unfathomable and her cultivation must be very high. But such a perfect and impeccable sexy beauty, she hugged the young man with one arm, her eyes were as charming as silk, and seemed to be full of happiness, but the strange thing was that the young man had a cold face all the way, as if he wanted to hit someone. This scene was so discordant that many people wanted to rush out and beat Qin Wentian up, and then throw him aside to replace him. They cursed this bastard in their hearts. He didn't know how to enjoy such a blessing, and he was still cold? What did he mean? He is so ignorant of women, as if he has been wronged, what a beast. Qin Wentian really wanted to hit someone. It was fine for this demon to come, but could you be more lucky? Why are you wearing such a charming and sexy outfit? Do you think you can't attract other people's attention? Qin Wentian wanted to cry when this bandit was so serious. He wanted to come here in a low-key manner, but now, no one failed to notice them wherever they passed. Can you let go? Qin Wentian gritted his teeth and said in a voice transmission. Feeling the touch on his arm, he was in pain now, very painful. Am I not beautiful? Jiutian looked at Qin Wentian with a wronged look. That look could make people soften their hearts instantly. It's not that she is not beautiful, but that she is too beautiful, okay? Qin Wentian gave up completely when he saw that look. He knew that it was useless. He could not stop this female demon from doing anything. Under the night sky, the beautiful scenery in the lake was breathtaking, with dragon boats and painted boats, piano music, pavilions and towers between the lakes, and beauties dancing, which was pleasing to the eyes. Boating in the lake is indeed a very comfortable thing. Qin Wentian sat on a dragon boat, and his immortal thoughts enveloped the land in all directions. Beside him, Jiutian lay there diagonally, with her head resting on his legs. Her perfect figure like a water snake was extremely tempting, which made many dragon boats gather around Qin Wentian all the time, coming and going, and reluctant to leave. Although he did not dare to disturb her easily, it would be okay to take a look, right? Qin Wentian's aura of the top fairy king bloomed, sweeping the surrounding space, and the chill bloomed, and he uttered a cold voice, "Get lost." Suddenly, many dragon boats and pleasure boats around dispersed. Seeing this scene, Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and she chuckled, "Seeing so many people looking at me, you won't be jealous, right?" Qin Wentian gritted his teeth and glanced at the stunning beauty beside him. For some reason, seeing so many people paying attention to Yu, although he couldn't be said to be jealous, he did feel a little uncomfortable. Perhaps this is the nature of men. You pursue me, maybe I will let you look at me alone in the future, and you can look at me however you want. Yu smiled softly, her long hair falling on the deck, and her intoxicating face was more beautiful than the lake view under the moonlight. "Palace Master, please forgive me," Qin Wentian said in a voice transmission. "If this goes on, people will die." At this moment, a stream of immortal thoughts seemed to collide with Qin Wentian's thoughts. Then Qin Wentian felt a little cold on his body. His eyes suddenly opened and he drove the dragon boat towards a certain direction. In the distance, a boat was wearing a very beautiful iceberg beauty. Under the moonlight, she was like a goddess, also attracting many people's attention. However, the eyes of this iceberg goddess looked coldly at Qin Wentian and Yu. As if she felt something, Yu smiled lightly, her body moved, and she actually rested her head on Qin Wentian's thigh. Qin Wentian's eyes were instantly dull. "P.S. I stayed up late to write yesterday, and got up early to write today." It was another 3 consecutive posts. I felt like I was going to collapse. Chapter 1552, A Stunning Dance. This. Qin Wentian looked down at the stunning beauty resting on his thighs, only to see Yu smiling at the dragon boat coming in the distance, smiling at the iceberg goddess on the dragon boat. Qin Wentian felt that smile was somewhat provocative. He couldn't help but feel a headache. This woman was really crazy. Bei Mingyu Wang's face was still cold. She naturally saw Yu staring at her. She stared at Yu, with her charming face and perfect body lying there, lying beside Qin Wentian, with exquisite curves, simply tempting people. Even as a woman, she could feel that kind of charm, let alone Qin Wentian as a man. He raised his head slightly, her cold eyes were like a knife in the cold wind, especially piercing. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. Although he had nothing to do with Bei Mingyu Wang and didn't need to explain anything, he still felt a little absurd at the moment. This female demon did not act according to common sense. This was the imperial city of Helen Emperor. She came here dressed so sexy and seductively, not afraid of attracting attention at all. You simply could not imagine what she would do. "You asked me to come here just to see this scene." A cold voice sounded in Qin Wentian's mind. It was naturally the voice of Bei Mingyu Wang. "You Wang, if I say that this female demon deliberately did this after seeing you, would you believe it?" Qin Wentian responded with a wry smile, also speaking by voice transmission. "It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. We have no relationship. If you have nothing to do, I will leave. Now that you are a bandit, you should not stay in the imperial city." Bei Mingyu Wang still said coldly, with a feeling of rejecting people from 1,000 miles away. Qin Wentian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said weakly, "You are not jealous, are you?" Bei Mingyu Wang's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed, and the cold and bright eyes looked at Qin Wentian, and then waved his palm, and the dragon boat turned around and was about to leave. Just a joke. Qin Wentian was embarrassed, and he drove the dragon boat forward quickly, and soon caught up with Bei Mingyu Wang's dragon boat, but he did not pass it, but just went side by side with the other dragon boat. "You ignored me when you saw your little lover." Yu giggled, making Qin Wentian look at her in shock. She didn't even send a voice message, but spoke directly. "You're crazy." Qin Wentian looked down at her and said, "Didn't she know that if someone with ulterior motives saw it, it would arouse suspicion? Hey, it seems I'm not welcome." Yu sighed with resentment, then sat up and said, "Okay, then I'll leave the time to you, and I'll go alone." After that, she actually flashed and walked on the lake, heading towards a pavilion, where a fairy was dancing, gorgeous and unparalleled. Yu unexpectedly fell from the sky without any courtesy. She took off her shoes, revealing her sexy and shiny snow-white feet, and above her was a pair of slender legs, which slowly fell from the void. Her long skirt danced with the wind, and under the moonlight, she was like a real moon fairy, more beautiful than in the painting. What a beautiful woman. In just a moment, the tourists on the boating lake looked over there, attracting many eyes. She is naturally charming, a peerless beauty. Everyone looked at her beautiful face, sexy figure, snow-white skin, and slender legs, and they couldn't look away in an instant. Qin Wentian was stunned again, staring at this scene in amazement. He really regretted that he shouldn't have come with her. You are so lucky. There are 2 beauties in Qingsu Immortal Realm who are loyal to you. After coming to Taku Immortal Realm, you have such a beauty by your side. Beaming Yao Huang said coldly. Although he was praising Qin Wentian for his good fortune, anyone could hear the irony in his tone. Your Majesty, I have been thinking about your safety all these years. Are you okay? Qin Wentian knew that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he didn't explain anything. Really? With such a beauty by your side, and a beauty at the level of Immortal Emperor, you can be so successful as a bandit, and you still think of me. Beaming Yao Huang still said coldly. Oh. Qin Wentian looked at Beaming Yao Huang next to him, only to see that his eyes were fixed on Ye Qianyu in front of him, and he didn't look at him at all. Ye Qianyu's figure floated down from the void, her delicate body trembled slightly, and then she danced gracefully, dancing beautifully under the moon. In an instant, the crowd's eyes could no longer be moved away. The fairy dance on the pavilion below Ye Qianyu was also very beautiful, but at this moment, no one appreciated it. All attention was focused on Ye Qianyu. Her dance seemed to have some kind of magic. As soon as she started dancing, she deeply attracted you and gradually fell into it. Qin Wentian couldn't look away when he saw this dance. She was shocked by Ye Qianyu again. There were many beauties in the fairyland, and he had seen many fairy dances, but he had never seen such a beautiful dance. What's more, this dance was performed by Ye Qianyu. The stunning beauty matched the amazing dance. This side of the lake instantly became extremely quiet. The bright moonlight reflected on Ye Qianyu's body, as if she was the only one left in the world, and only her dance. The women below the pavilion stopped, and they walked out, also admiring Ye Qianyu above. This was a real dance, not like a human dance. Even women could not look away for a long time. Those who were not very determined could be deeply attracted and unable to extricate themselves. The spinning dance steps were like a dancing elf, the swaying posture, the long hair swaying in the wind, every picture was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Qin Wentian suddenly saw Ye Qianyu smiling at him while spinning. That smile seemed to smile into his soul, imprinted, and turned into a mark, which made Qin Wentian tremble. Beiming Yao Huang stared blankly for a moment, then slowly moved his eyes to look at Qin Wentian next to him. Seeing that Qin Wentian was attracted and unable to extricate himself, she sighed. It was no wonder that he could not resist such a beautiful woman. No man could resist such a stunning woman. Moreover, she was not only beautiful, but also charming, charming into your soul. What's the matter with you asking me to come here today? Beiming Yuang stopped mocking Qin Wentian and asked seriously. Qin Wentian woke up from the beautiful dance and sent a voice message to Beiming Yuang. I went to the mine a year ago, but I didn't expect to be gone for more than 10 years. I was a little worried that you would suffer a loss on the side of Helen Emperor. Although I heard that you were favored by the Lord of Lihuro Palace, I was still a little worried and wanted to come and see you. Beiming Yuang's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and then sent a voice message to respond. I'm fine. The Lord of Lihuro Palace personally appointed me to assist Helen Emperor, but in fact I am a member of Lihuro Palace. Helen Emperor dare not do anything to me. Qin Wentian nodded gently and said, in this case, I feel relieved. With your talent and beauty, you will be valued wherever you go. Beautiful women always have advantages, not to mention a stunning beauty like you. Are you praising me? Beiming Yuang said lightly. Of course. Qin Wentian nodded. How about compared to her? Beiming Yuang looked up at the dancing figure in front of her, but she regretted asking this question, secretly cursing herself for asking this question. Could it be because she was provoked by her just now? They are both rare in the world, each with different beauty. She is like a beautiful girl under the moon, able to seduce all living beings, and you are like a goddess under the moon, sacred and inviolable. Why compare? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Beiming Yuang didn't say anything, and said, then, are you going to continue to be a bandit? Don't you know what a bandit means in the ancient fairyland? You can never show your true face to others, otherwise you will be hunted down endlessly. With your talent, even if you leave and stop being a bandit, you can still fly far away, go to other places to practice, and even if you want to join any major force, there will be no problem. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart and looked forward again. When Beiming Yuang asked this question, he suddenly understood why Ye Qianyu treated him like this. Even if you had no other thoughts about Ye Qianyu, But Yuqian Yu treated him like this. Could he really just walk away so freely? After all, people are not heartless and cannot turn their backs on people. If he wants to leave, at least wait until he can really do something for Yuqian Yu and repay the other party's kindness before leaving. Bei Mingyu Wang saw Qin Wentian's expression, as if he understood something. After all, can't he pass the beauty test? I understand. Bei Mingyu Wang said softly. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Does she really understand? Obviously, Bei Mingyu Wang didn't understand, but he still didn't explain. After all, he and Bei Mingyu Wang had nothing to do with each other. It was just that the crazy old man dragged Bei Mingyu Wang to accompany him to the fairyland. Before, Bei Mingyu Wang's strength could take care of him, but now that he has recovered his peak strength, he no longer needs Bei Mingyu Wang's care. A communication crystal suddenly appeared in Bei Mingyu Wang's hand. Qin Wentian was stunned, then understood. A stream of immortal thoughts bloomed from his body and then entered Bei Mingyu Wang's communication crystal. At the same time, he took out his own communication crystal. Bei Mingyu Wang did the same as him and entered a stream of immortal thoughts into it. In this way, they could communicate directly through the communication crystal in the future. Be careful in the future. Tell them that it is best not to continue to plunder the mineral veins in Helan Dijun's territory, and they must not be found. Liho Palace is furious. Once they know your identity, Helan Dijun will directly borrow strong men from Liho Palace to suppress and kill you. Bei Mingyu Wang put away the communication crystal and said. Qin Wentian nodded and said, you are the same. People's hearts are unpredictable. When working for Liho Palace Master, you must be low-key and don't offend people easily. I understand. Bei Mingyu Wang nodded, and then the boat under her feet slowly moved forward, and at this time, Yuqian Yu's dance also slowly stopped. Chapter 1553 10 years. After Yuqian Yu stopped dancing, the lake also became quiet. Everyone's eyes were still fixed on the peerless figure under the moon. The figure seemed to be engraved in the depths of the soul, so beautiful that it was suffocating. No matter how strong the cultivation was, when Yuqian Yu danced, no one could resist the magic. The dance of the fairy is rare in the world. After a long time, a sigh came out, and everyone woke up one after another. Looking at Yuqian Yu's enchanting and unparalleled beauty, they had a strong urge to take it for themselves. Palace Master, we should go back. Qin Wentian stood on the dragon boat and sent a voice message to Yuqian Yu. Yuqian Yu looked at him with a smile and said with a voice message, is the tryst with your lover over? You are over, but I haven't had enough fun yet. Then, Yuqian Yu said to everyone, please don't blame me for showing off my ugliness here today. I just want to find a perfect husband to accompany me. I wonder if anyone is willing. Oh. Qin Wentian looked at Yuqian Yu with a dull face. What does this female fairy want to do? Of course, if the fairy doesn't mind, I would like to love only the fairy in this life. A handsome young man said frankly, with a thick skin that was shocking, and he confessed directly. If I can have the fairy accompany me, I will be willing even if I cannot practice in this life. Someone else spoke up, and everyone expressed their opinions one by one. Among them, there were some extraordinary people with high cultivation. They were all fascinated by Yuqian Yu. At this moment, many people were really attracted by Yuqian Yu. They were simply obsessed with her and were willing to give up everything to have her. There are so many people. How can I choose? Since this is the world of martial arts, why don't you fight with your strength? I will follow the one who can defeat the heroes in the end. How about it? Yuqian Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a charming smile, and everyone was fascinated by it. I saw a top fairy king step out and walk directly to Yuqian Yu, saying, I am willing to give it a try. Boom. Suddenly, an extraordinary flame handprint fell from the sky and hit the person who walked out directly. The man's face changed drastically. Only a violent sound was heard. The top fairy king screamed and his body was directly blasted into the lake. It's really ridiculous. The fairy is at the realm of the immortal emperor, and an immortal king dares to come forward. I saw an extraordinary strong man walk out, standing with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a flame robe and said, I am the elder of the Zuanian sect. If the fairy doesn't mind, I am willing to protect the fairy. You are just an elder of the Zuanian sect, and you dare to be so presumptuous here. I advise you not to come out and embarrass yourself. An extraordinary young man stepped out. He had a very high cultivation level, the realm of the immortal emperor, and he looked very young, a handsome young man. and very unrestrained. This is a child of an extraordinary and powerful force in the imperial city. He is very talented and handsome, so he is confident. The fairy is the most beautiful in the world, and her dance is so beautiful. She has such a realm. I can't reach her, but since the fairy has spoken, I should strive for this opportunity. This person spoke very beautifully, but in his heart he guessed that Jiutian might be a martial artist who practiced seductive techniques. Although she was very beautiful, she was abandoned by others and wanted to find a force to rely on. Not only he thought so, many people here also had this idea. Otherwise, with such a beautiful woman and such a high level of cultivation, why would she choose a Taoist partner here? Palace Master, have you had enough fun? Qin Wentian's face darkened. Seeing more and more people coming, it would really attract the attention of the people on the side of Helen Emperor. Although no one knew that Jiutian and he, who was disguised in appearance, were bandits, it was better to be cautious. If they were suspected, it would not be fun. Jiutian looked at Qin Wentian with resentful eyes and said in a voice transmission, "If you don't make a move, I will really go with someone else." This goblin. Qin Wentian was speechless. Was she playing like this just to force him to make a move? However, he could see that whether it was plundering the mines or today's behavior, Jiutian had always done whatever she wanted without any consideration, but she was extremely smart. From the beginning, she wanted to see his Zinghan, so she didn't force him, nor did she threaten him to do anything. She just gave him a super practice platform. You knew she wanted to win you over, but you would still fall into it. And now, is Jiutian also doing this on purpose, just to make him take action? This crazy woman. Qin Wentian sighed, stepped forward, and walked towards Jiutian. When he came to Jiutian, Qin Wentian stretched out his hand to hold her and said, "Let's go." "Okay, hold me." Jiutian's eyes were as charming as silk, and her expression was staring at Qin Wentian. "I am taking advantage of you for nothing, and I am irresponsible. Don't regret it." Qin Wentian was extremely depressed. He was teased by her for many days. Qin Wentian was also very depressed. He picked up Jiutian. Jiutian's weak and boneless body wrapped around him, which could definitely make people sink in an instant. Put down the fairy. The young man before was embarrassed. A fairy king figure actually dared to come out to snatch people. "Let's go." Qin Wentian took Jiutian in his arms and took a step forward. The immortal emperor was shining brightly, and the glory of the emperor enveloped his body. Qin Wentian glanced at him coldly. In just a moment, a terrible pupil technique bloomed, and instantly turned into pupil technique space, making the other party feel like he was falling. Endless sword power descended from the sky, like a sword domain, destroying everything. He shouted loudly, and the emperor's power bloomed, attacking and killing, sweeping away everything. Qin Wentian's steps remained the same, raising his hand and punching out, with thousands of fists, and angry roars sweeping out from all directions of heaven and earth at the same time, like the fist of a god. Domineering to the extreme, the emperor-level strongman roared. The roar bloomed wildly, and with a loud bang, he was hit by a punch. His body retreated violently, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this powerful blow, everyone's pupils all shrank. Seeing Qin Wentian passing by, no one dared to stop him for a while. Then they saw Jiutian smiling at them seductively, as if the conspiracy had succeeded. At this moment, they seemed to understand that Jiutian did this just to make the young man take action. In a blink of an eye, Qin Wentian's figure holding Jiutian disappeared from everyone's sight. Many people felt a sense of loss. The alluring and beautiful dance still echoed in their minds and could not be dispersed for a long time. Is she really just an ordinary woman who practices the art of seduction? With such temperament and such dance, could it be? Qin Wentian moved very quickly towards the void. Jiutian's hands were hooked around his neck, and her charming eyes stared at him. Under the moonlight, her stunning face and extremely seductive body made Qin Wentian dare not look at her. "Palace Master, are you satisfied with this?" Qin Wentian let go, but Jiutian actually held him tightly, smiled gently, and said, "After today, you will never forget me." As she said that, she let go of her hand and walked side by side with Qin Wentian, with a charming smile on her face. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly, and the dance and the delicate body in his arms before rang in his mind. He secretly sighed in his heart. Sure enough, what she wanted to do could always be achieved inadvertently, and you knew that she did it on purpose, but you still couldn't stop her. Today, Qin Wentian was originally here to see Bei Mingyu Wang, but unknowingly, Bei Mingyu Wang could only occupy a small part of his memory of this day. He, the palace master, was too powerful. Palace master, you have such a cultivation and such a beautiful face, why do you do this? Qin Wentian smiled helplessly. Yi Qianai looked at Qin Wentian tenderly and smiled, don't you know that you are handsome? Qin Wentian was completely speechless. He certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to let a stunning beauty at the level of the immortal emperor seduce him just because he was handsome. By the way, do you still want to see the dance before? If you want to see it later, you can come find me. I'll dance for you alone. Yi Qianai suddenly laughed. After Qin Wentian was stunned, a space gate appeared. Qin Wentian stepped into it and fled. After returning to Jiutian city, Qin Wentian immediately began to practice in seclusion. He was afraid that if he stayed with this female demon for a long time, he would really be eaten by her. As the most beautiful woman in Jiutian city, Yi Qianai, even if she didn't take the initiative to seduce others, there were countless people drooling over her. What's more, when she used all her tricks to seduce others, there were really not many people who could stop her. Of course, other people wouldn't stop her. With such a stunning beauty throwing herself into his arms, who would refuse? However, Qin Wentian was different. If he really accepted Yi Qianai, he would have to accept everything that Yi Qianai had to bear. He knew this very well. The hatred between her and the two great palaces, her man must bear it. This was not the main reason. The deeper reason was, of course, King Er and King Chen. They had given too much for him. He knew that they were still waiting for him to go back. He must go back to King Su in Immortal Realm as soon as possible. His most important goal now was to improve his strength. Facing a woman like Yi Qianai, who could not be moved? But even if he was moved, he still could not take that step. This time, he practiced in seclusion for a long time. During this period, he came out of seclusion several times, but never for more than a day. At most, he chatted with Yi Qianai, drank a few glasses of wine, or asked Bei Mingyu Wang about his recent situation. Then he continued to practice in seclusion. With such training conditions, how could he not work hard? Unknowingly, another 10 years had passed. It had been 23 years since Qin Wentian entered the ancient fairyland. Not only had he recovered his cultivation, he had even surpassed his heyday. After 10 years of seclusion, it could even be said that he was only one step away from becoming the immortal emperor. Qin Wentian already had a vague feeling that he was not far from the emperor realm. Chapter 1554 Rumors and Plans. In Jiutian city, there is a craftsman named Jiutian, who is an extremely versatile master craftsman. Jiutian is famous for casting. He has a very high talent for casting arrays and refining tools. He is a true master. Many well-known buildings in Jiutian city were cast by him. Not only that, some powerful emperors in the Lihoro Palace often come to him in person to ask him to come out. However, Jiutian is devoted to cultivation or casting. He does not rely on any power, nor does he rely on the power of the realm master. In the ancient fairyland, the status of master craftsmen is very high. They can easily obtain huge cultivation resources. Many casual cultivators want to embark on the path of master craftsmen. When their cultivation encounters shackles and it is difficult to move forward, they may spend many years to concentrate on practicing the art of casting. However, this, like cultivation, requires a very high talent. Moreover, some people who communicate with the casting of star souls have wanted to embark on this path a long time ago. At this time, in the palace of the immortal Emperor Hichu, Qin Wentian was quietly watching the immortal Emperor Hichu carving. He was carving instruments, magical weapons, directly carving instruments on the huge imperial stone. The instruments carved in this way can only be called the simplest magical weapons, which are not very useful, but the immortal Emperor Hichu carved many of them, all over the floor. This is just a way for him to practice on weekdays. Qin Wentian, at this moment, was sitting next to the immortal Emperor Hichu and watching quietly. Don't think this is the simplest carving, but for most people, this simplest thing can't be done well. Practice is never done overnight, and casting is the same. It's like a language composed of words. If you can't say a word well, how can you put those words together into a sentence? The immortal Emperor Hichu is very old, his hair is gray, but he is in very good spirits, especially when carving. His eyes are bright and his spirit is bright. You often come to me. There are very few people who can concentrate on your talent and cultivation like you, So I have taught you a lot of things. Even if you don't take this path, it may be helpful for your cultivation. The immortal Emperor Heechul took out a huge Emperor Stone, threw it to Qin Wentian and said, "Come, try to carve it into a sword." Okay. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. A sharp sword of rules appeared in his palm and he began to carve on the Emperor Stone. The Emperor Stone was very solid. Qin Wentian's speed was very slow, but he was very serious. This method of cultivation can be said to be extremely wasteful. Only a rich person like the foundry master can do such a thing. Gradually, the Emperor Stone was cut into a sword shape by Qin Wentian. Clear lines were like sword patterns. From the Emperor Stone, amazing sword intent was diffused. It was obviously just a piece of Emperor Stone, but thousands of sword intents were diffused at the same time, like a sword domain. You are indeed very talented. If you are willing to devote yourself to this, your future achievements will definitely be much higher than mine. The immortal Emperor Heechul looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "Senior, you are too kind. However, I have also studied the formation and have some insights into the way of divine patterns. Therefore, I can do it with ease. I still need more guidance from the senior." Qin Wentian said humbly. "Casting is about talent. Have you read all the ancient books I gave you before?" "Yes, I have read them all." Qin Wentian nodded, took out a few jade slips and handed them to the immortal Emperor Heechul. "Luer, go and get some more jade slips and ancient books." The immortal Emperor Heechul said, and then there was an echo from outside, "Okay, Grandpa." A moment later, a pure woman in a white dress came over and handed some jade slips to Qin Wentian. With a smile in her beautiful eyes, she said, "Grandpa has never been so kind to anyone." "Yes, I understand the kindness of the senior." Qin Wentian nodded. "Girl, these things are meant for people to see. It's a waste to keep them on me. This kid is so talented, I'm willing to add to his talent." The immortal Emperor Heechul smiled and said, "Qin, if you have a chance in the future, you can go to the Fu realm. The master of the Fu realm has a deep understanding of the divine pattern, and there are many powerful casters there." Fu realm. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. What a familiar name. It turns out that the Fu realm, like the Changsheng realm, is a realm of the ancient fairyland. So, the Fu realm of the Qingxuan fairyland is just a chess piece buried by the master of the Fu realm in the lower world. In this way, is the ultimate goal of the master of the Fu realm to control the Qingxuan fairyland in his own hands? Judging from the fact that the Fu realm has been developing silently for many years and has been forbearing, it is likely that this is possible. If the accumulated power is strong enough, once the Fu realm comes out, it may really subvert the entire Qingxuan. Then, this Qingxuan fairyland, which is ruled by no one, may become the backup force of the Fu realm. Master of the Heavenly Talisman realm, Master. Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. The Master of a realm was such an important status that he was afraid he could not reach such a high position. When he was in the Heavenly Elephant realm, he had already worshipped the Heavenly Talisman realm as a disciple and regarded the Master of the Heavenly Talisman realm as his master. But in fact, that was just their wishful thinking. At most, they could only be regarded as nominal disciples. The Master of the Heavenly Talisman realm probably had no time to care about them. It was just a title. Yes, the Heavenly Talisman realm adjacent to the Changsheng realm, you haven't been to such a far place yet, right? When you become stronger in the future, you will naturally have the opportunity. The immortal Emperor Heechul smiled and said, "Grandpa, I also want to travel far away to see it. Why don't you let me go out?" The white-clothed woman next to him looked at the immortal Emperor Heechul charmingly and said, "Haha, I'm afraid you will be robbed before you even go out." The immortal Emperor Heechul smiled and said. Luer curled her lips and said, "I am at least at the realm of Immortal King. Okay, when you have a Taoist partner in the future, you can go far away. At that time, Grandpa won't care about you anymore." The immortal Emperor Heechul smiled and shook his head. "Grandpa, I won't look for a Taoist partner. I'll just stay with you forever." "How can that be? Grandpa will get old eventually, and you will meet someone you like sooner or later. In fact, I think Qin is a good kid. Luer, take a look at him." The immortal Emperor Heechul said jokingly. Luer glanced at Qin Wentian, her pure face slightly shy, and glared at the immortal Emperor Heechul. "Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? How can Mr. Heechul be old? You are still strong and your cultivation will be even stronger in the future. You can't be old. A soft voice came, and Yiqian, who was wearing a long skirt, walked towards this side. She glared at Qin Wentian with resentful eyes. The palace master is still good at talking, but compared to the palace master, I am indeed old. The immortal Emperor Hichu smiled and shook his head. Mr. Hichu, is my man's casting talent okay? Yiqian smiled lightly. Hichu immortal emperor was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Yiqian walk to Qin Wentian and put his arm around Qin Wentian. Then he understood and looked at Yiqian and Qin Wentian in surprise. Qin's talent is naturally excellent. Hichu immortal emperor nodded. Thank you for your cultivation, sir. We will take our leave first. Yiqian pulled Qin Wentian out. Qin Wentian was speechless as he was pulled away by him, and smiled apologetically at Hichu immortal emperor. After the two left, immortal emperor Hichu's eyes flashed with a sharpness, and he said, "It's strange. The most beautiful woman in Jiutian city actually fell in love with Qin, who is at the immortal king level." Turning around, he saw his granddaughter also staring at the two disappearing figures in a daze, and said, "Luor, are you also interested in Qin? But it seems that you still gave up. You are far behind to compete with Yiqian. It's just that although Qin is very talented, is he really worthy of Yiqian? Yiqian and Qin Wentian were walking in Jiutian city. Her charming body leaned tightly against Qin Wentian, and said, "You have been running here every day recently. Are you attracted by the purity of other girls?" "Oh," Qin Wentian said speechlessly, "didn't you introduce me to Senior Hichu to practice the casting method? I didn't expect you to chase girls." Yiqian looked at Qin Wentian, saw his wry smile, touched him, and said with a sweet breath, "Can't I satisfy you? Do you want me to sleep with you tonight? Palace master, can you let me go?" Qin Wentian saw that everyone around him was looking at him, and many of them were as sharp as knives. This is Jiutian city, and Yiqian is known as the most beautiful woman in Jiutian city. Who doesn't know her? If he does this in public, his life will be in danger. Soon, an extremely shocking news came out in Jiutian city. The palace master of Qian Palace, Yiqian, the most beautiful woman in Jiutian city, was hugging a young man's arm in the city. They looked very intimate. It is said that the two are already Taoist couples. This young man has long lived in Yiqian's bedroom. Even 10 years ago, he spent a huge price to ask the river map immortal emperor to build a super training platform for the young man in her bedroom. When this news came out, countless people were heartbroken. Has their dream goddess been taken by others? Some people were even more hateful. How could he get Yiqian, a mere immortal king? So, several immortal emperors issued a letter of challenge to the mysterious young man, asking him to get out of Qian Palace for a decisive battle. However, Qin Wentian did not show up, but Yiqian asked others to take action and beat up one of the emperor-level masters who had issued a challenge. This incident made countless people cry. What happened to this world? What kind of devil has possessed the most beautiful woman in Jiutian city? Could it be that the mysterious young man has a special ability to please women? This news spread like wildfire. On this day, two figures met in the mountains outside Jiutian city. One of them was the barbarian emperor, and the other was also a powerful person in the realm of the immortal emperor. Is the palace master really infatuated with an immortal king as the rumors say? The immortal emperor said in a cold voice. "Palace master." The barbarian emperor clenched his fists and said hatefully, "Qin Wentian, he has been living in the palace master's bedroom for more than 10 years. The other immortal emperor had a stiff expression and sighed, "I want to meet the palace master. It's useless. I have advised him countless times, but the palace master is becoming more and more disgusted with me." The barbarian emperor's clenched fists made a clicking sound and said, "Qin Wentian must die. Let's act according to the plan we agreed on. Don't meet again. Let's talk directly through the communication crystal." The immortal emperor's eyes flickered, he pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. P.S. Extra updates for the 5th consecutive day. Chapter 1555, Something Happened to Emperor Yu? Qin Wentian's life was still simple. He was conscious and practicing. He used the emperor-level practice platform to sense the emperor light falling from the sky. He also studied the casting method, or sat there to carve like the river map immortal emperor. The river map immortal emperor was a mid-level immortal emperor and a master craftsman. Casting was still his daily compulsory homework. This could steadily improve his affinity with the Emperor stones of various attributes, and he could be more comfortable and handy when casting. Qin Wentian also felt that carving made him quite rewarding. Every time he carved, he would concentrate and his mind became peaceful. However, this was also because Qin Wentian was rich now. If he had just come to the ancient fairyland, how could he have such conditions? Using the Emperor stone for carving was simply a luxury. The plunder 10 years ago was extremely fruitful, and he also got a lot of practice resources. Moreover, with a practice platform, he could not use these practice resources on weekdays. At this time, on the high ground, Qin Wentian sat on the ground, took out a piece of Emperor stone and quietly carved it. Next to him, there was a beautiful beauty in a white dress. Who else could it be but Jiutian? Jiutian looked at Qin Wentian's serious expression, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. She liked Qin Wentian's concentration when carving, and he was not distracted. Even if she tempted him, Qin Wentian would remain indifferent. Jiutian's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed, looking at the huge Emperor stone in Qin Wentian's hand. He was not carving weapons, but people. The lines of the human figure were looming in his carved sword, with an elegant posture and flowing long hair. Gradually, a very beautiful face slowly appeared, pure and beautiful, with a charming smile that moved people's hearts. Those beautiful eyes were pure without a trace of flaws, and they were stunning. Who is she? Jiutian looked at the carving sword in Qin Wentian's hand seriously. He still did not stop. He carved the beautiful woman flawlessly and lifelike. After finishing, he continued to carve in the remaining area next to it. It was another human figure. When the outline appeared, Jiutian could guess that it was a beautiful woman. In fact, it was just as she guessed. A stunning beauty with a faint sense of coldness, holy and unparalleled, as flawless as an iceberg snow lotus. Who are they? Jiutian's beautiful eyes flickered. She had seen Bei Mingyu Wang before, but the two women carved by Qin Wentian were obviously not them. Finally, the carving sword in Qin Wentian's hand dissipated and turned into starlight. He looked at the two figures. There was a touch of gentleness in his bright eyes. This kind of gentleness was something Jiutian had never seen before. Seeing the gentle smile, Jiutian couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart. Is this the reason why he can resist his temptation? They are my wives. Qin Wentian looked at the carving and said softly, I am not from the ancient fairyland, but from the Qin fairyland in the lower world. In the Qin fairyland, I have enemies all over the world. One day, the top forces descended on the palace of the fairyland where my wife was, forcing me to show up. Many of my elders and friends appeared with me, and a sensational battle broke out on the lower world, and I died in the battle. Therefore, I am considered a person who has died once. Jiutian did not disturb Qin Wentian, but listened very quietly. After that battle, my wife's hair turned white in an instant, and the other wife was like a living dead. It was not until I was resurrected by chance that she regained her vitality and her eyes finally had spirit. Later, I came to the ancient fairyland by chance, and they were still waiting for me in the Qin fairyland. Qin Wentian smiled gently, and then looked at Jiutian. Is this the reason why your star soul is extraordinary? Jiutian immediately understood. Well, my talent may be ordinary. Knowing this, would the palace master still be willing to do the same to me? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Jiutian looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. Her smile was not as charming as before, but just gentle. She said, can you also carve a portrait for me? Qin Wentian was speechless for a moment. What was this woman thinking? Seeing Qin Wentian's eyes, Jiutian giggled again. Maybe, I have no objection to being a concubine. Do you want to try? Qin Wentian stood up and fled in a panic again. He went to the training platform to practice. Jiutian's giggling voice came from behind. Qin Wentian, are you a man? Bei Mingyu suddenly received a trial mission recently. This mission was assigned by Lihao Palace himself and asked her to go to a secret realm. Naturally, she participated. This trial was a very important trial of Lihao Palace. She could not use external objects or communicate with anyone. Therefore, everything on her body, including the storage ring, could not be brought into the trial secret realm, even the communication crystal, but she still had no doubts. She had been in Lihao Palace for some years and knew that the rules of this mission were indeed like this. But just when Bei Mingyu Wang accepted this task, Jiutian issued a wanted order for Qin Wentian. At the same time, He would behead one of Qin Wentian's accomplices in a month. It was said that he was an insider in the imperial palace. This news spread quickly. Is this Qin Wentian one of the thieves back then? Qin Wentian didn't know this at the time, until one day when he was on his way to Jiutian, the barbarian emperor stopped him. What's the matter? Qin Wentian's attitude towards the barbarian emperor was no longer as polite as before. He knew that the barbarian emperor had a grudge against him because of the incident that year. You can see for yourself. The barbarian emperor waved his hand, and a wanted order appeared in front of Qin Wentian. When Qin Wentian saw the wanted order, his face instantly became extremely ugly. He turned around and prepared to go back. You want to tell the palace master? The barbarian emperor said in a voice transmission. Do you think the palace master doesn't know? If you tell her, do you think the palace master will still allow you to go to the imperial city? Or do you think the palace master will send people to the imperial city to die for your lover? Qin Wentian stopped, turned slowly, stared at the barbarian emperor with cold eyes, and said in a voice transmission, you told me that you want me to go to the imperial city to die. I can't ask you to go. Whether you are willing to go is your business. Anyway, there are only a few days left. Of course, in my opinion, your own life is more important. What's more, the palace master likes you, why should you care about a lover? The barbarian emperor sneered and left. How do I know that this wanted order was not forged by you? Qin Wentian said coldly, looking at the back of the barbarian emperor. It's ridiculous. You can find out the truth by just investigating the wanted order. The barbarian emperor left. Qin Wentian stood there and took out the communication crystal. He sent a thought into it and found the thought of Bei Ming Yu Wang. Yu Wang, where are you? No one responded. He said again, Yu Wang, it's urgent. Get back to me immediately. Still no one responded. Qin Wentian's face turned pale. He raised his feet and went to the Hichu immortal emperor again, but he was absent-minded. That day, he sent messages many times, but did not receive any response from Bei Ming Yu Wang, no matter what he said. Obviously, what the barbarian emperor said was true. Yu Wang was in trouble. The next day, Qin Wentian left Yishan City alone and quietly, naturally disguising his face. Whether it was true or not, he had to go and see. He did not tell Ye Qianyu. Even if Ye Qianyu was willing to go with him, he did not want to implicate Ye Qianyu. After leaving Yishan City, Qin Wentian hurried on his way, moving in a certain direction at an incredibly fast speed. Qin Wentian frowned slightly on the way. He keenly felt that someone was tracking him. Although this feeling was very weak, his intuition told him that someone was tracking him. However, he ignored it and continued to move forward. Finally, two figures appeared in front of him, standing there quietly, as if they had been waiting for him. Behind him, the tracking immortal thoughts were no longer concealed and descended directly on him. Soon, two more figures descended. The four strong men, without exception, were all at the level of Immortal Emperor. Even one of them was a mid-level Immortal Emperor. They were all wearing armor and fully armed, just like when they were plundering mineral veins. Barbarian Emperor, is this your killer move? Qin Wentian said coldly. One of the people behind him was the Barbarian Emperor. Qin Wentian, if you go to the Imperial City alive and are captured, what if you betray us? Keeping you here will only bring disaster. The Barbarian Emperor said coldly. The news leaked by the Barbarian Emperor and his men was from the Hulan Emperor, but the Barbarian Emperor had only one goal, which was to kill Qin Wentian. Of course, he did not want to implicate Qianyu Palace. Even though Ye Qianyu treated him far worse than Qin Wentian, he still liked Ye Qianyu, and had liked her for many years. He just wanted Qin Wentian to die. Are you all Qianyu's people too? Did the Barbarian Emperor persuade you to kill me? Qin Wentian looked at the others and said. The palace master is a little abnormal now. As her subordinates, we can only correct it for her as soon as possible. An immortal emperor said indifferently, even if I am punished, I will still do it. I will bear the punishment myself, but Qianyu Palace is the hard work of our brothers and must not be destroyed by an outsider. The voice of the Barbarian Emperor was extremely cold. Okay, let's do it. Yes. The others nodded one after another. The four immortal emperors, including a mid-level immortal emperor, were enough to kill a top-level immortal king. This was naturally arranged by the Barbarian Emperor. He knew that Qin Wentian was powerful and could easily kill a primary-level immortal king. He had to be cautious. A burst of strong light burst out, and Qin Wentian burst out with a dazzling and brilliant power of light. The dazzling brilliance could make people unable to open their eyes. Almost at the same time, the four immortal emperors burst out with extremely powerful rules at the same time. One after another, the emperor's light fell from the sky, and the stars shone together. They stood in four directions and directly attacked Qin Wentian in the middle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1556, Interception. A dazzling light burst out from Qin Wentian's body, destroying everything. After the light shone, a dazzling Buddhist Vajra holy will spread all over his body. But even so, the attacks of the four immortal emperors still destroyed everything like a dead tree and rotten wood. Many attacks directly attacked Qin Wentian's body. But Qin Wentian's defense was so terrible. His immortal body, life rules, and destroyed flesh were instantly repaired. At the same time, phantom bodies appeared between heaven and earth. Thousands of Qin Wentian's figures appeared at the same moment. Not only that, countless space gates appeared between heaven and earth, leading to different directions in the 8 directions of heaven and earth. Thousands of phantoms walked towards different space gates, and in just a moment, went to different directions. I saw that the divine light on the body of an immortal emperor was extremely strong, and the thunder light of extinction shone, covering the vast and endless void, turning into a huge and boundless thunder net, covering it. Lightning struck one after another, and many of Qin Wentian's phantom bodies were directly shattered. However, Qin Wentian's original body looked at one of the immortal emperors. With just one glance, the pupil technique space domain was born, closing the imperial glory above the sky. A cold killing thought burst out from Qin Wentian's eyes, and he punched out. In an instant, the sword of light penetrated the void and descended, leaving no time for the opponent to react. The immortal emperor roared, and the rules of the emperor swept through his body, launching an attack to the great sword of light in front of him. However, the sword that was integrated into the power of the great light seemed to be able to twist, and actually bent the direction of attack, covering the opponent's head, back, and all directions. This bending attack was the ability given by one of his star souls, the star soul of the ancient tree of life, which could change the direction of attack at will. The endless sword of light killed instantly and rushed directly into the opponent's body. The immortal emperor flashed with dazzling brilliance all over his body, and then screamed, decomposed and destroyed under the light, and died. Boom! The void trembled, and Qin Wentian felt his body tremble violently. The face of the middle-level immortal emperor was extremely cold. The four immortal emperors attacked, but Qin Wentian killed one of them in the blink of an eye. Endless starlight shone on him, and the power of rules on his body was extremely strong. He took another step, and Qin Wentian felt a great supreme power descending on his body, and his body seemed to be split directly. Space gates appeared again, and Qin Wentian wanted to distance himself, but the other party stepped again, and the space gates were torn into pieces in an instant. His body once again endured a terrifying tearing force. The light of Buddha and demon shone, and Qin Wentian was half Buddha and half demon, with a golden body and a Buddha body, immortal and indestructible. Behind him appeared a pair of extremely strange eyes, so huge that they cut through the air with one glance, turning into pupil technique space, sealing everything and blocking the starry sky emperor light. But the middle-level immortal emperor punched out, shattering everything, breaking all laws with one force. No matter how domineering your rules are, I will break them with one punch. The other two immortal emperor realm masters were just watching the battle from behind, and did not participate. Just now, Qin Wentian killed the immortal emperor with one blow, and they were still frightened. If Qin Wentian seized the opportunity, he could directly wipe them out in a very short time. They had to act cautiously, so it would be better to let the middle-level immortal emperor take action alone to kill Qin Wentian. It seems a bit ironic that the four immortal emperors are fighting against a top immortal king, and the last two immortal emperors are hiding behind and dare not take action. Around Qin Wentian, stronger brilliance bloomed and shone, and the light enveloped the vast void. A sword domain appeared between heaven and earth, and infinite swords whistled with Qin Wentian as the center. One after another, peerless great light swords slowly floated in front of Qin Wentian, and the endless great light sword power continued to fall. The eyes of the middle-level immortal emperor shone with a terrifying light, which seemed to be able to split the world at a glance. He punched out, and the light of the avenue rushed out like a surging river. There were also meteors falling, and the sky was full of brilliance, burying everything. Go! Qin Wentian waved his palm, and a large sword of light roared out, piercing the void. Above the sky, the sword domain had endless bright sword power dancing with the sword, whistling and killing the opponent, just like the sword power of the Nine Heavens Sword River, too dazzling. The Barbarian Emperor and another initial-level Immortal Emperor trembled when they saw Qin Wentian's attack. The killing intent in the eyes of the Barbarian Emperor became stronger, and the other Immortal Emperor was slightly shaken. Perhaps this is the reason why the Palace Master is so good to him? The attacks of the two collided crazily, and the power of destruction was rampant. The eyes of the middle-level Immortal Emperor showed extremely bright brilliance. Seeing Qin Wentian suddenly stop, his body retreated, and did not continue to attack. Qin Wentian also stopped and stared at the other party. The strength of the intermediate-level Immortal Emperor was much stronger than that of the primary-level Immortal Emperor. The two could not be compared at all. Even if he did not block the light of the stars, he could still kill the primary-level Immortal Emperor. But killing the intermediate-level Immortal Emperor was not so easy. Do you have to go? If you turn back, I can stop. The intermediate-level Immortal Emperor suddenly spoke, causing the pupils of the Barbarian Emperor to shrink. He said, "What do you mean?" The intermediate-level Immortal Emperor ignored the Barbarian Emperor and continued to look at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at the other party in surprise, then understood what the other party meant, and said, "You can rest assured, Qin has received the favor of the Palace Master. Even if he falls into the hands of Helen Emperor, he will never betray the Palace Master and you." This time we robbed the main mineral vein in the area under the jurisdiction of Helen Emperor, and the Lihuro Palace was alarmed. There are many strange people under the seat of the Lihuro Palace Master, and there are countless powerful people. Even if you don't intend to betray us, it doesn't mean that you won't be controlled. You must know that there are many ways to make someone speak. Whether you believe it or not, I must go. Qin Wentian didn't say much and looked at the other party. The intermediate-level Immortal King was silent for a while, staring at Qin Wentian closely, and the space was slightly depressing. Finally, the intermediate-level Immortal King took a step to the side. "What are you doing?" the Barbarian Emperor shouted. Qin Wentian glanced at him, staring at the Barbarian Emperor, and the Barbarian Emperor immediately shut up. With one step, Qin Wentian left and soon disappeared. The Immortal Emperor turned around and looked at the Barbarian Emperor with cold eyes, saying, "You will be responsible for his death, and you will also be responsible for this matter." The Barbarian Emperor's face froze and turned ashen. Because of this ambush, an Immortal Emperor died on their side, but can they blame Qin Wentian? The four of them wanted to kill Qin Wentian, so of course the other side would fight back. The Barbarian Emperor concealed Qin Wentian's talent and only told them that the Palace Master was deceived by Qin Wentian, favored this top Immortal King, and was obsessed with men. The entire Qian Palace would be ruined, so they took action, but after the battle with Qin Wentian, it was obvious that the Barbarian Emperor lied. The Palace Master valued Qin Wentian, not just because he was obsessed with men. Once Qin Wentian entered the realm of the Immortal Emperor, he would definitely be a person who could stand on his own. Killing a mid-level Immortal Emperor was not a problem. This would be an extremely powerful helper for them, but because of a word from the Barbarian Emperor, Qin Wentian might very well die. Also, suspend all arrangements. Hopefully it's not too late and he'll be fine. The middle-level Immortal Emperor said again. They didn't know that the Northern Dark Emperor hadn't been captured, and they didn't know about the arrangements made by the Helen Emperor. After all, even if the Barbarian Emperor framed Qin Wentian, he couldn't really collude with the Helen Emperor, as that would be a dead end for him. He just had someone pass Qin Wentian's identity to the Helen Emperor. Everything that happened next, they just followed a trend and killed Qin Wentian on the way. We can't tell the Palace Master about this for the time being. Another Immortal Emperor said, and the man nodded. He really had to wait until the storm was over before telling the Palace Master, otherwise, it would be bad if the Palace Master also went to the Helen Imperial City. "Do you really think I'm stupid?" a voice came suddenly, causing the pupils of the three people to freeze there. They looked up in a certain direction and saw a stunning figure stepping in there, holding a little lion in his arms. "Palace Master!" The middle-level Immortal Emperor was stunned. "Man, I am really disappointed in you." Qian looked at the man Emperor and said. The man Emperor's body trembled, and his hidden face twisted. Looking at Qian's indifferent eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. "You once asked me why you are not as good as him, man. Now I ask you, how can you compare with him?" Yi Qianyu said unceremoniously. The man emperor clenched his fists, feeling ashamed and angry. If you were not my father's disciple, I would kill you on the spot just for this matter. Yi Qianyu's voice was extremely cold. What the man emperor did had violated a bottom line. As a woman, she controlled the Qianyu palace and secretly managed a large force. It was extremely dangerous to engage in robbery. As a core group, any problem with any one of them would affect the lives of everyone. The barbarian emperor's revenge on Qin Wentian is not only about Qin Wentian's life. If Qin Wentian is jealous and spreads the news directly, won't they be dead without a burial place? Watch him, and settle accounts after this matter is over. If he disobeys, he will be killed without mercy. If something happens to me, immediately disband Qianyu Palace and everyone will leave. Yi Qianyu immediately ordered. Palace Master. The middle-level immortal emperor's expression changed drastically, and said, Palace Master, why bother to take risks? It's better to intercept Qin Wentian directly and not let him go. Some things can't be stopped. Otherwise, if he hates you, what's the point of everything? Yi Qianyu sighed. Even so, why should Palace Master take risks in person? Is it worth it? The middle-level immortal emperor said again. My identity has not been exposed, so I will naturally act according to the situation. With a little lion here, even if something really happens, I can still escape. Yi Qianyu smiled, and then his figure flashed, following Qin Wentian's figure, heading into the distance. The middle-level immortal emperor looked at Yi Qianyu's disappearing figure, and then looked at the barbarian emperor. There was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, and he said, if anything happens to the Palace Master, you will be buried with him. Chapter 1557 Siege. Helen Imperial City was still prosperous. One of Qin Wentian's star souls, the true illusion eye, had a powerful illusion ability that could change his appearance and aura. At this time, he had already arrived in this prosperous imperial city. The wanted order really existed, and the barbarian emperor did not deceive him. Qin Wentian tried to contact Beaming Yaohuang again, but it was still useless. He didn't know how many times he picked up the communication crystal and put it down. All of this proved that Beaming Yaohuang was really in trouble and the barbarian emperor betrayed him. Qin Wentian didn't know the situation in Lihuro Palace, nor did he know what Beaming Yaohuang's status in Lihuro Palace was now, but he knew that everything he saw led him to guess in one direction, that is, at noon tomorrow, Helen Emperor would behead Beaming Yaohuang on the execution platform in Helen Imperial City. As for why it was so troublesome, of course it was to lure him out, otherwise he could just kill him directly. But he knew the conspiracy of Helen Emperor, but he still had to come. The fact that he became abandoned had nothing to do with Beaming Yaohuang. On the second day, the area around Xingtai and Helen Imperial City was particularly lively, and many powerful people gathered. The scorching sun fell from the void and pierced everyone's body, making people feel a little uncomfortable. Xingtai is located in the south of the Imperial City, back by the mountain ridge, and there is an extremely huge blood-red Xingshan. In history, this Xingtai has killed many thieves, and some people who violated the laws and regulations of Helen Imperial City were executed here to deter the people of the Imperial City. At this moment, there is a huge closed cage on Xingtai. The black cage is made of black stone and is extremely solid. Immortal thoughts cannot penetrate into it. Inside, the person who is about to be executed is imprisoned. Below Xingtai, many people gathered. They heard that the person in the prison is said to be a great beauty. She was the insider of the super thieves 10 years ago. She is very powerful and is highly regarded by the emperor. Many people discussed it and secretly thought that this beautiful woman was unlucky and might not be able to escape death. Qin Wentian was also in the crowd. With his immortal thoughts, he naturally discovered that this space was full of powerful people. Just on Xingtai, there were 2 immortal emperors guarding the prison. In secret, there were several more immortal emperors. How could such a lineup be allowed to be destroyed by others? The sunlight became stronger and stronger, stinging people's eyes. Gradually, the sun rose into the sky and hung above the heads of the crowd. I saw several figures breaking through the air. Among them, there was Emperor Helen, who came here in person to execute a sentence. Beside Emperor Helen, there was another extraordinary person with extremely strong cultivation. He was also a top-level immortal emperor. His name was Wu Xiandi. He was sent by Lihuro Palace to cooperate with Emperor Helen's action this time. Helen, are you sure he will come this time? Wu said to Emperor Helen through voice transmission. That guy has a special relationship with the North Nether Emperor. Even if he doesn't come to intercept people, he will at least come to take a look. He should have arrived. Even if it is really a mistake, it will only waste Mr. Wu's time. I will compensate Mr. Wu. Emperor Helen replied in a voice transmission. In this case, I will wait and see. Wu didn't say much. He saw Emperor Helen waved his hand, and the vast area of Xingtai was immediately blocked. An extremely powerful imperial city army descended and blocked the vast area. The blockade area was so wide that it covered a place that a top immortal emperor's immortal thoughts could reach. Immortal emperors appeared in every direction. In the void, the immortal emperors guarding the various directions directly sacrificed their imperial soldiers, and the dazzling light fell down. In an instant, the divine power of the sky descended from the sky, covering all directions. Everyone in this space was stunned and looked at this scene in shock. What happened? Everyone. At this time, Emperor Helen spoke, and his voice spread throughout the vast space. Today I, Helen, am here to capture bandits. If I offend you later, please do not blame me. The bandits are rampant, so I have to do this. From now on, everyone stays where they are and must not move. Otherwise, you will be directly regarded as bandits and killed on the spot. If you are killed by mistake, don't blame me. The voice of Emperor Helen suddenly became extremely majestic and indifferent, and he said, of course, if it is found that you are not bandits, I will let you go. As long as everyone cooperates, there is no need to worry about killing by mistake. I can guarantee this. Everyone's heart trembled. Did Emperor Helen set up such a battle to force the bandits to show up, and then block the space to check one by one? So this execution was just to wait for the bandits to show up? In the crowd, Qin Wentian's heart trembled, his face changed slightly, and his expression was very ugly. This Emperor Helen was so cruel. Did he set up such a large battle just to bet that he would show up? If he didn't show up, Emperor Helen would have worked in vain. However, he came, knowing that there might be a conspiracy waiting for him, but he still came because it was about the life and death of Bei Mingyu Wang. Perhaps Helen Emperor would think he was stupid, but this was him, Qin Wentian, and he had always been like this. Let's start the investigation. Helen Emperor spoke, and then the legions stationed in various directions began to call out names, asking each person to come before the immortal emperor, and then the immortal emperor personally examined them. The means of examination were very simple: the fluctuation of the star power in the body, the rule attributes, and the star soul. Even if someone changed their appearance, they could not escape such a detailed investigation. Qin Wentian stared at the prison. Although he knew that this was a conspiracy, was Bei Mingyu Wang in the prison? He was still concerned about all this, but Helen Emperor seemed to have no intention of opening the prison at all, and kept it closed. The speed of the investigation was very fast, and one by one, the strong men were released. Sooner or later, such a meeting would come to Qin Wentian. At this moment, a figure flashed and rushed into the blocked space. The intercepting legion was stunned when they saw the person coming, but did not intercept him and let him continue to move forward. What are you doing here? Helen Emperor frowned when he saw the figure coming in front of him. It turned out to be his daughter Helen Mingyu. Father. Helen Mingyu walked to the side of Helen Emperor, then he took out a magic weapon, suddenly attacked, and stabbed Helen Emperor's eyes. This scene made everyone stunned. Helen Emperor was also stunned, and a violent imperial power burst out. His eyes were extremely weird and rushed directly into Helen Mingyu's mind. Get out! Helen Emperor shouted, but Helen Mingyu said, Helen, you are so naive. As he spoke, the magic weapon in Helen Mingyu's hand stabbed directly at his neck. Helen Emperor's expression suddenly changed. He stretched out his palm and slapped Helen Mingyu's hand directly. At the same time, his eyes became more weird. In Helen Mingyu's mind, it seemed that there was a lion guarding there, and a giant beast that looked like a dragon but not a dragon, and a snake but not a snake was fighting with the lion. Helen, the imperial palace was attacked. A voice came into Helen Emperor's mind, and the huge figure of a giant beast Lion King appeared in his mind. His face suddenly turned ashen. This was the news that one of his wives told him with a communication crystal, and it was directly transmitted to his mind through his immortal thoughts. He flashed, grabbed Helen Mingyu's body and flew up into the sky, waving his hand and saying, "Return to the imperial palace." Wu's dark eyes flickered, and then he smiled meaningfully and said, "This is going to be interesting. It's really a pleasant surprise, Helen. I want to leave a group of people behind." Helen Emperor's eyes flashed, and he instantly understood Wu's intention. They were plotting to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The other party was also the same as them. Moreover, this time they actually lured the evil emperor to come out in person. This meant that it was not just Qin Wentian who was lured out, but the big fish, the core leader of the bandit gang. But even so, the imperial palace was attacked, and he had to return quickly. After ordering a group of strong men to stay, he led some people to rush to the direction of the imperial palace. Wuxian Emperor's eyes flashed, and he scanned the surrounding space coldly. Helen Emperor's imperial palace was attacked, and his mind was a little confused in an instant, and he almost fell into the trap, but Helen Emperor's imperial palace had nothing to do with him, so he was very clear-headed. Even if they wanted to attack the imperial palace, why did they send Helen Mingyao here instead of killing him directly? Everything was to disturb Helen Emperor's heart and make him make a mistake. The other party had only one purpose, to cover people's escape. Then, among the trapped people, there must be the people they wanted to catch. Moreover, this person seems to be highly valued. I didn't expect that Helen Emperor's random move would achieve an unexpected goal. This time it was really interesting. Continue, strictly check, and don't miss a single one. Wu Xiandi sneered. Qin Wentian in the crowd was shocked, and his heart was quite uneasy. Someone actually attacked the imperial palace to rescue him. Who else could it be except Yikai. In the ancient fairyland, he only knew Bei Ming Yaohuang and Yikai. Thinking of the stunning figure, Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. He didn't understand why Yikai came. In the void, the night fell, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Everyone looked up, as if they saw a huge and boundless black curtain, which kept blocking down. Soon, the vast void was pitch black. Go. A voice came into Qin Wentian's ears. It was indeed Yikai voice. His figure flashed, and doors of space appeared around him. He stepped out, as if many figures were walking in different directions. Wu Xiandi raised his head and looked into the void. Then his figure flashed, and a pair of black wings appeared on his body. Like lightning, he rushed straight into the sky. With a loud bang, there was an extremely strong collision above the sky. Qin Wentian looked up and knew that it was Wu Xiandi and Yikai fighting. The imperial light shone, and the dazzling imperial soldiers destroyed all the phantoms of Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian himself shuttled through the space gate continuously at an extremely fast speed. When all the space phantoms were destroyed, he had already arrived at the edge of the besieged land, and there was an immortal emperor and a group of immortal kings guarding in front of him. Chapter 1558 Carving. It's him. The group of strong men stared at Qin Wentian, and in an instant, they all rushed over to kill him. Qin Wentian's body was shining with brilliant light. In just a moment, the rules of the great light shone throughout the world and pierced into the bodies of those people. Every ray of light seemed to contain peerless sword intent. The bodies of the immortal kings were directly penetrated by the light, and their bodies were instantly decomposed and destroyed. There were constant screams, and the immortal kings were killed on the spot. The face of the immortal emperor who was intercepted there was shocked. He only saw Qin Wentian take a step forward, and the door of the void appeared. Qin Wentian came in front of him. At first glance, he seemed to be trapped in the pupil technique space. The dazzling light sword power slashed down. He resisted frantically, but saw thousands of swords fired at the same time, and the light shone everywhere. There was nowhere to escape. The opponent's power was absolutely lethal and there was no solution. He could only watch his body decompose and destroy bit by bit under the light. With a rumble, wherever the light passed, his body turned into nothingness, and Qin Wentian seemed to pass through his body. Everything happened in just a moment. The space gate shone again, and Qin Wentian took a step out and fled. He came to Helen Imperial City, thinking that he could conceal his true intentions with his disguise skills and act according to circumstances. Even here, it would be difficult for Helen Emperor to capture him. However, he obviously underestimated Helen Emperor, one of the 9 emperors who sat in the Lihoro Palace of the ancient immortal realm. He did not even need any reason to do something, and it might even be a waste of effort. He directly laid such a large battle, which could be called a net of heaven and earth. As long as he came, he would be unable to escape. What Qin Wentian had to do was to get out of this invisible net. As long as he escaped from this area, could Helen Emperor seal off the entire imperial city? With his illusion ability, it would be extremely difficult for the other party to find him again. Rays of imperial light came rapidly towards Qin Wentian, dazzling and incomparable. The violent power of rules swept across the world, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. Qin Wentian, who wanted to use the space gate to shuttle through the void, directly hit a golden wall. Then he saw an immortal emperor coming from the sky. He was covered with the golden light, like a golden armored god of war, invincible. Qin Wentian raised his fist, and in an instant, the great light technique turned into a dazzling light fist, revealing the meaning of endless light. He raised his hand and punched out, and the endless light turned into a terrible light fist, which hit the immortal emperor. With just one punch, the light fist was unstoppable. The golden body of the initial immortal emperor, who seemed to be made of gold, was shattered, and his body was destroyed. He was killed by a punch. So strong. The strong men who came around felt a tremor in their hearts. What kind of magical power was that? Such power was simply astonishing. The great light fist, the fist light was like light, omnipresent, indestructible, covering everything, destroying everything. Such a blow, no beginner immortal emperor could say that he could withstand it. But even if Qin Wentian killed a beginner immortal emperor, he was still intercepted. 2 intermediate immortal emperors descended, holding brilliant emperor weapons. One of the intermediate immortal emperors slashed out a green thunderbolt, which was extremely strange and hit Qin Wentian's body directly. In an instant, Qin Wentian felt paralyzed all over, and his whole body trembled slightly. This was more fatal to Qin Wentian than a direct attack. He had an immortal body and a star soul with the attribute of life rules. He could be called immortal. Even if an ordinary attack shattered his body, he could recover in a very short time. However, this blow paralyzed his body, and even his soul felt trembling, just like his body. A giant axe of the sky slashed down and chopped towards Qin Wentian, carrying the peerless purple light of thunder, destroying everything like a thunder dragon. Buzz! Suddenly, 2 terrible dark lightnings rushed towards the 2 mid-level immortal emperors. The 2 of them looked up, their expressions solemn, and did not care about killing Qin Wentian, but directly bombarded the killing power. The night enveloped the void and descended. Yiqianyu's body seemed to have turned into thousands of phantoms and rushed straight to Qin Wentian. HMPH. Behind him, a monstrous and terrifying destructive power descended, terrifying to the extreme. The whole world was black, overwhelming the world, and the sound of puffing continued. The thousands of phantoms were directly destroyed and turned into nothingness. A terrible black ancient seal fell directly from the sky and hit Yiqianyu, who was coming towards Qin Wentian, causing a ray of black light to appear on Yiqianyu's beautiful face, revealing death. Palace Master. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and the ancient tree wrapped around Yiqianyu, and the life force madly poured into Yiqianyu's body. Fool. Yiqianyu smiled sweetly, still full of charm, but at this moment Qin Wentian felt that the smile was no longer as tempting as before, but rather a bit sad and beautiful. Palace Master, why is this so? Qin Wentian said in a voice transmission. He didn't understand why Yiqianyu was willing to expose herself for him, go deep into the tiger's den, and come to the Helen Imperial City. Did she know that the person Helen Emperor wanted to deal with the most was the leader of the bandits, that is, her, Yiqianyu? Even if she used the North Ming Yaohuan to set up a plan and set up a net to capture him, the ultimate goal was also for Yiqianyu, but she actually took the initiative to expose herself. Before, although Yiqianyu treated him very well and won him over, wasn't that for his talent, so that he could become her helper in the future and avenge her? But now, she actually came here at the risk of her life. Why did you come? That's why I came. Yiqianyu still smiled lightly. A gentle force fell on Qin Wentian, pushing his body away. She transformed into thousands of forms again and headed towards the strong men who were surrounding and killing him. If you don't leave, I will have to take care of you, and it will be difficult for me to get away. Yiqianyu said softly, her voice still as free and easy as before. Qin Wentian saw her blocking the attacks of Wu Xiandi and the intermediate Xiandi for him, and he was speechless. If he stayed here, he would only be a burden to Yiqianyu. Buzz! The power of the space rules fluctuated, and Qin Wentian stepped out, directly crossing the void and walking towards the distance. Strong men were coming from all directions. He roared, and the dazzling light bloomed to the extreme. The great light divine fist blasted out, like a peerless holy light, like a bright sword, and everything was annihilated wherever it passed. People below the intermediate Xiandi posed no threat to him. Looking back, he saw Yiqianyu being hit by the strange long whip, and this blow seemed to hit Qin Wentian's heart. Palace Master. Qin Wentian wanted to kill him back, But he was afraid that Yuqian could have escaped by himself, but was delayed by him, so he gritted his teeth and crossed the void again. The space gate kept appearing. After flashing many times, he moved away from the battlefield here. On the way, he kept changing his appearance until he completely disappeared in the immortal thoughts of the pursuers. While the battle was going on here, a battle also broke out in the imperial palace of Helen Emperor. The evil emperor was rampaging in the imperial palace and directly captured many descendants of Helen Emperor. Then he left when Helen Emperor arrived, avoiding a head-on battle with Helen Emperor. Helen Emperor chased him frantically, and the whole imperial city was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. In the imperial city, Qin Wentian, whose face had changed again, had been waiting for news from Yuqian, but he never received any news. The outcome of the war seemed to be blocked, and no one knew it. Only the people in the imperial city were talking about it. The leader of the bandits appeared, and it turned out to be a woman, and her cultivation was extremely high, and her strength was extremely strong. The Lihiro Palace even sent out the top immortal emperor to come and kill her. At night, the evening breeze blew on my body, revealing a cool feeling. The beautiful lake was still prosperous and lively. Even though the imperial city where the war broke out could not stop the enthusiasm of tourists, Qin Wentian took a lonely boat, blowing the lake breeze, and felt a little cold. He came to the place where he met Bei Ming Yuang in the past, and it was also the place where Yuqian's stunning dance took place. He looked at the pavilion, the moonlight fell down, the sound of the piano was melodious, there were still women dancing there, but there was no longer the peerless elegance of Yuqian. However, the beautiful figure under the moon and the stunning dance once again echoed in Qin Wentian's mind, and could not dissipate for a long time. Just as she said at the beginning, after that night, it was actually difficult for him to forget her. Hold me. If you like, maybe I won't refuse. Maybe, I have no objection to being a concubine. Do you want to try? Why did you come? That's why I came. One voice after another echoed in his ears. For Bei Ming Yuang, he came because he cared. Yuqian came for him, because she cared about him. She came without hesitation, but she didn't see Bei Ming Yuang, and she implicated Yuqian. What happened? A voice suddenly appeared in Qin Wentian's mind. Qin Wentian's body was shocked and he froze there. This was the voice of Bei Ming Yuang, transmitted through his immortal thoughts. He took out the communication crystal, injected an immortal thought into it, and said to Bei Ming Yuang, "You were not captured and beheaded by Helen Emperor. I was assigned a mission by Lihiro Palace, and I was not allowed to bring any mission items, including the communication crystal." Bei Ming Yuang replied. Qin Wentian's heart trembled fiercely, revealing an extremely painful look. "I understand." Qin Wentian replied, and then, no matter what Bei Ming Yuang said, he did not respond, just like he sent a message to Yuqian, and Yuqian did not respond. "Qin Wentian, what's wrong? What happened to you?" Bei Ming Yuang's voice seemed a little panicked, but Qin Wentian seemed not to hear it. He walked into the boat, took out a piece of Emperor Stone, and then sat there to carve. The rules flew and the Emperor Stone changed. "Can you also carve a portrait for me?" Qin Wentian recalled Yuqian's voice, and the sword in his hand kept swinging. Gradually, a beautiful outline appeared there. It was an extremely beautiful statue, with natural charm, unparalleled face, and a peerless beauty. As Qin Wentian carved, the power of rules on his body fluctuated. Above the sky, there was a faint ray of bright starlight falling from the sky and falling on his body. Unknowingly, his body was bathed in starlight. P.S. 2 combos. Chapter 1559 Cold Lake. On the lonely boat, the stars were shining brightly, and the lake was illuminated, just like daylight. One after another, everyone looked at the lonely boat where Qin Wentian was, and their hearts were all trembling, and waves were set off in their hearts. The stars in the sky fell, and the stars shone together. This was a sign of the Emperor realm. The aura of the young man sitting on the sculpture rose, and he was baptized by the Emperor's light. The starlight bathed on his body became brighter and brighter, and the rules became stronger and stronger. This was a transformation, a breakthrough. Break through the realm by carving. Many people were shocked. They had heard of many ways to break through, but rarely heard of someone breaking through in carving. Moreover, the sword of rule carving in the young man's hand was actually carving a huge Emperor Stone. On the Emperor Stone, a human figure was carved. It was a woman, lifelike, with a smile of 100 charms, a myriad of styles, a peerless beauty, and people would be moved at a glance. What a beautiful woman! Many people couldn't help but tremble. Even if it was just a carved statue, they could still glimpse her stunning face. The true appearance of this carved woman must be stunning. Is this young man missing her? Or, this young man, having lost his love, could not pursue the goddess in his heart, so he carved here, and by chance, his state of mind changed, thus breaking through? All of this is unknown. However, the carved woman was already very beautiful, and the young man still did not stop. He carved every corner and every detail, as if he wanted to make it completely perfect. The long skirt fluttered, as if it was alive, swaying in the wind, the sexy body, slender and graceful, the pair of slender legs, extremely tempting, but no one felt that the young man had any blasphemous intentions, perhaps just presenting the perfect true appearance of this peerless beauty. His movements became very slow, and there was a smile in the corners of his eyes, looking at the carved statue, with a gentle smile. However, the starlight became brighter and brighter, and the rules that enveloped his body continued to become stronger and stronger, increasing madly. The vast lake was covered by the emperor's glory. Countless people were attracted and cast their eyes towards this side. Although there were sometimes immortal emperors swimming in the lake, it was rare that he released his imperial glory to the extreme in the lake without concealing it, causing such a big commotion. Qin Wentian seemed to be immersed in the world of sculpture, completely forgetting where he was, and even forgetting that he had entered the state of cultivation without knowing it, resonating with the stars in the sky, and shining with the stars. This state was extremely wonderful, and it was also a kind of enlightenment. Qin Wentian, who forgot everything and immersed himself in guilt, suddenly entered this state while carving. "Can you also carve a portrait for me?" In Qin Wentian's mind, this voice still lingered, combined with that charming smile, making people fascinated and reluctant to walk out of that smile. However, at that time, he just avoided it indifferently, did not respond, and did not carve a portrait for her. The last stroke of the rule sword in his hand fell, and then gradually dissipated. The sword turned into starlight and dispersed into the invisible. Qin Wentian looked at the statue, and a brilliant smile appeared in his bright eyes. "I have carved the statue you want for you." Qin Wentian smiled, as if he was talking to Yukianayu. Unfortunately, if it was really Yukianayu, she would definitely respond and even seduce him again, but at this moment, it was silent. At this time, around the lake where Qin Wentian's lonely boat was, a series of strong men stood in the void, with amazing momentum, and even immortal emperors. The emperor's light also descended on them from the sky. A pair of cold eyes stared at Qin Wentian, and then glanced at the statue in his hand. Is this the reason why the leader of the bandits came to kill? Using the North Nether Emperor to lure Qin Wentian. In fact, many people thought that Qin Wentian would not appear, and it might be a waste of effort, but they got an unexpected surprise. Not only did Qin Wentian appear, but the leader of the bandits also appeared, and the giant lion evil emperor also descended on Helen Imperial City together. They didn't expect that these people would be so ignorant. Qin Wentian, you were originally from the land ruled by the emperor, and you had the opportunity to become a subordinate of the emperor, but you fell into the hands of a bandit, which is simply unforgivable. Now, you follow us to the imperial palace. Perhaps considering your strength, the emperor will show mercy and spare your life, allowing you to redeem yourself for meritorious service. Only one immortal emperor spoke loudly. Although Qin Wentian disguised his face, how could they not know who was sitting on the lonely boat at this moment? Qin Wentian did not speak, and sat quietly on the lonely boat. The immortal emperor looked at Qin Wentian nervously, looking at the emperor's light. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was extremely alert in his heart. This person's fighting power was too terrible. Before, he could kill the immortal emperor at the immortal king level. Now that the stars are shining together and the emperor's light has descended, the power of rules is more than one level stronger. This is a transformation. If he had not been afraid of Qin Wentian's strength, how could he have wasted his time talking to Qin Wentian, and even said that the emperor would spare him and make meritorious contributions? In fact, he was trying to delay Qin Wentian, and soon, the emperor would come in person. Not only him, but also the strong men around him did not dare to act rashly. But the emperor had just ordered them to take Qin Wentian directly through the communication crystal. What could they do? They could only come here with their heads held high, but no one dared to fight. Where is she? Qin Wentian still looked at the statue and asked lightly, as if he did not see the strong men around him at all, and did not see the existence of the emperor realm. Perhaps in his eyes, He did not even see the other party. Of course, everyone knew who he was talking about. The expression of the immortal emperor changed. He did not dare to disobey the emperor's order, but he would try to delay it as much as possible. You will know when you meet the emperor. Qin Wentian, come with me. I won't make it difficult for you. The immortal emperor's voice was calm and full of aura, which made many people who were boating on the lake secretly sigh that the immortal emperor had an extraordinary demeanor. He was indeed an immortal emperor under the emperor. He was indeed an extraordinary person. Facing the bandits, he was still like this, which showed his broad mind. Where is she? Qin Wentian seemed not to hear the other party's words, but just repeated it lightly. Although the voice was extremely calm, the immortal emperor could feel the weight contained in this simple repetition. His expression instantly became solemn. Looking at Qin Wentian, he slowly said, "You can see her if you follow me to the imperial palace, and even see the North Ming Yao Huang." After the voice fell, the statue in Qin Wentian's hand disappeared directly and was put away by him. Qin Wentian slowly stood up and looked up at the immortal emperor. With just one glance, the immortal emperor felt that the world was changing. He fell into a false illusion. The scene of this illusion turned out to be the scene of Xingtai, and he was chained in Xingtai. The terrible chains penetrated his body and locked him to the ridge behind Xingtai. His whole body was suspended in the air, as if he was ready to accept the baptism of death. No, this is an illusion. He was a strong man, and frantically told himself that this was fake, a false illusion. This was not a real scene, and he must not fall into it. But it was useless. He knew that this was fake, an illusion, but he couldn't break free. He seemed to be seriously injured and dying. He was chained and locked up, and his power was sealed. He could only wait to die. A bright sword slashed down from the void, like a sword of execution, and he roared, and a terrible power burst out of his body, but he couldn't stop the dazzling bright sword at all. With a sound of puchi, the sword of light slashed down, destroying everything. The powerful immortal emperor felt that he was nailed to the execution platform, but the irony was that the illusion disappeared suddenly at this moment. The lake was sparkling, and the breeze blew, but he could not feel the beauty, only fear and despair. Although it was an illusion, the sword of light that slashed down was real. With a sound of pudong, the body of an immortal emperor fell into the beautiful lake. Not long ago, everyone thought that this powerful immortal emperor had an extraordinary demeanor, but the scene that happened in the blink of an eye made them all feel trembling all over. It turned out that the immortal emperor was just pretending to be calm. Did he not dare to take action at all? He was killed with just one sword. A pair of extremely strange and terrifying eyes floated in the void. They were a pair of extremely strange eyes. At a glance, all the people around were trapped in a wonderful illusion. They all appeared in Xingtai and became the audience of Xingtai, while the subordinates of Helen Emperor became the criminals in Xingtai and were about to be executed. The strong men under the emperor all showed extremely panicked expressions. Before, they witnessed an immortal emperor being killed inexplicably. So, what they experienced at this moment must be what the previous immortal emperor experienced. What this means is enough to make them shudder. This is indeed the case. When the execution sword fell, their most fearful thing became a reality. One by one, the strong men were chopped off above the lake. This time, the action of Helen Emperor against Qin Wentian did yield great results, and even lured out the leader of the bandits. However, it was a disaster for many of the powerful men under the emperor's seat. Even many of the immortal emperors died, and the descendants of Helen Emperor were captured by the evil emperor. Did Helen Emperor really win? Moreover, all this is far from over. In the future, if everything can be done from the beginning, even if Helen Emperor does not sit on the throne of the emperor, he will not launch this action. In the lake, the breeze blew slowly, and everyone woke up from the illusion, only to see the powerful men turned into corpses and fell into the lake. They all felt that the breeze was very cold, cold to the bone. They turned their eyes and looked at the lonely boat again. The lonely boat was indeed a lonely boat, empty and lonely. The people on the lonely boat were no longer there. It seemed that no one had ever appeared on that lonely boat. Chapter 1560 Entering the Imperial Palace. Helen Emperor arrived, and came to the sky above the lake. He saw the bodies falling into the lake, and his face was as ugly as it could be. How long has it been? He has rushed here as fast as he can, but it is still too late. Can an immortal king really be this strong? Who can tell me what happened just now? Helen Emperor looked at the crowd on the dragon boat in the lake and asked indifferently. Your Majesty, he has broken through the realm, carved in the lake, and the starlight fell from the sky, breaking into the Emperor realm. Someone said to Helen Emperor, and a very sharp light flashed in Helen Emperor's eyes. How is this possible? As one of the 9 emperors sitting in the Lihoro Palace, Helen Emperor sat in this position at the intermediate level of the immortal king. His own talent and strength are unquestionable. In addition, of course, there is also the operation behind him. Helen Emperor, who comes from a super powerful force, in the Lihoro Palace, even the palace master of the Lihoro Palace may not be able to steadily intimidate him. Therefore, it can be said that Helen Emperor has a wide range of knowledge and has seen many Xianjiao figures, but Qin Wentian simply overturned his previous cognition. In addition to seeing Qin Wentian, he was in Xiante, and then heard that he was a bandit and a top-level immortal king. At that time, he still doubted that it was not true, but the previous battle undoubtedly proved the authenticity of the news. Now, Qin Wentian broke through the realm of immortal emperor? Is this a joke with him? Obviously, no one is joking. No matter how bold the people here are, they dare not joke with him, the emperor at this time. The eyes of the people around also confirmed all this very well. Qin Wentian did break through to the realm of emperor. In just over 20 years, from Xiante realm to immortal emperor, is this possible? It should be impossible, but it actually happened. Then there is only one possibility. In fact, Qin Wentian was not on the realm of Xiante back then, but immortal king, a top-level immortal king, but he has the art of concealing the world and the sea, and his hiding ability is extremely strong. Even he can't see through Qin Wentian's true realm. In this way, it can also explain his relationship with Biming Yaohuang as a senior sister and brother. An immortal emperor and a top immortal king. Issue a wanted order and return to the imperial palace. Emperor Helen waved his hand and returned to the imperial palace. He still had something very important to do, which was to mobilize troops from the Lihoro Palace. The identity of the bandits was already known, and their power was very strong. Now, this imperial city could not be left without someone guarding it. The evil emperor and Qin Wentian were still outside and had not been taken down, so he could not leave. Qin Wentian had been in the imperial city, quietly waiting for news about Yuqian. It was not until a few days later that many news gradually began to spread in this imperial city. In the battle that day, Yuqian was injured and surrounded by several immortal emperors. In the end, she broke out of the siege, but she still could not escape. She was still found by the pursuers, injured and captured, and her identity was exposed. She was the palace master of the Qian Palace in Yishan City and the most beautiful woman in Yishan City. With the powerful power of Emperor Helen, it was naturally impossible not to find out. Therefore, Emperor Helen mobilized strong men from the Lihoro Palace and went to Yishan City, preparing to uproot the Qian Palace in Yishan City. Yuqian was captured, and now no one knows where he is being held. I'm afraid these people want to play the same conspiracy again, using Yuqian to lure out the bandits. But this time, Helen Emperor did not dare to be too intense, just because of one reason. The evil emperor captured several of his descendants and left the imperial city, and did not choose to confront him directly. The domineering Lion King evil emperor actually prepared a way out, which made Helen Emperor anxious. Helen Emperor even asked the Lord of Lihoro Palace to replace Yuqian, and then find an opportunity to catch the other party in one fell swoop. The Lord of Lihoro Palace angrily rebuked him for not doing his job well. In the imperial city of Helen Emperor, a group of bandits were rampant, which was simply a disgrace to Lihoro Palace. Several strong men were killed. If he had not sent Wuxin Emperor to guard and seriously injured Yuqian and then encircled and suppressed him, it is very likely that the plan would be in vain, and Helen Emperor would even fall into the trap. The Lord of Lihoro Palace refuted Helen Emperor's request without mercy. As an emperor guarding a place, it would be fine if he was not good at doing things, but he even dared to propose to exchange the bandits for his relatives. The bandits were not captured by Helen Emperor. In short, although the leader of the bandits was captured, you have nothing to do with Helen Emperor, and the credit is not yours. Not only that, Helen Emperor also suffered heavy losses. The dead immortal emperors were all his subordinates, and the ones who were captured were his relatives. Helen Emperor was naturally very angry, but he had no choice but to calm himself. He knew that the Lord of Lihoro Palace had always wanted to take him down, just waiting for him to make a mistake. Although he was one of the 9 emperors under the Lord of Lihoro Palace, only he knew how he got to this position. It was not just as simple as strength. That was only one of the reasons why he was pushed up. On this day, the evil emperor finally appeared and sent a message to the Emperor Helen's palace, asking him to take Yukai and Yu to the agreed place to exchange people, otherwise he would bear the consequences. The Emperor Helen immediately began to make arrangements, but at this time, the Lihoro Palace directly intervened and sent strong men to come. At the same time, they made a series of actions that made the Emperor Helen dissatisfied, but he could not refute. On the agreed day, they led many strong men to the place agreed with the evil emperor, without taking Yukai and Yu. Yukai and Yu was no longer under the control of the Emperor Helen. When the Emperor Helen left, the North Ming Yaohuang and many strong men from the Lihoro Palace came to the Emperor Helen's palace. The North Ming Yaohuang's aura was cold, and her whole face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Compared with the past, her temperament has changed a bit, becoming colder and more beautiful. Her cultivation has become stronger, and she has entered the middle-level immortal emperor realm. However, there was no joy on Bei Mingyu Wang's face. Since she came out of retreat, she felt cold inside when she learned about what happened. Liho Palace Master had used her perfectly once, and was still very good to her, not even forcing her to do anything. Even in Helen Imperial City, he did not mention that the person to be killed was Bei Mingyu Wang, but anyone who is not a fool would know that it was referring to her. Qin Wentian knew, so Qin Wentian came. She went to meet the Liho Palace Master, who did not mention this matter at all, but only smiled and cared about her cultivation. What could she say? What could she do? As the Palace Master of Bei Mingxian Dynasty, the first person with the most talent in cultivation in Bei Mingxian Dynasty, she had never been used like this before, and she also deeply understood what kind of world the Taiguxian domain was. With a powerful force, she could own everything and guard a place, but inside, it was full of intrigue and deception. Beaming. In the palace of Helen Emperor, Wu Xiandi looked at beaming Yaohuang and said with a smile, "Congratulations on your breakthrough and reaching the next level. Just a mid-level immortal emperor." Beaming Yaohuang looked cold and ignored Wu Xiandi. Wu still smiled at beaming Yaohuang. Although he was the top immortal emperor in the ancient immortal domain and had seen countless beauties, he had to say that a cold beauty like beaming Yaohuang was still rare. Anyone who saw such a beauty would feel pleasing to the eye. No wonder Helen wanted to take her for himself and take her into the harem of the imperial palace. Whether it was the beautiful face or the perfect body proportions, they were all coveted. Beaming, "You have the favor of the palace master, and you will definitely have a bright future." Wu smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth, as if there was some deep meaning. The palace master's kindness should be remembered. Bei Mingyu Wang said coldly. Wu smiled and whispered softly, "You know, the palace master has always been very dissatisfied with Helan. Maybe you, Bei Ming, will have the chance to replace him in the future and become one of the 9 emperors to guard the area." Although Wu Xiandi is a top-level Xiandi, he never thinks that he is inferior to Helen Emperor, but there are only 9 positions for the 9 emperors, and each of them has his own reasons for sitting in this position. Although working under the palace master is an extraordinary position, how can it compare to the emperor who sits in charge of a region? The 9 emperors are in charge of a vast area. Everything here is decided by the emperor, which is definitely a very lucrative job. We will do whatever the palace master arranges. Bei Ming Yaohuang still replied calmly, and then walked away. Wu Xiandi looked at her beautiful back, with a faint smile in his eyes. This woman and the captured woman, 2 completely different beauties, but unfortunately, it is not easy to get them. At this moment, Wu's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and his eyes looked towards the edge of the imperial palace. A deep smile appeared on his face, and his figure flashed. Not only did he not go there, but he left in the opposite direction. Outside the imperial palace, Qin Wentian's figure floated down and landed in the imperial palace. He did not disguise himself, but appeared in his true face. The moment he stepped into the imperial palace, a group of figures blocked him in front of him, all staring at Qin Wentian nervously. Qin Wentian seemed not to see it, and stepped out directly. His immortal thoughts enveloped the vast area and swept through the imperial palace. He was shining with the glory of the emperor, and the power of the great light was released, which was extremely bright. Wherever he passed, screams were heard one after another, and those guarding strongmen were directly destroyed. This light was too bright, and the imperial palace was instantly shaken. One after another, strong men broke through the air. Someone said, "Enemy attack, activate the imperial palace formation." Waves of dazzling light bloomed, and endless light from the sky fell down. The imperial palace of Emperor Helen naturally had a protective formation, but when the formation was activated, it was still not as powerful as before. Before, when the evil emperor came, he had already controlled many strong men and directly destroyed a lot of the formation from the inside. In a palace in the imperial palace, a beautiful woman looked at the light in the distance, then sent a message to the crystal, and sent her immortal thoughts into it to inform the Helen Emperor. Next to her, there was a woman standing, who turned out to be Helen Mingayu. Helen Mingayu also looked in the direction of the light. Is he here? Is he really the guy from the immortal platform back then? In another direction, the North Ming Nether Emperor looked up at the place where the light was, and sighed in his heart, is he here after all? Chapter 1561 No one can beat. Qin Wentian arrived, descending into the imperial palace. Wherever the light reaches, it illuminates the heaven and earth, destroying everything. Many powerful people continue to encircle and suppress him, but before they reach Qin Wentian, when the endless power of the great light descends and shines on their bodies are directly destroyed by the light. Senior Wu. Someone shouted, but the Wu immortal emperor seemed not to hear it, or it seemed that he was not on the imperial palace at all. There were constant screams, and Qin Wentian kept stepping forward, killing into the depths of the imperial palace. A powerful immortal emperor appeared. He controlled the imperial palace formation, and there was a great destructive golden light falling from the sky to kill Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian looked up, and his palm blasted out, and golden arms penetrated the heaven and earth, like the fist of 10,000 Buddhas, directly blasting the killing golden light into pieces. The face of the immortal emperor changed drastically. Although the formation was already broken, such an attack was too terrible. He waved his hand, and suddenly a golden giant beast rushed down, covering the sky and the sun, shining brightly and shattering everything below. Qin Wentian looked up, his eyes were extremely cold. He raised his hand and blasted out the heavenly war fist, as if he had the power of 10,000 Buddhas, shaking the heaven and earth, the roaring Buddha light, the fist light soaring into the sky, and with a loud bang, the golden giant beast was directly pierced by the supreme power, and then turned into golden light curtain and disappeared. Qin Wentian's robe fluttered in the wind, and he took a step forward, crossed the void, and descended in front of the immortal emperor. At a glance, the great power of light on his body bloomed, illuminating everything, and directly shone on the other party's body. In just a moment, the immortal emperor closed his eyes, and blood flowed out of his eyes. Then his body turned into a little bit of light, and a miserable cry came out of his mouth. The immortal emperor's eyes continued to bleed, and he stared at Qin Wentian intently. He couldn't believe why the gap between them was so big, even though they were both beginner immortal emperors. Finally, he turned into a light spot and dissipated, as if he had never existed. Qin Wentian stepped directly through the light spot and continued to move forward. The guards in the imperial palace had already trembled with fear. No one dared to step forward to resist Qin Wentian, and let him move forward. Going deep into the imperial palace, Qin Wentian walked to the core area of the imperial palace. Going forward, it was the harem of Emperor Helen. A powerful mid-level immortal emperor appeared in front of Qin Wentian, with an extremely cold expression. Where is she? Qin Wentian asked. You are so wanton in killing, are you trying to kill her? The middle-level immortal emperor spoke coldly. Qin Wentian did not say anything, but stepped forward directly. When his eyes opened and closed, his pupil technique sealed the world and isolated the imperial light. The middle-level immortal emperor looked up at the sky, and he seemed to be trapped in a pair of eyes. Qin Wentian walked towards him, his expression was extremely cold, like the king of killing. Boom! Qin Wentian bathed in the imperial light and punched out. The great light divine fist shone on the world and descended from all directions, ignoring everything. The face of the strong man changed drastically, destroying everything. The great light divine fist ignored the distance in space and destroyed everything, smashing his attack. The attack defense he gathered was instantly destroyed, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. Then, as a middle-level immortal emperor, he was destroyed by the domineering attack that came directly. In the distance, Bei Mingyu Wang stood there, his long hair fluttering, his beautiful eyes staring at the figure of Qin Wentian, whose body was enveloped by light. He had entered the realm of the emperor, and was more extraordinary than before, gradually revealing his true peerless demeanor. Facing a strong man in the realm of the middle-level immortal emperor, he was still so domineering, sweeping everything away, and directly destroying with the power of the supreme attack. The light fist that illuminated everything, in addition to the art of great light, also incorporated other different attribute powers into it, absolutely domineering. She stood there without moving, and she also believed that Qin Wentian had seen her, but at this moment, how could they meet? Bei Mingyu Wang was considered a member of the Lihuro Palace. Qin Wentian was no longer just a bandit, and even directly killed his way into the palace of Helen Emperor, one of the 9 emperors. At least on the surface, the two of them must not get too close. Bei Mingyu Wang did not try to stop Qin Wentian, and did not even say much, but just watched silently. Now she knew the whole story. Qin Wentian came to Helen Imperial City just for her, and was trapped and surrounded. Ye Qianyu came to rescue him, but was seriously injured and captured. What reason did she have to stop Qin Wentian? And the people in the Imperial Palace faced Qin Wentian's strength, and no one dared to make a move. They all hid in the distance, watching the scene in front of them with trembling fear. Their eyes were extremely angry. The Emperor personally led people to deal with the bandits. Wu Xianti and Bei Mingyu Wang from Lihuro Palace were both in the Imperial Palace. They actually watched him die without helping. Only they could stop Qin Wentian. If Helen Emperor knew about this, I don't know what would happen. I'm afraid he would go directly to Lihuro Palace. But when they thought about who Wu and Bei Mingyu Wang belonged to, they couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. It was very cold. That palace master, is this going to use Qin Wentian's hand to do something? Qin Wentian arrived in the harem of the Imperial Palace. When Helen Mingyu and her mother, Helen Emperor's concubine Molan, saw Qin Wentian appear, their eyes changed. Molan was better, after all, she was an immortal emperor and had an extraordinary state of mind. Helen Mingyu's face changed constantly, and she stared at Qin Wentian's handsome face, which was Qin Wentian's original face. When the light enveloped him, Qin Wentian, who had cultivated life attributes, had an outstanding temperament. At this time, he was bathed in the light and was extremely handsome. It was because of his handsomeness that Helen Mingyu wanted to take him in as a subordinate, and it was also pleasing to the eyes to keep him by her side, but Qin Wentian refused, and then everything happened later. At the beginning, Helen Mingyu was given a city by her father and was the lord of a city. How could she look down on 2 casual cultivators? Even if Bei Mingyu Wang was an immortal emperor, she was not too afraid because her father was an emperor. However, she never dreamed that the world would change so fast. Now, Bei Mingyu Wang was already a member of Lihuro Palace, and her father did not dare to offend him casually. Qin Wentian, on the other hand, became a powerful bandit. With the realm of the initial immortal emperor, he came directly to the Imperial Palace and killed her. What a irony. Where is she? Qin Wentian looked at the two with an extremely cold expression. Qin Wentian, you were a guest of my Imperial Palace back then, why did you become a bandit? If you are willing to repent, I can still persuade the Emperor to let bygones be bygones. After all, your talent is here, and you will be valued even in Lihuro Palace in the future. The ancient immortal realm values you the most. Immortal Emperor Morin's beautiful eyes remained calm, making his voice gentle and speaking slowly. Qin Wentian's expression did not show any ripples. If Lihuro Palace valued the genius, it might not care about the loss of Helen Emperor, but is it possible for Helen Emperor to let bygones be bygones? Even if Helen Emperor could let bygones be bygones, he was not so generous. He looked at Helen Mingyu with a sarcastic look. His eyes were cold and contained a brilliant light. When they fell on Helen Mingyu dared not look into his eyes. Those eyes were too dazzling, but she still stubbornly supported herself and looked at Qin Wentian. Guest of honor? Why did I become a bandit? Shouldn't you know better than anyone else? Qin Wentian's voice was sarcastic. He actually said such a ridiculous thing. Did he not know what mining meant? If Helen Mingyu hadn't asked him to go mining, everything that happened later would not have happened. Helen Mingyu's face became even uglier. All of this was caused by her. If she hadn't sent Qin Wentian to mine, the things that happened later might not have happened. What do you want to do? If you really kill us, my father will kill you and your demon lover even if he has to use all means. Helen Mingyu said with a ferocious look. Similarly, I will do everything I can to kill your father. Qin Wentian said coldly, I have one last question, where's she? She has been moved away by the Lihuro Palace and is no longer in this imperial city. It is impossible for you to save her unless you can kill her in the Lihuro Palace. This is not my husband's intention, but the intention of the higher-ups. Whether you kill us or not, you can't change the current situation. Immortal Emperor Morin looked at Qin Wentian and said, I also know that you and my husband have a deep hatred, but at least for now, you are still in a weak position. Killing us will only implicate a bandit leader. Think twice before acting. The power of great light bloomed on Qin Wentian's body. He looked at Helen Mingyue and said, You are still so rude as a beginner immortal king. If you live, I don't know how many people you will harm. Qin Wentian still remembered that Yang Yuner, his partner in mining at that time, had offended Helen Mingyue and her family suffered misfortune. The light fell on Helen Mingyue, and her face turned pale as paper. She stretched out her hand to resist the light and shouted, Mother, save me. The divine power of immortal Emperor Molan burst out. Although she knew that she could not defeat Qin Wentian, she still attacked desperately when she saw her daughter like this. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and the light rushed into the opponent's body in an instant. Immortal Emperor Molan's body was stiff, and the terrible power of light raged in her body. Long vines of space swept out and entangled her body. Helen Mingyue screamed as usual, and her body dissipated little by little in the light. That beautiful face had long been distorted until it turned into nothingness and perished. Mingyue. Molan forgot the pain in her body and shouted at the disappearing figure. Her eyes were finally no longer calm, and she looked at Qin Wentian with hatred. Qin Wentian had a blank expression on his face. Helen Emperor, one of the 9 emperors, was high and mighty, and thought he could control the fate of others. Helen Mingyue was the same. He never took him, a small figure who had just come to the ancient fairyland, seriously. If it weren't for Yuqian, if he hadn't broken through the realm and entered the Emperor, he would have been crushed to death by these people like an ant, and he wouldn't even leave a trace in their hearts. What a presumptuous bandit, how dare you kill into the Imperial Palace? A cold voice came out, and a destructive airflow came from a distance. The figure of the Wuxan Emperor roared and rushed over. It was just in time. Chapter 1562 Prisoner. Molan was controlled by Qin Wentian, but her eyes were cold as she looked at the Wuxan Emperor who was coming to kill her. He came at this time, which was clearly to let Qin Wentian kill people in the Imperial Palace. Was the Palace Master going to attack the Helen family? It was so obvious that they were targeting him. What would happen if Helen Emperor went to arrest the bandits and learned about the situation here after he returned? He would be furious. Let go of my sister-in-law. Wuxan Emperor came with a terrible black light, and the power of destruction enveloped the vast void. The entire Imperial Palace seemed to be wrapped in his pressure, and his dark eyes stared at Qin Wentian. Sister-in-law. Molan's eyes were bloodshot, and she looked at Wu Xiandi coldly. Wu also looked at her and continued, What a bold bandit, you dare to act so recklessly. Qin Wentian stared at Wu Xiandi in the void, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. On that day, it was Wu Xiandi in front of him who came and injured Yuqian. Moreover, Yuqian's capture must have been related to Wu Xiandi. Endless Star Emperor light fell on him, and Qin Wentian was bathed in starlight. The supreme power of light was dazzling to the extreme, covering up all other rule powers on his body. Let go of sister-in-law, and surrender. Wu Xiandi said coldly. What kind of person is he? Although his talent is not as good as that of Helen Emperor, he has a high cultivation level, the top level of Xiandi realm, and the gap between the realms is huge. Even if Qin Wentian's combat power is against the sky and can kill the middle-level Xiandi, he still has only a dead end when facing him, and it is impossible to compete with him. Bei Mingyu Wang looked at the two parties confronting each other. She was still cold and stared at Qin Wentian. This was Wu Xiandi, a top-level Xiandi. Could Qin Wentian contend with him? Wu Xiandi made a move, and the rules burst out. A huge monster appeared behind his body. It turned out to be a black crow. This black crow was extremely dark, with a huge body that covered the sky and the sun. His pupils were deathly gray, full of death, extremely terrifying. This was a black crow of death. His deathly gray pupils looked at Qin Wentian. At this moment, Qin Wentian had an illusion that the pupils of death were going to cover him and put him in a state of death. Just this one look could kill people. The rules of great light and life on Qin Wentian's body flowed crazily, and the extremely rich breath of life bloomed from him, resisting the erosion of the power of death. Wu Xiandi looked extremely cold, and the rule domain descended. A deathly gray death rule domain, the entire space turned black. In this area, the sound of puffing continued to appear. The domain was full of black crows, covering the sky and the sun, endless. Each black crow was full of death and could peck at life. There were too many of them, covering the sky. The endless black crows of death rushed directly towards Qin Wentian's body. The great light in Qin Wentian's body was released to the extreme. An extremely huge ancient tree continued to spread out and grew towards the sky and the earth. Behind Qin Wentian, it seemed that a star phase derived from the star soul appeared. It was an extremely huge ancient tree of life. The sound of rustling came out, growing towards the 8 directions of the world, and the breath of life that was extremely vigorous was filled. Moreover, the vines and branches were all sharper than swords, shining brightly, rushing towards the black crows of death that flew down from the sky and the sun, and constantly obliterating them. There were continuous sounds of poo-poo-poo. There were too many black crows of death, so many that they were endless and limitless. The brilliant sword of light that bloomed on Qin Wentian's body swung and slashed, constantly wiping them out. In the place where the light shone, the black crows kept decreasing, but there was no way to directly irradiate and destroy them like the initial stage immortal emperors. The defense of these black crows of death was surprisingly strong. One after another, golden ancient Buddhas appeared, constantly spanning between heaven and earth. Thousands of ancient Buddhas, blooming extremely powerful Buddha light, illuminating the world and saving all living beings. One after another, huge and boundless Buddhist palm prints blasted out, crushing the black crows. Qin Wentian floated in the air. He stretched out his palm, and the hand of God burst out, covering the sky and the sun, wiping out all existence. The endless black crows could not kill him. The black immortal emperor seemed to have transformed into a crow king. With his gray eyes, he stared coldly at Qin Wentian's figure, and then he struck out with his palm. In an instant, one black crow after another launched an even more violent attack at the same time. Endless claws rushed towards Qin Wentian. The claws of those dead black crows not only contained a strong death intention, but also had an indestructible sharp intention. They were shining with silver light, and they were about to pierce through the world and crush Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his hand, and the great light divine fist blasted out. The endless fist of light penetrated everything and collided with the attack that came to kill, crushing it. But the black immortal emperor's attack was far from stopping. He blasted out many black death seals. Before the seals came, people felt a sense of death at the end of the world, as if they would definitely die under these death seals. The hand of God blasted out, revealing the supreme power, and the opponent's seal hit everything, turning into extremely dazzling strong light, and collapsed together. The face of immortal Emperor Morin, who was captured and bound by Qin Wentian, had already turned gray. If Qin Wentian had not injected her with the breath of life, she would have been dead. Witnessing the battle between Emperor Wu and Qin Wentian, she was in a state of shock. She even thought that if her daughter Helen Mingyu had not offended Qin Wentian, but had tried to make friends with him, Qin Wentian might have become the most powerful helper of her husband, immortal Emperor Helen, and even, he was only at the initial stage of immortal Emperor, and he was enough to fight side by side with Emperor Helen. However, such a person, and such an outstanding person as Bei Mingyu Wang, were pushed to the opposite side. Now, they were used by the palace master of Lihuro Palace. The imperial palace was so miserable. It was conceivable that the power of Helen Emperor, one of the 9 emperors, was almost gone. If he made some more mistakes, the palace master of Lihuro Palace could find an excuse to dismiss him. This was really an irony. His daughter Helen Mingyu was unruly and willful, and Helen Emperor liked women, which led to the current situation. It could be said that he had brought trouble upon himself. Crow looked extremely cold at this moment, and his dark eyes of death were extremely terrifying. How could a beginner immortal emperor, with such a big gap, be able to fight him like this? He snorted coldly, and the meaning of death became stronger, and the black crow ran away. Qin Wentian stretched out his hands, and the dazzling rules flowed wildly on his body. His palms were shining with dazzling golden Buddha light, and endless runes intertwined and blasted out at the same time. 2 huge and terrifying palm prints directly crossed the void and landed directly in front of Wu, attacking like lightning. "Get out!" Wu Xiandi shouted loudly, and the death seal was shot out, but in a hurry, the death seal collapsed, and his body was actually shocked and retreated. He couldn't help but look a little colder. Qin Wentian's attack was able to ignore the arrival of space and integrate the power of space into his palm print attack, so that he was caught off guard and almost suffered a loss. Wu Xiandi's eyes were terrible, and the huge black crow's pupils floating behind him were even more terrible. I saw Wu Xiandi open his mouth and spit out a magic weapon, which turned out to be a grey death banner. For a time, ghosts cried and wolves howled, and death was everywhere. The black crows were still bursting and growing wildly, and the death power contained in each black crow was even stronger. Enough. A cold voice came. Wu turned his eyes, and then he saw Bei Mingyu Wang floating towards this side, and soon came to this space, with a beautiful figure floating in the air. Bei Ming, what do you mean? Wu Xiandi said coldly. You should understand. Bei Mingyu Wang spoke, then looked at Qin Wentian and said in a voice transmission, you should leave quickly. You can't beat Lihuro Palace. If you want revenge, come back later. Qin Wentian looked at Bei Mingyu Wang. He naturally understood that Bei Mingyu Wang was doing this for his own good, but would he just leave like this? Ye Qianai was captured for him, and now his life and death were unknown. Could he leave? Bei Ming, the palace master treated you well, but you actually sided with him. Wu stared at Bei Mingyu Wang. The death on his body surged towards him, and there was a touch of evil in his eyes, and he was actually ready to attack Bei Mingyu Wang together, and those black crows flew towards Bei Mingyu Wang in groups, circling wildly. Bei Mingyu Wang's eyes were extremely cold, and invisible air currents swept across the world. She shouted loudly, her long hair flying, and the black crows ran wild, circling around her body crazily, and then turned around and killed Wu Xiandi. Can you control dead things? Wu Xiandi's pupils shrank slightly, staring at Bei Mingyu Wang. I said, enough. Bei Mingyu Wang's tone was cold. Haha, it's too late. At this moment, Wu Xiandi sneered, and a terrible breath descended, and dazzling beams of light fell from the sky. A group of mighty strong men descended into the imperial palace. Qin Wentian glanced over there, and his eyes froze there. He saw Helen Emperor, whose face was extremely ugly, and his murderous intent burst out, staring at Qin Wentian, but he did not take action. There seemed to be several super strong people beside him. Moreover, behind them, there was a prison cell, which imprisoned the evil emperor and several powerful immortal emperors, including several sedan bearers of Qianai. They were captured, and they were all from Qianai Palace. Bei Mingyu Wang turned pale when he saw this scene. This was the Lihuro Palace's strong intervention. Helen Emperor obviously did not have such a strong ability. The several immortal emperors beside him were all top immortal emperors. Bei Mingyu Wang had seen them, and they were all immortal emperors of Lihuro Palace, people under the seat of the palace master. Sure enough, Lihuro Palace was behind this, dominating the whole situation, and even did not tell her. After all, she and Qin Wentian knew each other, and everyone knew that Lihuro Palace and Helen Emperor had used her to attract Qin Wentian. How could they tell her about the action? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1563 The Palace Master's Methods. The evil emperor was captured. They made an appointment with Helen Emperor to exchange hostages and rescue Qianai, but it obviously failed. The Lihuro Palace sent strong men to secretly intervene and capture the evil emperor and others. Roar. A low roar came out of the evil emperor's mouth. He was weak and his strange eyes were bleeding. He was obviously injured. When he saw Qin Wentian, he whispered, "Go, go." As soon as Qin Wentian heard this voice, he saw several top immortal emperors on the other side dispersed and surrounded him. Helen Emperor stepped forward and said coldly, "Let her go." He was referring to the Morin immortal emperor who was captured by Qin Wentian. At this time, Morin immortal emperor was also very miserable, with a dying breath, as if she could die at any time. She was full of death. Obviously, in the previous battle, although she was not the target of the Wu immortal emperor's attack, she was also greatly affected. Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned and fell on the person behind Helen Emperor. That was the barbarian emperor. He was not imprisoned. His eyes were extremely cold, looking at Qin Wentian, as if he had an irreconcilable hatred. "You betrayed Qianai Palace." Qin Wentian stared at the barbarian emperor and said coldly. Qin Wentian, a man of insight, is a hero. This time, the barbarian emperor has made meritorious contributions. I will naturally ask the palace master to protect him from death. A middle-aged immortal emperor next to Helen Emperor spoke. He had a very high cultivation level, a top-level immortal emperor, and he was intimidating without anger. He seemed to be the leader this time. A traitor who can betray his master, you dare to want him. Qin Wentian glanced at the other person coldly. Qin Wentian. The barbarian emperor's voice was extremely cold. I didn't betray you, Qian. I treated her like this, followed her to fight, and even became a bandit. I didn't expect that in her heart, I was not even half as important as you. It's ridiculous. I have known her for so many years, but she scolded me for you many times. Now, she has ended up like this. Qin Wentian, all this is because of you. You fought for her and became a bandit for her. Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically, although I don't know what you have been through in the past, but without your Qian's father, someone like you would never have the cultivation you have today, nor would you have a position in Qian palace. Now, I'm sorry for you, barbarian emperor, go to hell. As soon as Qin Wentian finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became extremely weird, and a pair of terrifying pupils appeared. The barbarian emperor only felt that the whole person instantly fell into Qin Wentian's pupil technique space. He roared and stepped back. How dare you? The top-level immortal emperor shouted angrily, raised his hand and struck out with a blast. One after another, terrifying imperial lights continued to appear, but they could not affect Qin Wentian at all. At a glance, in the pupil space, the barbarian emperor was enveloped by endless brilliant light, screaming and showing extreme fear. You don't deserve to live at all. Qin Wentian's voice drilled into his ears. This was the last voice he heard, and then it turned into nothingness under the light. Qin Wentian was also hit by the power that came to kill, and his body was broken. However, the terrifying immortal attribute and life rules enveloped his body, and his body soon recovered as before, which made the immortal emperor who was staring at him show a touch of surprise. As for the death of the barbarian emperor, they didn't seem to care that much. He was just a traitor, and he was just an initial-level immortal emperor. He died, and Qin Wentian killed him, just right. Qin Wentian, do you really want to die so much? The top-level immortal emperor said coldly. Want to kill me? Go ahead. Qin Wentian said coldly, but at this time, Bei Mingyu Wang stepped out again and blocked Qin Wentian. Bei Ming. The top immortal emperor looked at Bei Mingyu Wang. Bei Mingyu Wang looked cold and didn't say anything, but his actions showed everything. Bei Mingyu Wang dared to go against the palace master, so he will be killed together. Helen Emperor had a strong killing intention, but more an immortal emperor was still in Qin Wentian's hands, so he didn't dare to act easily. Moreover, he was still in great pain in his heart for what happened before. All the hostages captured by the evil emperor died and were killed. It was just because the people sent by the palace master were not for negotiation at all, but directly attacked, completely ignoring the life and death of his descendants, as long as the outcome. According to them, capturing bandits is above all else. The imperial palace was so miserable, and it is conceivable what kind of mood Helen Emperor was in at the moment. If he had enough strength now, he would probably really kill his way into the Lihoro palace. The palace master used this bandit group and Qin Wentian to take away most of his life. Although he was just following the trend, the palace master was too cruel. Although he knew that the person sitting in the position of the palace master was naturally a very resourceful and ruthless person, he still didn't expect that today, the palace master would be so ruthless. How dare you? The top immortal emperor next to him said coldly. When Helen Emperor heard the other party's scolding, his eyes narrowed and shot out cold light. He was one of the 9 emperors after all. Even if the other party was someone close to the palace master, he shouldn't scold him so mercilessly. Sure enough, the palace master wanted to move him. If he had known this, he shouldn't have fought for this position in the first place, and he wouldn't have fallen into the current situation. Beiming has outstanding talents, and the palace master has always valued him. Qin Wentian, although you are a bandit, the palace master cherishes talents, and may give you a way to let you serve the palace master in the future and make meritorious contributions. What do you think? The top immortal emperor said calmly. At this moment, Helen Emperor's body trembled slightly, and he was extremely angry. Protector, what do you mean by this? Helen Emperor's voice was a little gloomy. The person next to him was the protector of Lihoro Palace, and belonged to the Lihoro Palace Master. His words, in a sense, actually represented the attitude of the Lihoro Palace Master. Otherwise, he would never dare to say such a big thing as recruiting the bandits without the Palace Master's opinion. Qin Wentian, as a member of the bandits, caused such a terrible storm, and even broke into the palace of one of the 9 emperors and killed his relatives. Now, the palace master actually wants to take Qin Wentian for himself? What a ridiculous thing. At this moment, Helen Emperor only felt a chill all over his body. The palace master of Lihoro Palace seemed to be more cruel and vicious than he imagined. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharpness, and he looked at the other party in surprise. He did not expect the other party to say such a thing. The beaming Yao Huang beside him did not expect it either. He stared at this scene in a daze. The palace master's thoughts were indeed so deep that they made people feel terrible. Was he going to drive Emperor Helen crazy? However, with Qin Wentian's personality, how could he agree? Can you let Jiutian go? Qin Wentian suddenly said. Beaming Yao Huang's beautiful eyes gave rise to a ripple, and then returned to normal. This seemed to be more in line with his personality. If it was for Jiutian, he would indeed compromise. However, the guardian shook his head and said, I still have to have principles in doing things. Jiutian is the leader of the bandits. She must be responsible for this matter. Otherwise, even if she reports it to the realm master, the palace master will not be able to explain. But you, after all, were bewitched by the leader of the bandits. As long as you are willing to reform, the palace master may still give you a chance. This meaning seems to be not only referring to Qin Wentian, but also to the evil emperor and others, making the eyes of the people in the prison flash with a strange color. What do these people mean? Beaming, you know Qin Wentian, why don't you persuade him? If you miss this opportunity, you will only die. This choice seems to be simple. The immortal emperor looked at beaming Yao Huang and said, Qin Wentian. Beaming Yao Huang looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. At this moment, there was a hint of gentleness in her cold eyes. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes expressed what she wanted to say. Of course, she didn't want Qin Wentian to die. If you want revenge, you can do it when you become stronger. Now it's better to compromise first. Bei Mingyu Wang said in a voice transmission. Qin Wentian's aura was still cold. He didn't speak. But Helen Emperor, who was not far away, was almost going crazy. The people from Lihoro Palace were almost slapping him in the face, and they were hitting him non-stop. Such a deadly feud, the other party actually wanted to resolve it with just one sentence and use it for Lihoro Palace? The lines on his face were twitching. He resisted the urge to go crazy, but it was extremely painful. Qin Wentian, you were impulsive for me once, and it ended up like this. Isn't it enough? If you are impulsive again, you will die, and the people from Qianyu Palace will die, and I will also die. Can I just stand by and watch? Do you want us all to be buried with you? Bei Mingyu Wang walked in front of Qin Wentian, his beautiful eyes still staring at him, and secretly persuaded him in a voice transmission. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. Do you want to compromise? He clenched his fists, looked at the other party and said, what about Jiutian? How do you plan to deal with her? I have no right to deal with her. This depends on the palace master's opinion. However, if you are willing to serve the palace master, you can plead for her. The palace master is kind and should give her a way out, but it is absolutely impossible to let her go. She has caused a great uproar here, and she is also the daughter of the great thief Yi back then. The guardian of Lihoro Palace said. The daughter of Yi's subordinate, why does the palace master of Lihoro Palace dare to use her? What is his intention? Qin Wentian's eyes flickered. If he could keep Qianyu alive, then there would be hope in the future. I have been in Lihoro Palace for a few years. The palace master is very powerful. He should keep Qianyu to contain you. The palace master wants to use you, of course, not only because of your talents. As far as I know, it is very likely that he wants to use the conflict between you and Helen Emperor to deal with those behind Helen Emperor and become his pawns. Beaming Yao Huang transmitted the voice. In order to persuade Qin Wentian, she seemed to have more words. Lihoro Palace Master. Qin Wentian naturally guessed the other party's intention. He was not worried that they would hold a grudge against him. He was very scheming and extremely confident. I agree. Qin Wentian said. He finally bowed his head and had to learn to bow his head and compromise. This is the ancient fairyland. P.S. Another leader has appeared, thank you. Chapter 1564, Lihoro Palace Master. I don't agree. An extremely cold voice came out, and the face of Helen Emperor was extremely gloomy. He had been patient, but he could hardly bear it anymore. A bandit who broke into his imperial palace and killed his relatives, and those bandits who killed his offspring. The palace master actually wanted to use him for his own use. What kind of thing was this? What did he think of Helen Emperor? Of course he didn't agree. He wanted to kill Qin Wentian and others on the spot. The top immortal emperor glanced at Helen Emperor coldly and said, "Helen Emperor, this matter is not something that can be decided by whether you agree or not. I will personally ask the palace master for his opinion. If the palace master is willing, if you dare to disobey his orders, you will bear the consequences yourself." As he said that, the guardian immortal emperor took out the communication crystal and injected a fairy thought into it. Although Helen Emperor had guessed the result, his eyes were still staring at the guardian immortal emperor. Not long after, the guardian immortal emperor said, "The palace master has ordered me to take people to the Lihiro palace to meet him." Although Emperor Helen knew the outcome, his face was still gloomy to the extreme when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Okay, I will go with you to meet the palace master." He wanted to see how the palace master of the Lihiro palace would recruit the bandits who killed his family as his own. "Okay." The guardian immortal emperor nodded, glanced at Qin Wentian and said, "Let her go first." Qin Wentian waved his hand and immediately let go of immortal Emperor Morin. Emperor Helen flashed and came to immortal Emperor Morin and supported her. Immortal Emperor Morin glanced at Emperor Helen. As an immortal emperor, she was extremely vulnerable at the moment. She never dreamed that she would end up like this. Bei Mingyu Wang always guarded Qin Wentian. Although there was absolutely no need to deceive Qin Wentian with so many powerful people coming, she still stood with Qin Wentian. If the people from Lihiro Palace really wanted to attack Qin Wentian, she would accompany Qin Wentian. I am afraid that Bei Mingyu Wang herself did not realize that the person she once hated and even wanted to kill personally, now, she and Qin Wentian were so closely connected without knowing it. "Let's go," the guardian fairy emperor said, and then the group headed towards a certain direction behind the imperial palace. There was a teleportation formation there that could directly lead to the place where Lihiro Palace was located. In the land of one realm, the realm master ruled all parties and controlled the 9 realm palaces. Each realm palace was in charge of the 9 emperors. These forces were intertwined and tightly connected. The subordinate forces had no way to tell the superior forces anything, but as long as the superior forces gave an order, the subordinate forces could gather together in the shortest time. Lihiro City is one of the 10 main cities in the vast domain of the Changsheng realm. In addition to the place where the realm master is located, the 10 main cities are naturally the 9 super cities where the 9 realm palace is located. Lihiro City, where the Lihiro Palace is located, is one of them. Lihiro City has many teleportation arrays that can travel between the various areas under its jurisdiction. The teleportation array in the Helen Emperor Palace directly leads to the teleportation area of Lihiro City. After coming out, the group rushed in a certain direction, which was naturally the direction where the Lihiro Palace was located. As one of the most powerful places in the Changsheng realm, the Lihiro Palace is like a heavenly palace fortress, towering above the earth and reaching the sky. Looking up from below, the heavenly palace fortress is majestic and boundless, and there is a red flame around it, and there are faint wisps of dark destructive light hidden in it, which makes this Lihiro Palace contain an incomparably terrifying power. It is rumored that there is a super formation hidden underground in this Lihiro Palace. The Lihiro formation has the power to destroy the heaven and earth. If someone invades the Lihiro Palace and activates the Lihiro formation, it can burn the heaven and earth and cover the entire Lihiro Palace. However, almost no one has seen the scene of the formation being activated. In the Changsheng realm, who dares to invade the Lihiro Palace, one of the 9 realm palaces under the command of the Changsheng realm lord? In front of the Lihiro Palace gate, there are thousands of feet of stairs, step by step up, like a pilgrimage. The palace gate is extremely majestic and guarded by strong men. The people guarding the palace gate are all strong men in the realm of Immortal King. When they saw Qin Wentian and his group coming, they all bowed slightly and said, "Chen Protector." Chen Protector is the top Immortal Emperor Protector. As the protector of Lihiro Palace, he has a very high status. He is a person close to Lihiro Palace. He does not even need to report when he brings people into the palace. The group went deep into the Lihiro Palace and came to a majestic ancient palace. Outside the palace, there was a line of strong men guarding, and there were even immortal emperor guards, which was terrifying. The palace master is waiting for the guardian in the hall. The immortal emperor nodded to the guardian Chen. Yes. The immortal emperor guardian glanced at everyone and said, "Let's go in." As he spoke, the group walked into the ancient palace. There were many strong men in the ancient palace, but they were not so majestic, but stood there casually. Only the figure directly above was wearing a black robe, of medium build, and quite ordinary in appearance, but his eyes were extremely bright. He was chatting casually with everyone in the hall. When he saw everyone coming in, he glanced at them. With just one glance, Qin Wentian felt that a pair of terrifying eyes seemed to be able to see through him. Greetings to the Palace Master. The Guardian Immortal Emperor bowed. Helen pays respect to the Palace Master. Although Emperor Helen hated the Palace Master of Lihoro Palace in his heart, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the other party, and still bowed respectfully. Beiming pays respect to the Palace Master. Beiming, Yao Huang and others also paid respects one after another. The Palace Master of Lihoro Palace waved his hand and said with a smile, Chen Protector has worked hard on this trip. This is my job. Chen Protector said calmly, Palace Master, the people have been brought here. Except for those who resisted and were killed, the rest of the bandits are all here. Roar. A low roar came from the prison behind him. The eyes of the evil emperor were extremely cold, staring at the Palace Master of Lihoro Palace. One of the two Palace Masters who surrounded and killed the Night Emperor was the Palace Master of Lihoro Palace. Evil Emperor, the Night Emperor has been dead for many years. You have been abandoned for so long, and I didn't expect you to be restless. The Palace Master of Lihoro looked at the evil emperor with a smile, not caring at all, as if he didn't care about the existence of a top demon emperor. I heard from Chen the Guardian that you, the evil emperor, are willing to submit to me now. Is this true? Lihoro Palace Master asked again. He would not say that he took the initiative. Helen Emperor was still here. Although some things were tacitly understood by everyone, things on the surface still had to be done beautifully. Qin Wentian turned around and looked at the evil emperor in the prison. He saw that the pair of strange eyes showed a struggle. He seemed to have noticed Qin Wentian's gaze and looked over here. He looked at Qin Wentian and made up his mind. Even if he was humiliated, he would accept it. He would wait. Even if there was no chance, he would wait for an opportunity to come out. Yi Qianai was still in the hands of the other party. They couldn't just die in vain. Really? The evil emperor closed his huge eyes, as if he was extremely reluctant. Lihoro Palace Master certainly understood his reluctance, but he didn't care. What he wanted was the ending. He also knew that the evil emperor and his men would not sincerely submit, but he didn't need the evil emperor's sincere submission. It was enough to know that these people were useful to him. What about you? The Lord of Lihoro Palace looked at the others in the prison, and they all nodded, very unwillingly surrendering. Chen Guardian, unlock the prison. The Lord of Lihoro Palace waved his hand and said. Chen Guardian went forward and put away the treasures that imprisoned them in the Imperial Palace, and released the evil emperor and others. Palace Master. At this time, Helen Emperor spoke, looking at the Lord of Lihoro Palace and said, They killed my relatives and descendants. I hope the Lord of Lihoro Palace will take back the order and kill these unforgivable bandits to set an example and deter other bandits. The Lord of Lihoro Palace glanced at Emperor Helen and said with a smile, Helen, I know you are in a bad mood, but there are many bandits in my Lihoro Palace, and you have suffered heavy losses this time. My Lihoro Palace is seriously in need of capable people to serve. Now that these people are willing to repent, they should be given a chance to atone for their sins. Palace Master, if such bandits can surrender, wouldn't it make the subordinates feel disappointed? Would the other emperors guarding various places and the Palace Master's subordinates feel disappointed? Emperor Helen bowed. How dare you? A top-level immortal emperor next to the Lord of Lihoro Palace shouted angrily, staring at Emperor Helen and said, Helen, you dare to talk to the Palace Master like this? Are you committing a crime of insubordination? I dare not. Emperor Helen still bowed his head. The Lord of Lihoro Palace stared at Emperor Helen and slowly said, Helen, from what you said, it seems that you have a big prejudice against me. This voice was extremely calm, but it made Emperor Helen feel a chill all over his body. He lowered his head and said, I dare not. I know that you have suffered heavy losses this time and lost your loved ones. I understand you, so I did not punish you. However, don't forget who you are. As one of the 9 emperors, the 2 main mines were robbed by bandits. They are simply rampant. And you, the emperor, have no ability at all. You need me to send people to cooperate with you. Otherwise, who can you take down? I am very disappointed in your ability. The Lord of Lihoro Palace spoke coldly, which made Emperor Helen's heart tremble. This group of bandits is more capable than you. Another word from the Lord of Lihoro Palace made Emperor Helen's heart cold to the freezing point. His face was pale and his heart was in pain. He knew that the Lord of Lihoro Palace would not change his mind because of his words. The people in the hall looked at Helen Emperor with some irony. They certainly knew why the Palace Master did this. Why were the other emperors disappointed? The other emperors were not Helen Emperor. There was a big clan behind them that dared to compete with the palace master secretly. How could the palace master tolerate them in the Lihoro Palace? Qin Wentian. At this time, the Lihoro Palace master did not look at Helen Emperor again, but looked directly at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked up at the Lihoro Palace master, and then saw that the other party got up from the chair, walked down, looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. If I had known that you had a good relationship with another emperor and had such a talent, I would admire you very much. Although you are a bandit, as far as I know, you were forced to mine by Helen Emperor's daughter Helen Mengayu. You were out of helplessness. Speaking of it, it can't be blamed on you. Since you are willing to turn over a new leaf and submit to me, you can tell me what position you want. Helen Emperor's body trembled violently, and his fists clenched tightly involuntarily. Chapter 1565, Lihoro Prison. Qin Wentian looked at the smile on the face of the palace master of Lihoro Palace, his gaze also fixed there. At this moment, the palace master of Lihoro Palace had no dignity at all, and looked at him with a smile, like a senior elder, without the power of a superior, as if he treated him sincerely. In the hall, many immortal emperors under the seats of Lihoro Palace looked at Qin Wentian with smiles on their faces. Protector Chen said with a smile, Qin Wentian, such treatment is very rare. As a protector, I have never enjoyed such love from the palace master. Young and promising, with such outstanding talent, no wonder the palace master looks at this junior differently. Another immortal emperor said with a smile, as if they were all very friendly to Qin Wentian. They didn't treat Qin Wentian as a bandit, which made Qin Wentian speechless. However, he quickly reacted. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to ask for any position, but said politely, Wentian thanks the palace master for his kindness. I know nothing about Lihoro Palace, but I will follow your orders. But, Wentian dares to make a request. As long as you don't ask me to release your Qian, everything will be fine. The palace master of Lihoro Palace smiled and said, without any taboo, as if this major event that shocked the Helen Emperor area was insignificant in his eyes. I want to meet your Qian. Qin Wentian looked at the Lord of Lihoro Palace, not knowing what his reaction would be, but he saw the Lord of Lihoro Palace smiled indifferently and said, that's no problem. I'll let Guardian Chen take you to see Ye Qian later. However, Ye Qian is the leader of the bandits and the daughter of the former great thief Ye Di. It's impossible to let her go. Of course, if you can't make great contributions in the future, maybe I can give her better treatment, for example, as long as she stays in Lihoro City honestly. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly bloomed with a light, and he saw the Lord of Lihoro Palace turned around with a smile, returned to his seat and sat down, and said, you are a newcomer, so I can't directly appoint you as one of the 9 emperors. Moreover, although your current combat power is strong, it still lacks maturity. If you can step into the middle-level Fairy King in the future and make some contributions, you may have the opportunity to be named an emperor and guard one side for me. Now, you temporarily take over the seat of the commander of the northern city area of Lihoro City. Many people in the hall showed their sharpness, their eyes flashing with light. Although the palace master valued Bei Mingyu Wang, he only let her continue to sit on the side of Helan Dijun and did not assign important tasks. When Qin Wentian came, he was only at the low-level Immortal Emperor realm, but he was actually appointed as a commander. However, they soon showed a meaningful look. The palace master's move was indeed brilliant. In addition, since the evil emperor and others are willing to surrender and are familiar with you, I will hand them over to you and appoint them as your subordinates. Of course, if these guys dare to act recklessly in the future and do not cherish this opportunity, I will definitely kill them. The voice of the palace master of Lihoro suddenly became a little more majestic, and the powerful power descended on the evil emperor, causing the evil emperor to lower his head, but his huge eyes revealed a ray of fierce light, and he could only endure it for the time being. Palace Master. At this time, Bei Mingyu Wang spoke up. Lihoro Palace Master looked at her and asked, Yu Wang, do you have anything to say? Palace Master, Qin Wentian and I are old acquaintances. Can you arrange for me to go to Qin Wentian as well? Bei Mingyu Wang spoke up. Qin Wentian glanced at her when he heard this. Emperor Yu, I have other arrangements for you. You don't have to go to Helen anymore. Just listen to my instructions. However, I know that you have a good relationship with Qin Wentian. You are both in Lihoro City. You can meet and chat at any time. There is no need to stay together. Lihoro Palace Master said with a smile. Beaming Emperor Yu naturally understood that this was a rejection. She knew that there was no need to mention it again, so she nodded. Okay. Okay, Qin Protector, you brought the people here. I will leave it to you to arrange. Let Qin Wentian meet Jiutian Yu first, and then let them go to Bicheng District for the handover. Lihuro Palace Master gave an order, and Qin Protector nodded. I'll take my leave. As he said that, he looked at Qin Wentian and said, Brother Qin, let's go. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and Qin Protector's address to him instantly changed to Brother Qin. Nodding, Qin Wentian glanced coldly at Emperor Helen. Emperor Helen's face was extremely ugly, but he didn't say anything. What could he say? Lihuro Palace Master had arranged everything, and he had no right to speak at all. It's ridiculous. This group of bandits suddenly became the leader, and they were arranged in the North City area. The Palace Master's scheming is really deep. I will also take my leave. Helen Emperor bowed and said. Lihuro Palace Master responded lightly, sat there and closed his eyes. Helen Emperor looked at Lihuro Palace Master deeply, turned around and left. This time, he was played badly by the Palace Master, using the hands of the bandits. However, what can he say? The family will probably only think that he is incompetent. Otherwise, how could he be so miserable by a group of bandits? The Palace Master just went with the flow. In the final analysis, he sent people to help him. Otherwise, he would not be able to deal with this group of bandits. If this is not his incompetence, what is it? The back of Helen Emperor's departure was full of loneliness, but when he walked out of the Imperial Palace, a very cold light flashed in his eyes. The leader of the North City District? He will definitely make them die without a burial place. Even though this is Lihuro City, not the area governed by Helen Emperor, so what? His family power is everywhere, and this revenge must be avenged. Of course, Helen Emperor understood that this was exactly what the Palace Master wanted, but even if he knew, could he not avenge this? If he had enough ability, he would take the Lihuro Palace Master with him for revenge, but he was too weak now. The Lihuro Palace Master, one of the 9 Palace Masters of the Realm Palaces, and one of the 9 truly extraordinary and powerful figures under the seat of the Changsheng Realm Master, was not so easy to deal with. Guardian Chen, Qin Wentian, Beaming Yao Huang and the evil emperor walked together. Guardian Chen said to Qin Wentian, Brother Qin, from now on, you and I will serve the Palace Master together, so we should get closer. Guardian Chen is polite. Qin Wentian said. I have seen Brother Qin's fighting power. It is rare to find such a powerful person in the entire Lihuro Palace. No wonder the Palace Master favors you and makes an exception for you, directly appointing you as the commander. No one has ever had such treatment before. Moreover, the commander of a party must be at least at the level of a mid-level immortal emperor. Chen Guardian said again. Qin Wentian just nodded calmly. He didn't say much. He just wanted to see Jiutian Yu as soon as possible to see how she was. Behind them, Wu Xiandi also looked unhappy. He didn't expect the Palace Master to play such a trick. Although he knew that the Palace Master was using Qin Wentian, he was still very uncomfortable. After all, the person who dealt with Jiutian Yu and Qin Wentian this time was mainly him, and Qin Wentian must have a grudge against him. Moreover, Wu Xiandi knew what the Palace Master wanted to do with Qin Wentian, so he would definitely support Qin Wentian and even let him improve his cultivation and give him power. In this way, he would be embarrassed. But he couldn't influence the Palace Master's intention. He knew who the Palace Master was, so he didn't say a word before, just listened silently and thought silently. Jiutian Yu was a strong man in the middle-level immortal emperor realm, with extremely strong combat power. She was also the leader of the bandits. Naturally, her imprisonment was unusual. At this moment, Jiutian Yu was regarded as a serious criminal and was imprisoned in the Lihuro prison of Lihuro Palace. Lihuro prison was a powerful magic weapon with a hidden space inside. It was extremely gloomy and terrifying. When Qin Wentian and others came outside, they felt a terrible and gloomy atmosphere. There were 2 people guarding outside the prison. They were only at the Immortal King realm and were pitifully weak. However, this Lihuro prison didn't need to be guarded at all. No one could escape, and no one dared to rob the prison. You wait outside. Chen Hufa said to the evil emperor and others. Why can't we go in? The evil emperor spoke coldly, not giving Chen Hufa any face at all. Guardian Chen glanced at him coldly and said, the Palace Master only agreed to let Commander Qin go to see her. Remember, you are now working for the Palace Master, and everything is subject to the Palace Master's orders. The evil emperor's eyes were extremely cold. Qin Wentian glanced at him and said, "I'll go." The evil emperor nodded, without saying anything more, and watched Guardian Chen and Qin Wentian walk into the Lihiro prison together. The prison was huge, dark, gloomy, and damp. As they walked in step by step, they found that there were prisons within prisons in the Lihiro prison. A series of extremely terrifying eyes fell on Qin Wentian. He saw many people with disheveled hair staring at him. Each of those people was in a separate prison. Moreover, they all had extremely high cultivation bases and were all immortal emperors, but they were imprisoned here and became death row prisoners. Guardian Chen, how will the palace master deal with these people in the future? Qin Wentian asked. That depends on what we will see. However, many people will be refined into dead puppets or trained as dead soldiers. Of course, if someone is willing to run around for him outside, it will be an exception. Guardian Chen had a hint in his mind, and a trace of ugly look flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. Was he using Yikai to hint that he should serve the Lihiro palace master outside? Finally, Qin Wentian saw Yikai in an independent prison cell, imprisoned in a gloomy iron cell. Her aura was weak and her cultivation was imprisoned. When she saw Qin Wentian appear, her haggard face showed a trace of surprise. "Brother Qin, you two chat?" Guardian Chen left at the right time. Qin Wentian looked at Yikai with a trace of guilt and clenched his fists. However, he saw Yikai smiling brightly, still charming and seductive. "Why, are you so unhappy to see me? I've caused you trouble." Qin Wentian walked to the edge of the prison cell and looked at the still stunning figure. Yikai walked up to Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "Yes, you have entered the Emperor realm. You are worthy of being the man I like. My vision is still as sharp as ever." Qin Wentian felt even more pained when he saw that the other party was the same as before. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the slightly haggard cheek, but saw Yikai step back and avoid him. He said, "I gave you a chance before and you didn't want it. Now you want to take advantage of me." Chapter 1566 New Commander. Qin Wentian looked at Yikai and smiled bitterly. Looking at Yikai face, he saw that she was still smiling at him, not like being in prison at all. However, the more this happened, the more uncomfortable Qin Wentian felt. A light flashed, and a statue appeared in Qin Wentian's hand. The statue was beautiful and engraved with a stunning figure. Seeing the statue, Yikai beautiful eyes lit up, and then she looked at Qin Wentian with resentment, and her eyes were extremely seductive. "Finally you are willing to carve a statue for me. Although it has some charm, it is still not as beautiful as you in person." Qin Wentian compared the statue with a real person. A strange light flashed in Yikai beautiful eyes, and she looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. "When did you learn to speak sweet words? Did you learn it from the Hichu immortal emperor when he was chasing his granddaughter?" Qin Wentian was speechless. Yikai giggled and said, "Why, are you going to give this statue to me?" However, Qin Wentian shook his head and said, "Of course I have to keep it by my side, so that I can see you all the time, and I can remind myself not to forget that you are still in here." When Yikai heard Qin Wentian's words, there was a touch of tenderness in her eyes, and she said, "Why didn't I see you being so good at talking before? You can come to this Lihiro prison. Is it because the Lihiro palace master asked you to submit to him? With your talent, you don't have to do this. You can go to other places, join a big force, and then avenge me in the future. Why do you have to put yourself in a difficult position for me?" After so many years together, how could Yikai not understand Qin Wentian's character? He submitted to the Lord of Lihiro Palace mostly for her, wanting to save her life. As long as he worked for the Lord of Lihiro Palace, the other party might not kill her, so that he would have a chance to rescue her in the future. Although she had not experienced what happened outside, with her intelligence, she could still guess it easily. Qin Wentian looked at her without saying anything, and Yikai said again, "Also, don't think that if you work for the Lord of Lihiro Palace, he will let me go. He wants to use you, so you must be valuable. The more so, although he will not kill me, he will never let me go, and will always use me to contain you. Your weakness is too obvious. You value feelings. Once you act on your emotions, you will act blindly and can be seen through at a glance. Others will naturally use this to deal with you." He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He understood what Yikai said. "But maybe it won't be a bad thing for you this time. After entering the Lihiro Palace, you have a formal identity and will be able to access a wider world in the future. In the future, You must remember not to act on your emotions easily. Before you have enough strength to sweep away everything, you should also learn to use other means to protect yourself and the people you love. Jiutian walked in front of Qin Wentian, and across the prison cell, her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness, and she smiled. Okay, it's time for you to go. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand again and placed it on Jiutian's beautiful cheek. This time Jiutian did not dodge, and let Qin Wentian caress her gently. A hint of charm flashed in her beautiful eyes, affectionate and seductive. Qin Wentian smiled brightly and said, "Wait for me." After that, Qin Wentian turned around and left. He did not look back, but his hands were clasped tightly unconsciously. Jiutian became more resolute as she watched the departing figure. A brilliant smile flashed through her beautiful eyes. After Qin Wentian's figure completely disappeared, she slowly walked back to the cell and sat down against the cold wall. However, the smile on her face did not fade away. She smiled lightly and said, "I once dreamed of changing all this, but I already knew that it was just a foolish dream. It is the natural law that the strong rule the world. Since I am powerless to change it, I hope that one day, the person who rules this world will be someone I like." "You are dreaming now." A cold voice came from not far away. It was a man in another prison cell. He said coldly, "Just relying on him, a low-level immortal emperor, to rule this world? Only one lineage palace is enough to loom over the heads of countless people. To them, most people in the immortal realm are nothing more than ants. What's more, there is also the Changsheng realm and even stronger characters. To those people, let alone ordinary people, even the immortal emperor realm powerhouses like you and me, even the palace master and the realm master, are not ants. Yes, all living beings are ants, and ants should abide by the rules." Jiutian murmured, and smiled. "However, even ants can break through the sky. Otherwise, where do those people in high positions come from?" Lineage City is one of the 10 main cities in the Changsheng realm. Naturally, it is extremely vast and huge. Lineage City has established 5 commanders, namely, Central Commander, East City Commander, South City Commander, West City Commander and North City Commander. According to the direction, Lineage City is divided into 5 parts. The 5 commanders are in charge of the 5 major areas. They are very powerful. Although they are not like the 9 emperors who rule one side, they are in a superior position under the seat of the palace master in Lineage City. Even the 9 emperors dare not be too arrogant in front of the 5 commanders, not to mention that their own cultivation is also very high. The current North City commander is surnamed Meng. He has a strong cultivation and is a top-level immortal emperor. He is in charge of one side and has great power. Qin Wentian thought he would hate to be attached to the position of commander. He would encounter some troubles if he took over from him, but after coming here with Chen Hufa, he found that he was wrong, very wrong. Commander Meng welcomed him very happily and made a good handover. He gave up the position of commander to Qin Wentian, as if he was not giving up the position of commander, but a hot potato. Moreover, Qin Wentian could see that Commander Meng was really happy and didn't want to be the commander anymore, not because he was intimidated by the power of the Lord of Lineage Palace. This reminded Qin Wentian of Biming Yaohuang's reminder. Could it be that the influence of the Helan family in Lineage City was really so terrible? So much so that Commander Meng actually wanted to resign and leave? According to Biming Yaohuang, this area of North City was where the Helan family was located. Their influence in the North City area was extremely great, and could even be said to be overwhelming. Qin Wentian thought that even if the Helan family was powerful, it was still under the jurisdiction of the Lord of Lineage Palace and could not suppress the people of the Lord of Lineage Palace. But after coming here, he found that he might be wrong. "Yaohuang, how much do you know about the Helan family?" Qin Wentian asked Biming Yaohuang beside him. "I don't know much, but I know that their power is very great, especially in the North City area. It is said that the orders of the palace master may not be as good as the words of the Helan family." Biming Yaohuang responded. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a strange color. It seems that the palace master of Lineage has already thought about where to put him. With a great hatred of Helan Emperor and himself, they will surely be killed. If they are too incompetent, they will be killed by the Helan family directly. I believe that the palace master of Lineage will not even have the slightest sympathy for their death. If they can deal with the Helan family, then the palace master of Lineage will be happy to see such a situation. Therefore, no matter what the outcome is, it will only benefit the palace master of Lineage and will not affect him at all. After sending Commander Meng away, Guardian Chen said to Qin Wentian, "Brother Qin, the next thing will require your full efforts. The palace master has handed over this north city to Brother Qin, and I believe Brother Qin will take good care of it." Guardian Chen, as a commander, what are my main responsibilities? What do I need to do? Qin Wentian asked. He didn't know anything about the rules of Lihoro City. It's impossible to explain it clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. The commander's mansion has its own archives and there are housekeepers and maids waiting for orders. They will help Brother Qin get familiar with it. I'll take my leave now. Guardian Chen said with a smile. Qin Wentian saw that the other party did not intend to stay, so he nodded and sent Guardian Chen away. The commander's mansion is very large, including the inner mansion and the outer mansion. The inner mansion is where the commander lives, and the outer mansion is larger. It is where the commander's subordinates live. However, Qin Wentian found that this commander's mansion was a little deserted and not as majestic as he imagined. At this time, in the inner palace, several figures appeared in front of Qin Wentian, an old man in the Xiante realm, and 2 maids, whose cultivation was also in the Xiante realm. They were all very weak, but their looks were all superior, pure and lovely. "Greetings, Lord Commander." The housekeeper and the maid bowed to Qin Wentian. "Are there only 3 of you in this commander's mansion?" Qin Wentian asked. "Your Excellency doesn't know that in the North City area, not many people dare to come to the commander's mansion to serve." The housekeeper said. "Why?" Qin Wentian asked. "Since the palace master took charge of the Lihoro Palace, only the commanders of the North City area have been replaced the fastest, and most of them have either taken the initiative to find the palace master to resign, or..." The housekeeper's words were a little hesitant. "Either what?" Qin Wentian asked coldly. "Or, dead." The housekeeper lowered his head. A gleam of light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. "In Lihoro City, a commander actually died? Moreover, according to the housekeeper, more than 1 commander died. What kind of position did the Lihoro Palace Master want him to sit in? Who killed him?" Qin Wentian thought of Helen, but still asked. A trace of panic flashed in the housekeeper's eyes, and he shook his head and said, "I don't know." "You can tell me." Qin Wentian asked again. "I really don't know. Except for a few people who were found out and executed, even the palace master doesn't know who assassinated the other commanders." The housekeeper lowered his head very low. Assassinating a commander in Lihoro City is definitely a big deal. If it was really done by Helen, how could there be any handle left? Qin Wentian suddenly thought of the commander Meng who left. Perhaps, he regarded the position of commander as a hot potato, so he resigned very happily and left. "How many people are there in the commander's mansion? What are their positions?" Qin Wentian asked again. 3,000 people, directly managed by 3 deputy commanders, each with 1,000 people. Under each deputy commander, there are 10 deacons, each in charge of 100 people," said the housekeeper. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and he said, "Go and summon the 3 deputy commanders for me." "This." The housekeeper showed an embarrassed look. Qin Wentian frowned and said, "Just say it." "The 3 deputy commanders haven't come to the commander's mansion for a long time." The housekeeper bowed and said. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and said, "As deputy commanders, you actually neglected your duties." The housekeeper buried his head even lower, not daring to speak. This made Qin Wentian understand that his position as a commander was not just difficult, and there was also a risk to his life. How strong is the power of the Helen family? Chapter 1567, Difficult to move forward. Qin Wentian stared at the housekeeper and said, "Take me to see the files." "Yes, Commander." The housekeeper nodded and led Qin Wentian to the file room in the commander's mansion. It was very large and there were many files on file. Qin Wentian sat down and looked through them quietly, his face gradually becoming ugly. He finally understood that the commander's mansion in the northern city was almost a mere decoration. Lihoro City did not have a city lord position. There was a great commander who was very powerful and was the confidant of the palace lord. The 5 commanders of Lihoro City were the direct subordinates of this great commander. The 5 commanders' mansions were responsible for managing all the large and small properties in the vast Lihoro City, including all the assets in the jurisdiction area. All the buildings in Lihoro City were registered and belonged to the Lihoro Palace. Even if they were purchased by someone, they still had to hand over resources as tribute every 10 years to the Lihoro Palace. There were also some inns, restaurants, trading places, auction houses, etc., which had to pay more tribute, which was also every 10 years. The Lihuro Palace and the 5 commanders are responsible for the safety of the entire city and protect everything in the city. No one is allowed to commit crimes or do anything wrong in Lihuro City, otherwise the commander's office will immediately arrest and convict them. The laws set by Lihuro City will be enforced, and the rules are extremely strict. In other words, all these matters need to be directly responsible by the 5 commanders' offices. The North City area is so large that Qin Wentian can see countless forces by just flipping through the files. The commander's office has only 1 housekeeper and 2 maids in the inner office, and only 3,000 people in the outer office. Moreover, the 3 commanders are not here. It is simply a mess. Qin Wentian thought of some big cities in Qingsuan Immortal Domain, such as Nanhuang Immortal City, which is similar to Lihuo City. These big cities strictly prohibit killing and protect everything in the city. Therefore, the real heroic city is suitable for the strong to settle down. Arrange the family in such a big city, and the business is also very prosperous. This will naturally lead to a virtuous cycle. The larger the city, the stronger the strong will be, and it will become a gathering place for aristocratic families and big clans. The evil emperor was also here, looking through the files with Qin Wentian. He turned into a human form, his burly body exuding explosive power. In front of the Night Emperor and Yi Qianayu, he was used to appearing in the form of a demon beast. However, now that the Night Emperor was dead and Yi Qianayu was captured, he did not belong to anyone else, so he turned into a human form to move around. The Lihuro Palace is really rich, The evil emperor snorted coldly. Not to mention the many resources in the area under the control of the Lihuro Palace, just this Lihuro city can harvest a huge amount of resources every 10 years. The Lihuro Palace is like this, and you can imagine how terrifying it is for the Lord of the Longevity Realm, who is the master of a realm. However, the stronger the strength, the greater the consumption of resources. The stronger the person, the more resources he needs. It is no wonder that those extraordinary people will fight for territory and control one side. Sitting in the position of the Lord of the Longevity Realm, he doesn't even need to do anything. There will be a steady stream of cultivation resources sent to the Longevity Realm. He only needs to practice quietly. It seems that the position of the commander is not so easy, especially the commander of the North City District. I finally understand why Commander Meng left so excitedly. Qin Wentian said lightly. How can it be so easy to do? The commander can keep 10% of the resources collected, which belongs to you, and you can use at will. You should know that even ordinary bandits are far less wealthy than you, the commander. The evil emperor responded. However, it seems that the commander of the North City District is not so easy. With so many miscellaneous matters, this commander's mansion is in a mess and cannot function. If you are bothered by these external affairs all day long, as a commander, do you still want to practice with peace of mind? Qin Wentian said lightly. He understood that the most important thing for him was to practice, but the Lord of Lihuro Palace threw him here, and he was afraid that he would not be able to calm down. This old guy was hesitant before, he must know a lot. I'll ask him. The evil emperor glanced at the butler who had been standing outside the door. Qin Wentian knew some of the evil emperor's abilities, nodded and said, Okay, you ask the questions, be direct. A strange look flashed in the evil emperor's eyes, and soon, a ray of green demonic light flashed in the butler's eyes, and the eyes that were honest yet cunning became confused. Then, the evil emperor began to ask questions, and soon, Qin Wentian knew a lot of things he wanted to know, and his face suddenly became more solemn. The Helen family is so rich that even the Lord of Lihuro Palace is not as rich as the Helen family. In the vast Lihuro city, there are countless industries of the Helen family and the industries they secretly control. Not only that, they are also present in other areas controlled by the Lihuro Palace. The Helen family controls many auction houses and places where magic weapons and magic treasures are traded. The profits of these places are astonishingly large, because the Helen family is as powerful as clouds, and there are countless guest officials and worshippers. Their power is extremely huge. In the North City area, the Helen family can cover the sky with one hand. Many people in the commander's mansion have been bribed. If anyone goes against the Helen family, they can kill you in many ways, and no one can find out. Everything in the Lihuro Palace is based on rules. Even if it is known that some commanders have died at the hands of the Helen family, without evidence, the Lord of Lihuro Palace cannot touch them. With a huge power controlled by the Helen family, they often even stand in the shadows and will never leave any handle. Sometimes even if you find the culprit, you will find that the back is suddenly cut off, and you will never find them. If that's all, the Helen family is still in the sphere of influence of the Lihoro Palace. How dare they compete with the palace master? According to the old housekeeper, there are some rumors that even on the side of the Changsheng realm master, the Helen family has someone standing behind them. In fact, the real behind-the-scenes helmsman of the Helen family once competed with the Lihoro Palace Master for the position of Palace Master. Therefore, there has been a secret competition between the Helen family and the Palace Master. This is not a secret at all. The Helen family has provoked the Lihoro Palace countless times within the rules, and the Lihoro Palace, with the help of Qin Wentian and Jiutian, has severely taught Helen Emperor a lesson this time. Of course, it is also going with the flow. The Lihoro Palace Master cannot take the initiative to deal with Helen Emperor. If he is reported to the Realm Master, how will the Realm Master look? Therefore, all struggles are secret struggles within the rules. And now, Qin Wentian, was involved in the secret struggle, and was used as a pawn by the Lord of Lihoro Palace and placed in the position of the commander of North City District. Qin Wentian also understood why there was only one housekeeper and two maids in the inner court of the commander's mansion, and both of them were only at the immortal stage realm, because no one was willing to serve in this commander's mansion. After letting the housekeeper go, the two maids came to report again. Qin Wentian summoned them and asked, "What's the matter?" "Commander, the outer court came to report that there are many places in North City District where people are causing trouble, and they request the assistance of the commander's mansion." The maid whispered. "What are the matters?" Qin Wentian asked. "Injury, robbing magic weapons, theft, causing trouble, all kinds of matters." The maid lowered her head. "These things need to be reported to me in person. Won't the people below handle it?" Qin Wentian looked up at the maid and asked, "If the people below can't do things, wouldn't the commander have to be busy all the time? This is like if the 9 emperors can't manage the affairs of their jurisdiction well, and report the facts to the palace master, what else do they need to do? The palace master of the 9 realms palace is not good at governance, and the fact has been reported to the lord of the longevity realm. Can the lord of the realm alone manage the affairs of the entire longevity realm? They said that they dare not make decisions on their own and need to ask the commander, and you can say it. Besides, it will soon be time to collect tribute. If these things cannot be handled well, those people will definitely use this as an excuse to refuse to pay tribute." The maid whispered, and Qin Wentian nodded, "You go down. In addition, pass on my order to summon the 3 deputy commanders to see me." "Yes." The maid nodded and left. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He moved so fast. He had just taken office, and all kinds of things appeared for him to deal with. This was obviously well prepared. "Evil Emperor, can I use the people of Qianyu Palace directly?" Qin Wentian looked at the evil emperor beside him and asked. "The palace master is trapped in the Lihoro prison. If you hadn't compromised, Qianyu Palace would have been gone. You can temporarily issue orders on behalf of the palace master. However, do you really intend to be used as a chess piece by the Lihoro Palace Master? Even if you are really used by him, he will not let the Palace Master go," said the evil emperor. "But at least, as long as we are being used by him, Qianyu will be fine." Qin Wentian looked up outside, with the cold light in his eyes. He certainly understood that if he wanted to save Qianyu, he couldn't be controlled by the Lord of Lihoro Palace, otherwise he would never have a chance. In an extremely luxurious restaurant in the North City area, in an elegant ancient palace, a woman in thin and sexy clothes was dancing gracefully, and in the middle was a woman playing the piano. She was wearing a white dress, as if transparent, and her skin was white as snow. The piano sounded very beautiful, and there was a hazy veil on her face, which added a bit of seductive beauty. At the front, 3 people were sitting there, enjoying the dance music. One of them smiled and said, "Fairy you are becoming more and more beautiful." "Indeed." Another person smiled and said, "By the way, have you received the report from the deacon? The new commander has summoned us to wait for orders." "Received?" The person opposite him nodded. "What are your plans?" The leader's eyes were still sharp, staring at the beautiful woman playing the piano, with a faint smile on his lips, as if he didn't hear anything. "Brother Zhao, don't you want to say a few words?" the person below asked when he saw this scene. "Don't pay attention to it." Commander Zhao smiled faintly, causing the person who asked the question to have a flash of light. He said, "The new commander is named Qin Wentian, and he was appointed by the palace master himself. I heard that Helen Emperor suffered a great loss at his hands. His combat power is very strong, and he can even kill a mid-level immortal emperor. Should we be more cautious? Should we go and have a look? Commander Lu, most people in the world like to spread rumors and exaggerate things. Even if he is very powerful, what can he do to us with the three of us together? Let's leave him alone for a while. When he needs us urgently, he will look for us more urgently. Now, with just one sentence, he summons us. He really thinks he is the commander-in-chief. Commander Zhao sneered. The youngest commander raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and didn't say much. Some things are tacitly understood, and everyone understands. Presumably, they have all heard the news from the Helen family. Chapter 1568. What is the crime? It has been 3 months since the new commander of North City District took office. During these 3 months, there has been no movement. The commander's mansion has become even more lazy. Some people were quite cautious before, but after 3 months, the entire commander's mansion is like loose sand. This new commander will probably be like many other commanders, not asking about anything, just messing around here until he is transferred by the palace master. In the commander's mansion, in the inner mansion, suddenly a powerful rule power descended from the sky. It was the Emperor's light. Many people in the commander's mansion looked up over there. Who is offering the Emperor's weapon? In Qin Wentian's bedroom, a figure flashed in. It was a little lion. Seeing the situation inside, his eyes froze instantly. At this moment, Qin Wentian was standing on a training platform and activated the training platform formation. The brilliance of the stars came from this. Is this the training platform you cast? The evil emperor stared at the figure on the training platform and said, although the quality of the training platform is slightly inferior to that of the one cast by Senior He Chu, and it is still lacking in heat, at least it has no impact on my practice. Zidi, I have to thank you very much. Qin Wentian nodded to Zidi. The training platform was originally cast by the palace master for your practice. It is only right that I give it to you after dismantling the materials. Zidi said lightly, now it seems that your talent is not only in practice and combat, but also in formation. Such formation ability is enough for you not to worry about the resources for practice, even if you do not join any forces and are a casual cultivator. It is far from enough. I need to be stronger in this aspect. Qin Wentian was not too happy, and asked, have the 3 deputy commanders responded to the call? Zidi shook his head, and Qin Wentian had a faint smile on his face. In that case, let's go to the outer palace for a walk. Okay. The evil emperor nodded, and then Qin Wentian walked out of the bedroom, then took a step forward and crossed the void. A moment later, he stood in the martial arts field outside the commander's mansion. In front of him was a martial arts stage that could accommodate tens of thousands of people, surrounded by 9 war drums. He stood above the void in the martial arts field, his clothes fluttering, and with a wave of his hand, a loud bang was heard in an instant, and the sound of drums shook the sky, turning into terrible sound waves that swept across the commander's mansion. At this moment, many people in the commander's mansion looked up and looked over here. Then many figures flashed over and saw Qin Wentian standing with his hands behind his back in the air. He was extremely elegant and had an unparalleled temperament. He didn't even look at them. In an instant, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Those who came stood on the martial arts stage and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Commander." Qin Wentian still stood in the air without saying a word. More and more strong men came. Soon, more than 1,000 people appeared on the martial arts stage and bowed. The invisible pressure of the immortal emperor on Qin Wentian was enough to make them feel a strong pressure. The immortal thoughts swept over the commander's mansion, and everyone came. However, of the 3,000 people in the commander's mansion, only more than 1,000 people appeared here, less than half. Where are Zhao Yichuan, Lu Tong, and Zhuang Zihua? Qin Wentian spoke indifferently, without any emotion in his voice. The martial arts arena was silent and no one answered. These 3 people were the 3 deputy commanders of the commander's mansion. They had not appeared in the commander's mansion for a long time. The entire martial arts arena was silent, and the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. The 3 deputy commanders are not here, so their subordinates, the deacons, stand up. Qin Wentian said again, and immediately, people stepped forward one after another. Each deputy commander had 10 deacons under him, a total of 30 deacons, but at this moment, only 12 people came out. I will give you half an incense stick of time, and you will line up in order. Zhao Yichuan's people will stand in the middle, and the 10 deacons and your people will stand in a row, divided into 10 teams. Lu Tong's people will stand on the left, and Zhuang Zihu's people will stand on the right. Qin Wentian's voice was still indifferent. It didn't take half an incense stick of time at all. In just a moment, 30 rows of formations appeared on the martial arts arena in an orderly manner, but they were uneven, and the number of people was different. I believe you all have ways to summon your commanders, deacons, and subordinates. Immediately give my order. Within 2 hours, everyone needs to appear here. Anyone who conceals the message and disobeys the commander's order, you know what crime he will be punished for. Qin Wentian swung his sleeves, then landed on a high seat and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. Everyone took out the communication crystals and injected immortal thoughts into them. Although the communication crystals were quite valuable, those who could serve in the commander's mansion army were at least at the level of immortal kings, and they would be equipped with communication crystals to facilitate the execution of tasks. Not long after the order was issued, some people hurried back, and more people gathered in the martial arts field. After all, most of them did not dare to openly disobey the orders of the new commander. Otherwise, who knew whether the new commander would use them to establish his authority? But even so, many people still did not arrive. 2 hours later, more than 2,500 people gathered in the martial arts arena, but more than 400 people still did not show up. 24 of the 30 deacons showed up, and 6 did not come to answer the call. As for the 3 commanders, none of them arrived. Qin Wentian glanced at the queue where the 6 absent deacons were, waved his hand, and 6 rays of light descended on the 6 of them, saying, "You 6, from now on, take over your positions as deacons." The faces of the 6 people changed, and one of them even lowered his head and said, "Commander, I am incompetent and dare not take the position of deacon. Report to the commander. The deacon may be carrying out something outside and wasted time." Another person defended. The other 4 people did not speak. Qin Wentian nodded and said, "I respect your opinions." After that, he waved his hand again, and the light fell on the other 2 people. He said, "I will appoint you 2 as the new deacons. Are you willing?" "I do." One of them clenched his hands and nodded. A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the other one, and then he bowed and nodded, "I obey the commander's orders." The 2 people who spoke just now looked a little pale. This appointment was too decisive. I have never assigned any mission since I took office. No matter who you are, no one has any mission. Even if you're on patrol or doing other things, 2 hours is enough to come back. All deacons, count the people in your respective arrays and hand in the names of those who have not come. I will erase their names from the list file of the commander's mansion. I am late, please forgive me, Commander. A voice was heard, and 3 figures came rushing over. The leader had identified appearance and was at the top level of Immortal King. He was one of the 10 deacons under Lu Tong. Qin Wentian glanced at him and said, "You were expelled from the commander's mansion before. Now you are no longer a member of the commander's mansion. The 3 of you, leave immediately." "Commander, we do have an urgent matter on hand. It's a task assigned by Commander Lu. There was a robbery at an auction house, and we are going to deal with it. You can ask Commander Lu." The top-level Immortal King Deacon still bowed and spoke. Although he seemed respectful, he kept mentioning Commander Lu, which sounded a bit harsh to Qin Wentian. He was actually mentioning Lu Tong. "I have issued an order for you to return within 2 hours. If you are on a mission outside, you can report to Commander Lu, and then let Commander Lu report to me. I will understand. However, I have not received any report, so I reiterate that there is no place for you 3 in the commander's mansion." Qin Wentian glanced at the other party with a sharp look, and spat out one word, "Get lost." The top Fairy King Deacon's expression froze. Seeing Qin Wentian's sharp eyes, he felt a little guilty, wondering why Commander Lu hadn't appeared yet. "Your subordinate Lu Tong greets the commander." At this time, a hearty voice came, and the 3 Fairy Kings were relieved when they heard this voice. A moment later, Deputy Commander Lu Tong appeared in the void. Standing there, he bowed slightly to Qin Wentian and said, "Commander King has been busy with tasks since he took office, so he has no time to come to the commander's mansion. Today, I learned that the commander had urgently summoned me, so I came here immediately. I hope the commander will not blame me." Qin Wentian sat there, looking up at Lu Tong. His eyes were extremely indifferent, without any response, just looking at Lu Tong. Lu Tong was a mid-level immortal emperor. Naturally he was not an ordinary person. His face still showed a faint respect, and he bowed calmly, without any change on his face. Are you talking to the commander? A strange green light flashed in the eyes of the evil emperor, and he looked up at Lu Tong, standing in the void, looking down on him. What kind of attitude is this? Commander, please forgive me. Lu Tong looked embarrassed, and then landed in front of the martial arts stage, and said with a bow. Lu Tong came in a hurry and didn't think so much. I hope Commander Qin will not blame me. Commander Lu, can you help me ask when Commander Zhao and Commander Zhang can come? Qin Wentian suddenly asked with a smile. Commander Lu Tong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Commander Qin, now I can't contact Commander Zhao and Commander Zhang. Is that so? I wanted to invite the three commanders to have a few drinks, but I didn't expect that the three commanders would be so difficult to find. Qin Wentian stood up and shrugged helplessly. Lu Tong sneered in his heart. Is this the beginning of winning them over? And the fairy king figure under Lu Tong had a bit of disdain on his face. By the way, I went to the three commanders 3 months ago, but there was no response. But your subordinates were incompetent and did not tell Commander Lu what I said? If so, what's the use of these guys? Commander, don't blame them. I learned that you summoned me, but I couldn't come back because I had something important to do. I hope you won't blame me. Commander Lu shook his head. Then they are still guilty. Since Commander Lu told them that he had something important to do, he should have reported it to me. He concealed it and made me wait for 3 months. I can't forgive him so easily. Qin Wentian glanced at the deacons under Lu Tong's seat. Commander, I was busy at the time and didn't have time to respond to them. It really has nothing to do with them. Lu Tong replied. Really? Qin Wentian suddenly smiled, and a hint of coldness appeared on his handsome face. When Lu Tong saw his smile, a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he immediately said, I hope Commander Qin will forgive me. Forgive me? So, Commander Lu knows that he is guilty. Qin Wentian smiled faintly. Butler, according to the Lihuro Palace criminal law, if a deputy commander does not obey the commander's order and fails to respond within 3 months, what crime should he be punished for? Chapter 1569 Iron-Blooded Means. As soon as Qin Wentian said this, Lu Tong's face changed instantly, and it was quite ugly. It seemed that Qin Wentian was just trying to trick him before, and he had to prove the crime first. Everyone in the martial arts arena trembled in their hearts. With this sentence, the situation in the martial arts arena suddenly changed. Qin Wentian's questioning while chatting and laughing just now inadvertently made Lu Tong admit that he had received his order 3 months ago, and he did not respond. Now it was too late to deny it. The housekeeper who had been standing behind and dared not speak trembled in his heart and bowed his head very low. I'm asking you a question. Qin Wentian's voice suddenly became a little colder. The housekeeper whispered, according to the criminal law of Lihuro Palace, the commander can cut off one of his arms, expel him from the commander's mansion, remove his name from the file, and then report to Lihuro Palace. Commander Lu, do you know your crime? Qin Wentian looked at Lu Tong and asked. Commander Qin, I have important matters to attend to, so I am delayed. I hope you will forgive me. Lu Tong bowed his head and said angrily. Is he using him to establish his authority? He thought Qin Wentian wanted to win him over by a gentle approach, but he didn't expect that it would change suddenly. Cut off one of your arms and leave the commander's mansion. Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back. His voice was so calm that it was terrifying. The entire martial arts field became extremely quiet. There was a dead silence. No one dared to breathe. This new commander did not go out for 3 months. He waited for 3 months. Did he come prepared? Lu Tong's face was extremely ugly, his long robe fluttered without wind, and the majesty of a mid-level immortal emperor emanated from his body, extremely violent and energetic. He stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly, Commander Qin, are you using me to establish your authority? An extremely sharp light suddenly flashed in Qin Wentian's indifferent eyes, like lightning. He stared at Lu Tong and said, you know your crime but don't admit it, and you dare to slander me. It seems that I have to do it myself. After that, he stepped forward and slapped out with a gentle palm. Lu Tong's domineering aura swept out, and he said angrily, I will report this to the commander-in-chief. As he said that, he punched out and directly crushed Qin Wentian's attack, which was not very powerful. A sneer flashed in his eyes. A low-level immortal emperor, the attack power is just so powerful. It seems that the rumors are really exaggerated. Qin Wentian took a step forward and landed directly in front of Lu Tong, with murderous intent. Lu Tong raised his hand and punched again, like a real dragon subduing a tiger, with a strange and violent power. directly piercing through everything, smashing Qin Wentian's attack and hitting Qin Wentian's body. With a muffled groan, Qin Wentian was shocked back. Lu Tong snorted coldly, "If Commander Qin insists on doing this, don't blame Lu Tong for being rude. Butler, what is the crime of insubordination and injuring the commander?" Qin Wentian asked again. The butler was trembling with fear, his head almost buried in the ground, but he felt a murderous intent falling on him. He crawled on the ground and said, "Death sentence." Lu Tong's heart trembled, and then he saw a pair of terrifying pupils. In just a moment, Lu Tong felt his body sinking into it and entering the pupil space. The world was blocked, and he could not sense the brilliance of the stars. His heart trembled violently in an instant, and he only felt a chill. "I've been fooled." Lu Tong suddenly felt a sense of fear. Even if the rumors were exaggerated, Qin Wentian's attack should not be so weak. Moreover, although he hit Qin Wentian just now, he was not able to shake him at all. This means that Qin Wentian may have deliberately let him hide him in order to sentence him to death. In the pupil space, Qin Wentian's fingers shot forward and instantly gathered into a sort of light, which penetrated directly. Lu Tong was completely unable to block it and was directly pierced by the sort of light. He stared at the figure of Qin Wentian in front of him with his eyes wide open. "The evil thief harmed me." Lu Tong's face showed despair, and he was somewhat unwilling. As a mid-level deputy commander, he was actually accused of a crime and killed on the spot by the new commander with iron-blooded means. With a plop, Lu Tong's body fell on the martial arts stage. His eyes were still open, and he seemed to die with his eyes open. Looking at the cold body, everyone in the martial arts arena was trembling in their hearts. A mid-level immortal emperor deputy commander, the new commander actually killed him without hesitation. It was too cruel. They realized that the new commander was definitely not a good person. For a moment, everyone was in danger, and the three people who came that night were even more pale. "You all saw the crime committed by Lu Tong. He disobeyed my orders and even injured me. His crime deserves death. I will kill him on the spot. Does anyone have any objection?" Qin Wentian swept his eyes across the crowd and asked calmly. No one dared to say a word. They all kept their mouths shut and bowed their heads. "Since everyone has no objection, I will report this to the palace master and remove Lu Tong's name from the file." Qin Wentian looked up at the three immortal kings who were still standing in the void. The head deacon's face turned pale instantly, and he bowed his hands and said, "I will take my leave now." Qin Wentian waved his sleeves and a powerful palm print directly slapped the three people away, causing them to spit out blood in the void, and their internal organs were shaken, but they did not dare to stay for a moment and fled in embarrassment. "The new 30 deacons should take care of your people. Without my order, everyone should act according to the rules. If anyone dares to neglect their duties in the future, they will be convicted directly. Those who come today and in the future will all be recorded and sent to the housekeeper. If they come, you will expel them. From now on, they are no longer people of the commander's mansion." Qin Wentian gave the order, and everyone listened quietly, not daring to breathe. As for the two deputy commanders Zhao Yichuan and Zhuang Zihua, they disobeyed my orders and have not responded in 3 months. One of their arms shall be chopped off and they shall be expelled from the commander's mansion. Pass on my order to immediately issue a wanted warrant for Zhao Yichuan and Zhuang Zihua. If they take the initiative to come to the commander's mansion to confess their crimes within 3 months, they will be punished for their original crimes. If they fail to come within the deadline, they will be regarded as traitors. I will report to the palace master and arrest them and kill them without mercy." Qin Wentian's voice was full of murderous intent, which made everyone's heart tremble fiercely. This time, it was not just Commander Lu Tong who was the target, but all three deputy commanders were caught and expelled from the commander's mansion. In addition, the other two deputy commanders had to take the initiative to come and confess their crimes and have their arms cut off, otherwise, they would be wanted and killed without mercy. It was too cruel. There was no room for maneuver. Now, even if Zhao Yichuan and Zhuang Zihua wanted to come back, there was no way. Everyone secretly glanced at Qin Wentian's handsome face, but they all felt a chill. In 3 months, he made a stunning debut and took down all three deputy commanders. Who said before that the new commander was weak and was here to mess around? This was going to change the situation in the North City commander's mansion. The confidants of the three deputy commanders were all trembling, worried that Qin Wentian would settle accounts with them in the future, especially those who took advantage of the Helen family, who were even more panicked and afraid that the truth would be revealed. Qin Wentian took a few steps forward, and the majestic aura emanated from his body, enveloping everyone's hearts. I was ordered by the palace master to be the commander of North City. I don't know what happened here in the past. Anything you did has nothing to do with me. I won't pursue it. Even if you have committed a serious crime, I will forgive you. But from today, from this moment on, if anyone still disobeys me or colludes with outsiders, including Jiutian and Zhuang Zihua, then Lu Tong's fate will be a lesson for everyone. Qin Wentian said coldly, making everyone feel a huge pressure. Qin Wentian didn't pursue the past. This was to give them a chance to make them absolutely loyal to him from now on. Many of the deacons here were Zhao Yichuan and Zhuang Zihua's direct confidants in the past, and they had an unbreakable intersection. Now the situation has changed dramatically, and they all felt the difficulty of the matter for a while. Go back. Qin Wentian waved his hand and said. Yes, Commander. Everyone was a little surprised that there was no new deputy commander appointed, but they still felt as if they had been pardoned, and left one by one in disgrace. After returning, the people in the entire commander's mansion and the outer mansion were in a panic, and there was no longer any of the laziness they had before. Many of them had to make some decisions, and no matter who they supported, it would be very dangerous. If this was the commander of another district, it would be better, but this is the commander's mansion of the North City district. It is rumored that the new commander is an enemy of the Helen family. It is uncertain how long he can sit in this position. If they really follow his footsteps, they will be in trouble if the situation changes in the future. A few days later, Deputy Commander Zhuang Zihua came back to confess his crime. The commander's mansion was shocked. Zhuang Zihua was brought to the inner court of the commander's mansion in front of Qin Wentian. Zhuang Zihua greets the commander. Seeing Qin Wentian, Zhuang Zihua bowed to greet him. Zhuang Zihua, do you admit your guilt? Qin Wentian's expression was slightly cold. Behind him, the evil emperor followed, looking forward with the green eyes. I know I am guilty and I am willing to accept the punishment from the commander. Zhuang Zihua bowed and said, but I dare to ask the commander to give me a chance and not expel me. Humph. Qin Wentian snorted coldly, and in an instant, a series of brilliant branches rolled out, instantly wrapping around one of Zhuang Zihua's arms. The branches were as sharp as a knife and pierced into Zhuang Zihua's arm. Zhuang Zihua gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and endured it silently. Why did you come back and are willing to stay? Qin Wentian asked. Commander Qin, I know the grudge between you and the Helen family, and I have also found out what happened to the Helen Emperor. To be honest, it is not wise to follow you. After all, even if you can fight the Helen family, you will still be in danger in the future. Zhuang Zihua said calmly, which made Qin Wentian's eyes flash with interest. He certainly understood that even if he could fight the Helen family, it was unknown how long the palace master of Lihuo Palace could use him. But this order from Commander Qin has cut off my retreat. If I am accused of treason, I will have no place to stay in the vast territory governed by the Lihuo Palace. Even if I go to the Commander-in-Chief, he will definitely support you at this time. After all, everyone knows that you were placed in this position by the palace master. I have no choice. Zhuang Zihua said, the Helen family will definitely not dare to take me in, because that would give the palace master an excuse. You still have a choice. Qin Wentian smiled and said, of course, within 3 months, Commander Qin can be assassinated, or through the Helen family, but I don't think this is a wise choice, so it is better to confess your guilt. Zhuang Zihua shook his head. As long as Qin Wentian was killed within 3 months, the order issued by Qin Wentian would naturally be meaningless. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1570 Soul-Slaying Needle. Qin Wentian looked into Zhuang Zihua's eyes, then smiled and said, retracting the attack attached to Zhuang Zihua's arm. He did not destroy Zhuang Zihua's arm, and smiled calmly, I will keep your arm for the time being, and go back to wait for orders. Thank you, Commander. Zhuang Zihua was stunned, showing a surprised look, and then bowed and retreated. Qin Wentian watched Zhuang Zihua's leaving figure, then waved his palm, blocking the immortal thoughts from investigating, and looked at the little lion in the corner. What do you think? Qin Wentian said. You suspect him. The evil emperor was a little surprised. It sounds like there's nothing wrong with what he said. This is indeed a more appropriate choice. Indeed, but he did lie. Qin Wentian said calmly. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the evil emperor. He did not ask any more questions. Since Qin Wentian said he lied, then he must have really lied, and Qin Wentian would naturally be wary of his existence. A few days later, the last deputy commander, Jiutian, also arrived. He came directly outside the commander's mansion, angrily scolded Qin Wentian, and told Qin Wentian to come out and see him. As a result, many figures gathered outside the commander's mansion, including many of Zhao Yichuan's former subordinates and people from the commander's mansion. Although there were 3 deputy commanders in the commander's mansion, Zhao Yichuan was the leader. He had the highest cultivation, the oldest qualifications, and a very strong cultivation. Outside the commander's mansion, he stood in the void, exuding an extremely violent imperial power, oppressing this world and suffocating everyone. Qin Wentian, you are such a scoundrel. Just because I am away on business, you actually issued an arrest warrant, asking me to come back and plead guilty, cutting off one of my arms and expelling me from the commander's mansion. This is simply unreasonable. Zhao Yichuan was furious. With amazing momentum, you are just a captive from the Lihoro Palace. You dare to come to the commander's mansion to bully and kill my brother, Deputy Commander Lu Tong. I will kill you. Commander Zhao seems very angry. The people in the commander's mansion thought to themselves that Zhao Yichuan has always been a very decisive person, but he is calm and intelligent. This seems to be a little different from his past. Could it be that he was stimulated by Qin Wentian? Indeed, as a deputy commander, he was directly convicted and wanted. How can Zhao Yichuan, a great immortal emperor, face people in the future? Although the immortal emperor is not a high-ranking figure in the ancient fairyland, he is also a strong man. He is always a little arrogant. How can he be humiliated like this? Qin Wentian stepped out of the commander's mansion in a long robe. When the people in the commander's mansion saw him, they all bowed, not daring to show any disrespect. The scene of Qin Wentian killing Lu Tong in the past was still fresh in their memory. Zhang Zihua. Zhao Yichuan looked at the person behind Qin Wentian and said coldly, Zhang Zihua, you actually wagged your tail and begged for mercy. No wonder your arm is intact. It seems that you are kneeling down to beg for mercy. Are you just ignoring the death of brother Lu Tong? Commander Zhao, don't talk nonsense. If you plead guilty now, maybe Commander Qin will let you go. Zhang Zihou said. This prisoner. Zhao Yichuan pointed at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, a prisoner who has to rely on a woman to save his life, is here to serve as a commander? Today I will prove to the palace master that he also has bad vision. Qin Wentian, I, Zhao Yichuan, challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Qin Wentian looked at him with an extremely cold gaze, and a pair of extremely strange and magical eyes appeared. Zhao Yichuan only felt the world changing and was sealed in the pupil technique space. He roared, releasing endless domineering power from his body. His long hair was as sharp as a golden sword. Thunder rolled in the sky, golden thunder, golden lightning, and the attack power was domineering to the extreme, trying to shatter the pupil technique space. Commander Qin, this Zhao Yichuan is extraordinary. I will deal with him together with the commander. Zhang Zihou took a step forward and arrived directly behind Qin Wentian. He stretched out his white fingers, and the divine light on his body shone. His right hand directly slapped a palm print towards Zhao Yichuan, and in his left hand, an invisible airflow was shut out. Qin Wentian's expression suddenly flashed with an extremely cold light. He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Zihou. A brilliant power of great light swept out of his body, turning into a terrifying sort of light and killing Zhang Zihou. At the same time, the extremely powerful rule power flowed on his body. However, the invisible airflow actually ignored the blockade of the sword of great light, and even directly pierced through the space rule barrier and fell on Qin Wentian's body. Under Qin Wentian's extremely powerful defense, it was like an invisible needle, drilling into Qin Wentian's body. Commander, what are you doing? Zhang Zihou roared and retreated after being attacked by Qin Wentian. His face changed drastically, and almost at the same time, Qin Wentian only felt a piercing pain from his soul. The invisible power was like an endless soul thorn, piercing into his soul crazily, making his body tremble slightly, almost losing his combat effectiveness. Boom! Zhao Yichuan on the other side directly broke through the pupil space, and the imperial power descended from the sky. At this moment, he was no longer as furious as before, but extremely calm, with majesty in his calmness. He raised his hand and struck, and in an instant, a golden thunder rule was born between heaven and earth, turning into an infinite golden thunder blade, covering the world, and stabbing towards Qin Wentian's body. Obviously, Zhao Yichuan and Zhuang Zihu had planned it long ago. They joined forces for this strike, a one-hit kill, to take Qin Wentian's life. Qin Wentian's soul was invaded, and the terrible soul thorns continued to spread, wanting to destroy his soul. An invisible soul wave bloomed, and Qin Wentian's soul seemed to be directly decomposed, and his body was even more stiff there. The terrifying golden lightning blade directly pierced into Qin Wentian's body, and in an instant, blood was dripping. A golden spear that could penetrate the heaven and earth appeared in Zhao Yichuan's palm, and it hit Qin Wentian's head directly. Many people below were trembling in their hearts. Was the new commander who had killed Commander Lu Tong so forcefully killed? Sure enough, Zhao Yichuan and Zhuang Zihua, the two deputy commanders, were not simple characters. Although they did not feel Zhuang Zihua's attack, since Qin Wentian suddenly attacked him, it must be that Zhuang Zihu did something to Qin Wentian. The evil emperor behind also made a move, and his strange eyes flashed a terrible green light, rushing directly into Zhuang Zihua's mind. He roared and turned into a ferocious giant beast Lion King, and his claws directly smashed down towards Zhuang Zihu. Zhuang Zihu swung his left hand again, and the invisible wave instantly killed, directly piercing the evil emperor's claws and drilling into the evil emperor's soul. With a loud bang, Zhuang Zihu's body was also shaken away. In a flash, the golden spear in Zhao Yichuan's hand was about to pierce Qin Wentian's head and take his life. At this moment, Qin Wentian's body suddenly moved. The powerful force of the space rules fluctuated, and his body turned into a phantom, shifting a little bit. The terrible sharp blade whizzed out from his side, and the void shook fiercely. Looking at it again, Zhao Yichuan fell into the pupil space again. Those eyes were so terrible. Endless swords of light drilled into his eyes. Zhao Yichuan screamed and closed his eyes. Blood flowed out of his eyes, and was burned and destroyed by the light bit by bit. The screams made people tremble. Bang! Zhao Yichuan's head disappeared under the light, and then his body turned into ashes bit by bit, and was directly destroyed and died. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly turned and looked at Zhuang Zihu. Zhuang Zihu showed an extremely panicked look. His face was pale. How could it be possible that the soul-killing needle plus Zhao Yichuan could not kill Qin Wentian? The soul-beheading needle is an extremely powerful treasure. Even the top demon king, the evil emperor, is in a painful struggle of his soul at this moment. Qin Wentian is at the initial stage of the immortal king realm, and the soul-beheading needle alone should be able to destroy his soul. Coupled with Zhao Yichuan's strength, there is no way he would fail. But he failed, and he paid a very painful price for it. When the endless sword of light penetrated his body, it destroyed everything in his body, but it did not kill him. Zhuang Zihu fell to the ground as a cripple, his body stained with blood, looking at Qin Wentian who was floating down from the void. Although I knew you had bad intentions and was on guard against you, I didn't expect to be ambushed. What is that? Qin Wentian stared at Zhuang Zihu and asked. At this moment, although Qin Wentian's breath was terrible, if you feel it carefully, you can feel that his breath is weaker than before, obviously affected. His soul was injured. Just now, he used the Immortal Sutra to forcibly separate his soul and shattered the part of his soul that was pierced by the soul-slaying needle, so that he could instantly recover his combat power. Otherwise, he would be miserable. Soul-killing needle. The evil emperor said, and a deep fear flashed across his huge eyes. Fortunately, it is not the highest grade soul-killing needle, otherwise, we will definitely die. However, even this grade of soul-killing needle is terribly valuable. Not to mention a deputy commander, even an ordinary commander would have to go bankrupt if he wanted to take it out. So terrible. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, but thinking of the feeling before, he nodded secretly. Even if the top immortal king was attacked by such a soul, coupled with Zhao Yichuan's killing, it was almost a dead end. This thing is too terrible, and its value can be imagined. Since Zhuang Zihu may not be able to take this thing out, it means that someone else gave it to him, and it was not only prepared for him, but also for the evil emperor, which shows that his preparation is quite sufficient. I have abolished him and handed it over to you. Qin Wentian said to the evil emperor. Okay. The evil emperor nodded. Fortunately, he was also good at soul power, otherwise, it would be more difficult to recover. He walked over, staring at Zhuang Zihu with his strange eyes, rushing into Zhuang Zihu's mind. Qin Wentian looked at him coldly. What happened today made him feel a chill. He had just established his authority not long ago, and he was only dealing with his subordinates, but he encountered such a crisis. You can imagine the danger behind it. The ancient fairyland is much more dangerous than the Kingston fairyland. Since they can take out treasures like the soul-slaying needle, they can also take out other magic weapons, or even stronger things. Even when facing people who are weaker than him, they must be vigilant. The people around him were trembling in their hearts. In this fight, the situation changed suddenly continuously, making them experience a thrilling battle firsthand. This also made them realize once again that this new commander is terrible. Chapter 1571 5 Commanders. In the commander's mansion in the North District of Jiutian, the 3 deputy commanders were all killed. The commander of Jiutian even sent people to investigate, but after learning the results, they didn't say anything and left directly. Lu Tong attacked Qin Wentian and injured Qin Wentian. Zhao Yichuan and Zhuang Zihu even teamed up to plot to kill their immediate superiors. Qin Wentian killed them, which was completely in line with the rules. No one could say anything. The people below were panicked. Everyone in the commander's mansion became extremely cautious. No one dared to challenge Qin Wentian's majesty. A few days later, Qin Wentian appointed 3 deputy commanders, all of whom were bandits from Qian Palace. Except for the evil emperor, he sent all the people from Qian Palace to take charge of the commander's mansion. Although Qin Wentian did not plan to expand for the time being, he at least had to completely control the commander's mansion first. As in the past, he gave an order and no one responded. How could he do things if none of the 3 deputy commanders showed up? Of course, Qin Wentian didn't plan to do anything for the time being. Although the incident that day was a close call, with his immortal body, he recovered quickly even if his body was pierced. But it also taught Qin Wentian a lesson. After the evil emperor controlled Zhuang Zihu, although he couldn't get a clear answer from Zhuang Zihu that the Helen clan was behind it, Zhuang Zihu said that a mysterious person came to him, gave him the soul-slaying needle, and told him to join forces with Zhao Yichuan. Not only Qin Wentian, Zhuang Zihu himself guessed that it was someone from the Helen clan. Not only that, according to Zhuang Zihu, the 3 deputy commanders and many of the deacons under them had received bribes from different forces. Everyone knew it tacitly. They knew what might happen behind, but no one would say anything. After all, their cultivation resources, except for the Lineage Palace, which was issued once every 10 years, only the commander of the commander's mansion would reward everyone based on the commission of the tribute. But how much tribute could the commander's mansion in the North City District receive? Don't expect any rewards. The people in this commander's mansion are very poor. Qin Wentian asked the evil emperor to find the housekeeper and went out to investigate. Then he marked all the industries in Bichang district that might have been involved by the Helen family. In the end, he was surprised to find that the Helen family controlled almost all the largest industries in Bichang district. Those large auction houses, the Divine Weapon Hall and the Pill Pavilion, might have their shadows. Even some medium-sized forces might have people from the Helen family behind the scenes. Before the Lord of Lineage Palace became the Lord of Lineage Palace, the Helen family had already taken root in this Lineage city. There are many large clans in Bichang district. The Helen family is recognized as the first clan. All the major clans have deep relationships with them. For example, many wives of the heads of the aristocratic families came from the Helen family. Not only did they take deep roots, they also expanded outwards, and even had connections with the Lord of the Realm. It is conceivable that they are powerful, so they can compete with the Lord of Lineage Palace. Qin Wentian could not help but sigh. In the ancient fairyland, when you control a powerful enough resources, you can convert them into a terrible force. For example, with a single order from the Helen family, many fairy emperors can come to serve as guest officials. This is more attractive than the commander's mansion, because the Helen family is rich enough. They can provide those scattered fairy emperors with enough cultivation resources to maintain their cultivation, and can also provide powerful imperial weapons and precious imperial pills. The tribute date that comes once every 10 years has finally arrived again. The entire Lineage city has become busy. Of course, it is mainly the city lord mansions in each district that are the busiest. For the people of Lineage city, it's just that some people have one more tribute to pay. Many forces have taken the initiative to pay tribute. However, the city lord mansion in the northern city district has very few forces that take the initiative to pay tribute. It can be said that there are almost no visitors. From this, it can be seen how poor the prestige of the city lord mansion in the northern city district is. No force cares about it at all. Of course, this is also because in the past 10 years, the city lord mansion in the northern city district has hardly provided much protection to the various forces, and many fighting incidents were resolved by them on their own. On this day, the 3 deputy commanders of the commander's mansion took the initiative to collect tribute, but it was not so smooth. Some small forces were reluctant to pay tribute, while some large forces were not so cooperative. Deputy Commander Suli was a mid-level immortal king. He was the one who killed Qin Wentian and let him go that day. When he was collecting tribute at the Gu auction house, he encountered a major event. A strong man who got a treasure at the auction was killed, and the stored ring and treasure were stolen. Lihoro City absolutely prohibits private killings. There are conflicts that cannot be resolved and there are special battlegrounds. Suli looked at the corpse on the ground with a very bad face. Standing opposite him were people from Gu auction house, led by an old man. He said, "Commander Su, it's not that my auction house is not cooperating, but there have been many incidents of varying sizes in my auction house over the years. Now, there is such a serious murder outside my auction house. Which one did the commander's mansion help me solve?" Now that it is the day of tribute, the commander's mansion has immediately become active. This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? That's right, as the saying goes, no merit, no reward. Even if the palace master is here, I believe he will understand us. Someone bowed to the void to show respect for the palace master of Lihoro. Gu auction house is a large auction house in Lihoro City. It is powerful and has many strong people. It actually let the auction winner die outside, and it happened to be when we came to collect tribute. This. Suli's face flashed with cold light. As a bandit, he had seen everything. Such an obvious trick was obviously intended to target their commander's mansion. What do you mean, Commander Su? The old man's face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, "My Gu auction house has been in existence for many years. How could it destroy its reputation? It is ridiculous that Commander Su did not investigate such a big thing and was still busy collecting tributes and suspecting my auction house. In fact, for Bichang district, the existence of the commander's mansion is not so important. It is useless at all. What do they need to do? They have to pay tribute once every 10 years. It's ridiculous. Yes, in short, I don't plan to pay tribute, unless one day, the commander's mansion can really show its ability. Commander Su, these words are not said by me. Everyone present has very different opinions." The old man from the Gu auction house said indifferently. Suli swept everyone away. Many forces of the other side appeared together, and their lineup was only stronger than theirs. If this kind of thing could not be handled, they would have to report to the palace master. Even if the palace master intervened, it would be their fault. Moreover, what these people said was not wrong. His commander's mansion did nothing. Okay, I won't collect the tribute today, but my commander's office will investigate the death of this man. Suli said coldly. In that case, thank you for your understanding, Commander Su. The old man bowed, and Suli left with a wave of his sleeves. Qin Wentian seemed to have guessed that this was a situation that would inevitably occur, so he told him that if he couldn't collect the tribute, he would not collect it, and he must avoid any conflict. The Helen family had been watching them in the dark, and they were worried that they couldn't find a chance to deal with them. Not only Suli, but the other 2 commanders also encountered a similar situation and didn't receive much tribute. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye, and the tribute received by the commander's office in Bichang district was pitifully small. Qin Wentian brought these tributes to Lihoro Palace. No matter how much they received, these tributes had to be handed over to the palace master first. In a courtyard of Lihoro Palace, there were several figures here, 4 men and 1 woman. These 5 people were the 5 commanders of Lihoro City today. The central commander Xia Hao, with a power that was not angry. East City Commander Linba, with a burly figure, a dignified face, a square face, a beard, and a majestic aura. South City Commander Xiao Miran, was born extremely beautiful and charming, and she called herself a beauty, and was very narcissistic, so everyone called her Xiao Miran. West City Commander Yin Xiu, with a fair face, like a pale scholar, his face was too white, even making people feel that he was overindulging, revealing a bit of a demonic feeling. North City Commander, Qin Wentian. At this moment, Lin Ba and Xiao Miran were looking at Qin Wentian. Lin Ba showed a bit of interest, while Xiao Miran was smiling all the time. Her eyes were extremely charming, and she was soul-stirring. I didn't expect Commander Qin to be so handsome. No wonder the daughter of the Night Emperor was willing to risk her life and fall into a desperate situation for Commander Qin. Xiao Miran giggled and stared at Qin Wentian. Madam Xiao, Can you be as handsome as me? Yin Chu seemed a little dissatisfied. He kept staring at Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao was wearing an extremely sexy long skirt, which outlined her figure very seductively. The fullness of her breasts made Yin Chu want to reach out and try it. All the commanders knew that Yin Chu had been coveting Madame Zhao for a long time. How can a pretty boy like you compare to Commander Qin? Lady Zhao said sarcastically, and then walked in front of Qin Wentian, exuding an alluring fragrance, as if she was about to stick to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian couldn't help but take a step back, speechless. Zia Hao and Lin Ba were still normal, but Lady Zhao and Yin Chu didn't look like normal people at all, and they were actually commanders. Commander Qin, tell me, who is prettier, me or Yi Qianayu? Lady Zhao flirted at Qin Wentian. From Qin Wentian's angle, he could even see places he shouldn't see. Lady Zhao's dress was much bolder than Yi Qianayu's, and it was simply a blatant seduction. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Commander Zhao, please don't joke with me. Miss Zhao, you care so much about a loser hiding under a woman's skirt when you have such a beautiful man like me here. Your vision is too bad. Yin Chu said sinisterly. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he looked at Yin Chu coldly. However, Yin Chu didn't care about his gaze at all. He stared at Miss Zhao, not hiding the desire in his eyes, and there was an evil spirit on his body. Enough. The Central Commander Zia Hao said coldly, looking at Qin Wentian and said, Commander Qin, I heard that you killed all the 3 deputy commanders within 3 months of taking over the commander's mansion. The 3 deputy commanders plotted to kill me, so I naturally have to eliminate them. Qin Wentian nodded. HMPH, you cut off others as soon as you enter the commander's mansion. Can't you make good use of them? Are the 3 immortal emperors so easy to recruit? It must be hard to collect tribute this time. Zia Hao said coldly, with a tone of teaching. Among the 5 commanders, he has the longest seniority and the strongest strength. Qin Wentian was a little unhappy. They were all commanders, and the 5 of them were equal. However, the commander here seemed to care little about his new commander. P.S. There's more tonight. Chapter 1572, Master of Formation. Of course, Qin Wentian could have expected this. After all, he was born a bandit, and the bandit leader Yi Qianayu was still a prisoner, but he became the leader of a group. It would have been fine if he had just become the leader of a group, but he killed all 3 deputy leaders as soon as he took office, which could be regarded as eliminating dissidents. Moreover, he killed them in a fair and just manner. The 3 deputy leaders were all guilty of capital crimes. Therefore, it was strange that the leaders could look up to him, Qin Wentian. Don't worry about it, Commander Zia Hao. Qin Wentian responded with a smile, and he didn't get angry with the other party. He was calm, but his meaning was no different from what he meant. Zia Hao raised his eyebrows and said coldly, the tribute issue concerns the Palace Master and even the Realm Master. If your North City district seriously lags behind, what will the Realm Master think? He will only think that the commanders of Lihoro City are not doing a good job. Qin Wentian, use your brain more in the future, and don't just know the brutal killing methods of bandits, so that you will become a prisoner. Qin Wentian's eyes turned cold instantly. Although he was a commander, his identity was indeed very embarrassing, so he wanted to keep a low profile and not cause trouble, but he was by no means afraid of trouble. This Zia Hao, relying on his old commander qualifications, actually hit people in the sore spot, which could be said to be humiliating him. The tribute issue is the responsibility of the Palace Master and the Grand Commander. If there is any blame, it is not your turn, Commander Zia Hao. You should take care of your own business and have no right to point fingers at me. Qin Wentian replied coldly, not giving Zia Hao any face. You are so presumptuous. Zia Hao scolded, releasing a violent majesty from his body. Qin Wentian looked at him unceremoniously. Seeing this scene, Zio Miran's beautiful eyes were full of light. He really has personality. She likes such men, much better than Yin Chu, that pretty boy. Enough. A cold voice came, and everyone turned around instantly and looked into the void. Then they saw several figures walking towards this side. The leader was the Palace Master of Lihoro Palace. Beside him, there was a middle-aged man with a calm and peaceful aura. He was wearing simple clothes, but he gave people a very powerful feeling. This person, the commander-in-chief of Lihoro City, Jiutian, was a very powerful person. He was at the peak of the immortal emperor's cultivation and the confidant of the Palace Master of Lihoro Palace. He commanded the entire Lihoro City. The 5 commanders were all his direct subordinates. Behind the Lihoro Palace Master, there were 2 maids, both of whom were of extraordinary temperament, at the realm of immortal emperor cultivation, and extremely beautiful. They were the Palace Master's close attendants, and naturally the Palace Master's women. With the power of the Lihoro Palace Master, he would naturally know how to enjoy himself. How could there be no beauties around him? Not only beautiful, but also powerful and considerate, otherwise, they would not be able to serve him all the time. Greetings to the Palace Master, greetings to the Grand Commander. The commanders bowed. As for the 2 maids, they would maintain enough respect, but after all, they had no official status, so there was no need to pay a special visit. Yes. The Lihoro Palace Master nodded and said, "It's time to pay tribute again. Thank you for your hard work this time. It's my duty to work for the Palace Master." Commander Xiaohua bowed. "Okay, you 2 will collect the tribute, count it, and then take out 10% to give to the major commanders," the Lihoro Palace Master said to the 2 maids beside him. The 2 maids came forward, and the 5 commanders immediately presented the things, bowed slightly, and showed great respect, without any arrogance in their attitude. The tribute collected by each commander's mansion must be recorded in files, handed over together, and a copy must be kept in the commander's mansion. Generally speaking, the commander's mansion does not have the courage to embezzle. If they do, it will be a capital crime, and there will be absolutely no tolerance. This kind of thing must not happen, otherwise so many people below will embezzle the property of the realm master. What will happen? Palace Master, Qin Wentian is guilty. Qin Wentian spoke frankly about this matter. The Lord of Lihoro Palace looked at him and said, "What crime?" Because of the rectification of the commander's mansion, the control of the North City District was delayed, and many forces were unwilling to pay tribute. This time, the tribute collected by the North City District was very small. I am guilty, and I dare not take that 10% of the tribute. If the Palace Master punishes me, I will definitely have no complaints," Qin Wentian said modestly. The Lord of Lihoro Palace nodded and said, "The tribute from the North City District is always the least. I know this. When you first went there, you had to reorganize your subordinates. The 3 deputy commanders dared to assassinate you. They were so bold. In fact, putting you in that position was a mistake. What crime have you committed?" The eyes of the other commanders flickered. The Lord of Lihoro Palace was really polite to Qin Wentian. However, when they thought of the Lord of Lihoro Palace's plan, they understood. After all, everyone knew why the Lord of Lihoro Palace put Qin Wentian in that position. It was not for the tribute, but for the Helen family. But the tribute would definitely be a lead. Therefore, if Qin Wentian was smart, he should know what to do in the future. Otherwise, if he had no use, why would the Lord of Lihoro Palace keep someone from Qianyu Palace? Thank you for your understanding, Lord. I hope you will give me some time. I promise that by then, I will be able to make the tribute of North City normal," Qin Wentian said. This was what he wanted to say. He needed time. The giant Helen clan wanted to fight against them. Now, both his own strength and the strength of his subordinates were too weak. "Oh." Lord Lihoro showed an interesting look and said with a smile, "Since you are so confident, then, I ask you how long you want." 100 years, I promise that no force in North City will dare to reduce the tribute." Qin Wentian bowed. He didn't know how long it would take, but 100 years was the time he wanted to fight for. In this way, at least in this 100 years, Lord Lihoro would not touch him or Yi Qianyu. Lord Lihoro stared at Qin Wentian, but heard Huge Shang next to him say, "What if you don't do what you said in 100 years? Let the Lord Palace deal with it." Qin Wentian bowed. "The Palace Master thinks highly of you, so he is reluctant to punish you. However, you are my subordinate. Since you dare to promise the Palace Master, then, if you fail to do so after 100 years, I will punish Yi Qianyu. If you do, I will plead with the Palace Master on behalf of Yi Qianyu. What do you think?" Jiutian said with a smile. Looking at Jiutian's wise eyes, Qin Wentian nodded and said, "Okay. 100 years is a long time for Qin Wentian. He doesn't want to really use that long, but he must make the time as long as possible. However, for the Palace Master of Lihoro, 100 years is not long. It is just 10 tributes. He has experienced too many 100 years to cultivate to his current realm. Since Commander Huge said so, I will wait and see." The Palace Master of Lihoro smiled. Although Qin Wentian did not make any achievements after taking office, he killed the 3 deputy commanders, which made the palace master of Lihoro quite satisfied. He hoped that Qin Wentian was such a person, so that he could help him remove some of the power of the Helen family. The Lord of Lihoro Palace met with everyone, chatted for a while and then left. With his status, he naturally didn't need to stay here for too long. Just an interview was enough. The 2 maids returned 10% of the tribute to everyone, including Qin Wentian's, and Qin Wentian didn't refuse. "Commander Qin, do you want to come to my place and sit down?" Lady Xiao cast a coquettish look at Qin Wentian, her arm almost touching him, but everyone already knew what Lady Xiao was like, so they were not surprised. Only Yin Chu was very unhappy. He and Lady Xiao were actually kindred spirits, and he had always coveted Lady Xiao's beauty. "No, I still have to go back and reorganize the commander's mansion." Qin Wentian smiled and refused. "Then can I go to the commander's mansion in North City District to find you if I have a chance?" Lady Xiao seemed to have known that Qin Wentian would refuse, and giggled. "If Commander Xiao is interested, he can be there any time. I'm afraid that Qin may not be able to entertain her well enough. Just entertain her yourself." Lady Xiao leaned against Qin Wentian's arm. Qin Wentian slightly stepped away, and then saw Lady Xiao giggle and fly away. Her long skirt fluttered, and her white legs were extremely attractive. "Lady Xiao, wait for me." Yin Chu chased after her. "Humph." Xiao glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, snorted, and then left. Lin Ba glanced at Qin Wentian, smiled and nodded and left. Finally, Qin Wentian left in a flash, turned his head and looked in a certain direction. That was the direction of the Lihoro prison. He never dared to forget that there were people waiting for him to save them. She must be very uncomfortable with that dark and damp place. Although she was smiling and charming that day, Qin Wentian could know how bad her situation was. Although Qin Wentian made a promise to the Lord of Lihoro Palace for 100 years, after returning to the commander's mansion in North City District, he did not make any moves, but plunged into the practice platform and practiced in seclusion. Today's commander's mansion can almost be said to be absolutely controlled by Qin Wentian. Even if someone has a different intention, it may be someone from the Helen family, but at least on the surface, Qin Wentian absolutely controls this commander's mansion. But the commander's mansion in North City District is still so low-key that many people's expectations gradually calm down. The last time tribute was collected, many people simply did not pay tribute, and the commander's office did not take any action afterwards. Now, there are still some periods of time in the North City District, and the commander's office does nothing except deal with some minor matters, which seems to give the major forces another reason to refuse tribute next time. In fact, it is true. As time goes by, everyone gradually forgets the iron-blooded method of the new commander who killed 3 deputy commanders within 3 months of taking office. It seems that the new commander was frightened by the soul-slaying needle that time and dared not take any action again. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The tribute from Bicheng District this time was as bleak as the last time. When Qin Wentian went to Lihoro Palace, he was naturally ridiculed again. Lady Xiao was still seducing him, and Commander Xiao still disliked him, but Qin Wentian seemed indifferent to all this. It seemed that he was only busy protecting himself as the commander of Bicheng District, just like many commanders before him. He was so low-key that people almost forgot his existence. Helen clan seemed to have no chance to attack him. They couldn't just rush into the commander's mansion to assassinate him, right? The commander's mansion did not make any moves. In Lihoro City, there was an inconspicuous thing. A slightly powerful person appeared. He was a master of formations. His attainments in formations were very powerful. He was at the level of a primary immortal emperor. However, the formations he carved casually could deal with mid-level immortal emperors. It was said that this master was also good at refining weapons. The formation he is best at is the sealing formation. Once trapped in his formation, people who are much stronger than him will die. For a time, many forces of all sizes in Lihoro City treated him as a guest of honor. P.S. Here are the third updates. I believe everyone can guess who this master is, right? Chapter 1573 Yam Family. Lihoro City, the central urban area, the area under the charge of Commander Xiao. An independent courtyard in the urban area. People often come here to visit in recent days, because the formation master who appeared is temporarily staying here. At this moment, at the entrance of the courtyard, many people came here to ask to see the formation master, but they were all stopped by a maid. Although the realm of this maid was not high, only the realm of the immortal king, no one dared to disrespect her, and her appearance was quite outstanding, very beautiful, and revealed a bit of capable temperament. "Fairy, we do have something important to ask to see the master." The people outside the courtyard bowed to the maid. Master D is now concentrating on studying the formation, and he really doesn't have much time. "Please come back another day." The woman bowed to everyone. "I want to ask the master to carve a large formation, and I will definitely not treat the master unfairly. Please let the fairy know." One person insisted. "Do you think the master is short of cultivation resources?" The maid smiled, and everyone was speechless. Indeed, a powerful formation master would not lack cultivation resources. Before, this master had proved his attainments in formation in Lihoro City. It seems that he has been making moves these days for fame, so that he can get more attention and earn more cultivation resources. Now that this formation master has a reputation, he will naturally not lack cultivation resources in the future. What a big frame. At this time, someone snorted coldly, and everyone turned their eyes and looked at that person, a little surprised. Is there anyone who comes to make trouble? It is not a wise thing to offend a powerful formation master. It's not that Master D is arrogant, but the master is indeed practicing. If you say so, I have nothing to say. The maid smiled and shook her head. Facing the immortal emperor, she was able to remain neither humble nor arrogant. HMPH. The man snorted coldly and said, "Although this formation master is strong, he is only a formation master of the initial stage of the immortal emperor. The power of one person will eventually be limited, and this Lihoro city has many formation families." Everyone looked at the newcomer curiously, showing a lot of interest. "What do you want to say, senior?" The maid was still polite and asked with a smile. "I am from the Yan family." The man spoke lightly, and his calm tone did not hide his arrogance. The eyes of the powerful people around him flashed, and then they all smiled and bowed, saying, "So you are from the Yan family? I am sorry." Many people came forward to talk, but the man just nodded lightly, with pride written all over his face. The Yan family is a formation family in Lihoro City. There are many powerful formation masters in this family. They have a transcendent status in Lihoro City. Many architectural formations in Lihoro City are carved by them. People from major forces who want to carve formations will go to visit them respectfully and ask them to do it at a high price. Now, the people of Yan's family appeared here, and everyone's mind was as clear as a mirror. This undoubtedly highlighted the power of Master D's formation from another aspect, and even made the people of Yan's family notice him. Then what? The maid smiled. My Yan's family is going to gather some independent formation masters in the central city of Lihoro City to discuss the formation together. At that time, my Yan's family will offer some prizes, and even invite the best of these independent formation masters to become my Yan's guests. Therefore, I deliberately came here to invite Master Qin to participate, but I didn't expect that I couldn't even get in. The man's tone was still proud, which made many people's eyes flash with a strange light. It was said to be discussing the formation together, but in fact it was a secret competition. Moreover, Yan's family invited independent and scattered formation masters, and claimed to offer prizes and invite the best of them to become Yan's guests. This was a bit of a condescending attitude, using this to raise the status of Yan's family and appear to be above these scattered formation masters. The Yan family has always believed that their family is an orthodox family of formation. In fact, they do have such ability. So the purpose of their doing this is self-evident. They want everyone to see that their Yan family is far from being comparable to those so-called formation masters outside. It is a family with profound heritage. Master D will not do such a boring thing. The maid did not ask, but responded with a smile. Everyone here is smart. Who cannot hear what the other party means? The man from the Yan family suddenly flashed a very sharp look in his eyes and said, "How presumptuous. Do you know who invited you? You, a little girl, dare to refuse directly? Saying this is a boring thing. Senior, calm down." The maid was not scared. She just bowed and said modestly, "I know the character of my master. For him, this is indeed very boring." "Then go ask your master. I want to hear it in person." "How boring is this?" The man from the Yan family felt that his pride was trampled on. A master of formation who had just arrived and became famous not long ago dared to be so arrogant and presumptuous? Even the Yan family didn't take him seriously. "Senior, why do you have to embarrass me?" The maid smiled bitterly. Bang! The Yan family's strong man took a step forward, with a domineering aura, shocking the maid to groan. How insolent! At this time, a cold voice came from the courtyard, and the Yan family's strong man immediately looked up and looked inside. Master D, what do you think of my invitation? The Yan family's strong man asked directly. I'm not interested. The people of the Yan family bullied my maid. It's better to meet in person than to hear about it. In 3 days, I will go directly to the Yan family to ask for advice on the formation. A voice came from inside, making many people's eyes reveal an extremely sharp light, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble slightly. This Master D not only rejected the Yan family, but also challenged the Yan family, a family of formations. He actually came to ask for advice. It was too arrogant. The Yan family invited the masters of the formation to gather together to show their arrogance, but this Master D ignored it and chose to come to the door. It seems that this Master D is indeed, as the rumors say, an extremely proud person, but he does have the capital to be proud. However, is it too hasty for him to go directly to the Yan family? The Yan family's strong man's face suddenly became ugly. In fact, his Yan family has done this before. Many independent formation masters are willing to participate. Because of their outstanding performance, if they become the guest of the Yan family, they will undoubtedly be recognized by the formation family. Others will not doubt that their formation ability is boasted. In addition, the identity of the Yan family's guest can raise their value a lot, and his Yan family also demonstrates the status of the family. It is a win-win situation. But the person in front of him not only did not give face, but even made wild remarks. You are not qualified to overestimate your own abilities. The Yan family's strong man said coldly. Go back and report that I, D, will go there in 3 days. At that time, you are welcome to go to Lihoro City to see it. Get out. The voice inside drove the guest away without any courtesy. Catcha. The Yan family warrior clenched his fists, making a crisp sound. His face was ashen. He rolled up his sleeves and said coldly, since you want to humiliate yourself, I'll wait. After that, he left. Master D, are you really going to visit the Yan family in 3 days? Someone asked. I have something to discuss with you, Master. Can I meet you? Everyone, please go for now. See you at the Yan family in 3 days. An indifferent voice came from inside. Everyone knew that they had no chance to meet this formation master. A proud man who dared to challenge the Yan family naturally kept his word, so they all left. After everyone left, the maid returned to the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a masked black-robed figure sat cross-legged. Sir, are you really going? The maid asked. Yes. The black-robed figure nodded. The Yan family is a family of formations, and the formations are very powerful. If you can defeat some masters of the Yan family, you will be more famous. At that time, more powerful forces will invite you. The maid smiled sweetly, which made her look more beautiful. But what made her a little disappointed was that a mysterious strong man who saved her life had no interest in her beauty from beginning to end, and never even looked at her face seriously. Perhaps, if he didn't need someone to help him take care of some things, he wouldn't let her follow him. Sometimes she would wonder, what kind of person is he, and what kind of face would he have under the mask? She was very curious. A piece of news spread quickly in Lihoro City. The recently famous formation master Master D will visit the Yan family, a family of formation Dao, in 3 days. Moreover, he will not visit them, but challenge them. For a time, many forces have paid attention to them, and they feel it is quite interesting. The Yan family has been standing in Lihoro City for many years, and is famous for the formation Dao. However, with its development, it has huge resources, and their martial arts are also very strong. However, a formation master who has just become famous dares to challenge them. It is really bold. However, some people think of the status of the Yan family and guess that perhaps the formation master wants to use the Yan family to become famous and let more people know about his existence. After all, it is very normal to lose the challenge, or it is inevitable, but he has already attracted the attention of Lihoro City. It must be said that this is a second chess move. I am afraid that the Yan family has been taken advantage of. So, many people are waiting. 3 days passed very quickly. The Yan family occupies a vast area and is a very powerful family. Outside the family, there are vast areas. Many people gathered here at this moment. They are all people who are interested in Master D's visit. Among these people, There are many powerful people from big forces. After all, this is a formation master challenging a formation family. Even if they lose, they can take advantage of the situation and let a formation master be used by me. Here they come. At this time, a voice came, and two figures appeared in the distance, one master and one servant. The maid looked calm and beautiful, but her heart was not as calm as she appeared. As for the rumored master, he was still mysterious, wearing a cold mask. His breath was very cold, his long black hair was draped over his shoulders, and his whole person exuded a cold and sharp temperament. His straight body seemed to be able to feel the pride in his bones. Chapter 1574 Breaking the Formation. All formation masters are proud, because they have a high status. They are also casual cultivators. Ordinary casual cultivators are very miserable and have to look for cultivation resources everywhere. But if this casual cultivator is a formation master, there is no need to consider this problem at all. Cultivation resources will be delivered to the door by others. Moreover, they can easily join the big forces and be the guests of many forces. Therefore, this mysterious Master D is proud and mysterious, and no one thinks there is anything wrong with him. Instead, they feel it is very normal. The formation master is proud, and the formation family is naturally more proud. The Yan family, the formation family, how can it allow others to blaspheme easily? They have repeatedly summoned the various casual cultivators and formation masters to gather together for discussion and advice. Only powerful formation masters can become the guests of their Yan family. Now, a single formation master actually challenges the door. How can the Yan family tolerate it? Therefore, outside the gate of the Yan family, there is a formation platform, which is filled with a terrible formation aura, as if as long as the formation is opened, it can have a terrifying power. On the formation platform, stood an old man with a white beard. Although he was old, he was full of vigor and vitality. He was a beginner immortal emperor. Standing inside the formation, he was obviously a powerful formation master. At this moment, he was guarding the formation platform, as if waiting for this mysterious master to come. Everyone around knew who this person was. He was a very powerful formation master, the guest master of the Yan family, Master Mao. Seeing the two figures coming in the void, Master Mao said indifferently, "Please state your name." Jiutian. The black-robed figure in the void spoke indifferently. He glanced at the formation platform and said coldly, "Yan family, is this how you treat guests? I am a guest of the Yan family. The Yan family is a family of formation. If anyone can challenge us to enter, there will be no peace. There are many people who want to become famous through the Yan family, and you are not the only one. However, if you want to enter that door, you must first have the qualifications to enter. The formation on this formation platform was carved by me. If you can break it, you will be qualified to enter. Otherwise, you are a person who has gained fame in vain. Don't embarrass yourself here and get out of here as soon as possible." Master Mao said indifferently, and there was also pride in him. In the past, it was the Yan family that invited some masters of independent cultivation to discuss the best in the way of formation, and thus became a guest figure. However, Jiutian in front of him was so good that he directly refused and even came to challenge them. He raised his status like this. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for these guests? Master Mao is right. Not everyone is qualified to enter a Yan family. This formation is just a large formation that Master Mao casually carved. If you can't even break this formation, you can get out of here as far as you can. The strong man who went to invite Jiutian before was also here. He stood at the entrance of the Yan family's gate, with his hands behind his back, looking at Jiutian indifferently. The eyes of the strong men flickered. As expected, the Yan family obviously thought that Master D wanted to use them to become famous, so they carved a formation platform outside. If Master D couldn't even break this formation and didn't have the qualifications to enter, then Jiutian would be embarrassed and his reputation would be ruined. Naturally, it would also show the status of his Yan family, which was not something that everyone could enter. On the contrary, even if Jiutian broke this formation, he would only get the qualifications to enter, which still couldn't prove anything. No matter how you look at it, it is beneficial to the Yan family. It is indeed a noble family. How can it be easily used by others? Now, it depends on whether Jiutian can break the situation. Emperor Tian glanced at the person who invited him and Master Mao. His expression was very calm. He did not say much to the other party. Actions are always more intimidating than words. At this moment, He had to break the formation first. Are you in charge of this formation? Emperor Yan looked at Master Mao and asked. Why do you need to do this? The formation is already completed and has its own power. I don't need to be in charge. He sneered and stepped on the ground. In an instant, endless bright rune lights lit up. In just a moment, the bright light connected to the 9 heavens, and the light of the stars descended. The stars shone together. It was obviously the Emperor Dao formation. An astonishing destructive force erupted from the formation. For a moment, the formation platform was filled with the power to destroy everything. The endless golden lines could cut off everything. If you stepped on the formation platform, I am afraid that your body would be destroyed and killed instantly. What a powerful formation. Everyone's eyes flashed. As expected of the guest of Yan's family, the formation carved by Master Mao was enough to kill an ordinary mid-level immortal emperor, and this Master D was only a beginner immortal emperor. His ability to set up formations had been proven, but what about breaking formations? The other party was not competing with him in formations. Yan's family thought that he was not qualified yet, so they set up a formation platform first and asked him to break it. It must be said that Yan's family was very smart. If Master D couldn't break the formation, it would be a great shame. Master D, please. Master Mao extended his hand and invited him, as if he was very polite, but the corners of his mouth drew a faint arc of pride, as if he was mocking. He came to challenge Yan's family just after becoming famous, and he was overestimating his own ability. This formation alone was enough to make him look bad. As for Master Mao himself, he flashed and retreated from the formation platform. As he said, the formation was complete and he didn't need to be in charge. Emperor Yan looked at the formation, took a step forward, and stretched out his hand. In an instant, a huge and boundless sky hammer appeared in the void. The hammerhead expanded wildly. The light of the stars above the sky fell down and landed on this huge sky hammer. On the sky hammer, there were infinite runes flowing, constantly interweaving and flashing, like a wonderful pattern. He took another step forward, grabbed the sky hammer in the void, and clasped it on his palm. His black hair flew, and he waved his arms. In an instant, the huge and boundless sky hammer that could cover the entire formation platform suddenly smashed down. 2 dazzling and boundless lights intertwined and collided. On the formation platform, endless golden silk threads cut up and tore everything apart. Master Mao sneered, as if he had already seen the scene of the sky hammer being torn apart. 2 extremely powerful imperial lights intertwined. Just as the golden thread of destruction cut through the sky hammer, a series of terrifying rune patterns shone out from the sky hammer, spreading down as if they could suppress and seal everything. In just a moment, the golden thread seemed to be sealed and was constantly pressed down. The lights collided with each other at an astonishing speed. In a brief moment, the crowd heard a loud roar, and the sky hammer fell down and slammed on the formation platform. A huge and terrifying seal pattern was directly imprinted on the formation platform, covering and sealing the previous formation there, so that no breath could spread out of the formation platform. Emperor Yan let go of his palm, and the sky hammer dissipated. He stepped forward and stood calmly on the formation platform, trampling on the formation. The roaring sound still echoed in the void, and everyone's eyes froze, revealing a terrifying brilliance. This method of breaking the formation was too overbearing and direct. No matter how strong you are, I will seal it with one hammer. No matter what formation you have. It seemed that there was a formation on the hammer. Master D's sealing formation appeared there with just one hammer. It was too overbearing. Many people hadn't recovered yet when they saw Jiutian standing on the formation platform. Some of them had seen formations broken before, but they had never seen such a domineering one. It simply ignored everything. No matter how powerful your formation is, how can you play if I seal your formation directly? Master Mao's face turned pale instantly. Their original purpose was to embarrass Jiutian and ruin his reputation. But when the hammer fell, Jiutian would surely become famous. Even if he was defeated by someone in the Yan family, he could still accumulate a strong enough reputation. His goal of becoming famous had been achieved, and he became a stepping stone. His reputation was tarnished. When others mentioned him in the future, they would immediately think that his formation was sealed by someone else's hammer. It was too bad and worthless. This was no longer an ordinary formation breaking, but a hammer smashing his formation. The Yan family strongman who had ridiculed Jiutian before also froze his eyes there, his face turned pale and blue. This hammer was really a slap in the face. Jiutian was too lazy to care about their mood. He walked down from the formation platform and walked forward step by step without even looking at Master Mao. When he walked to Master Mao's side, he paused and said softly, "The Yan family asked you to guard the door. Is it because the Yan family has no one, or are you too incompetent?" This voice was naturally a return of the previous ridicule and sarcasm to Master Mao. Just one voice made Master Mao's face turn pale. He clenched his fists, but he had no words to refute. His formation was smashed by someone else's hammer. That hammer also smashed his reputation and his pride. He was a master of formations. Was he just a gatekeeper? Although the voice was very soft, everyone could hear it clearly. They thought that he was worthy of being a master. How could he allow others to insult him easily? The actions of the Yan family and Master Mao were undoubtedly intended to humiliate him and prevent him from entering the door. He responded to the Yan family and Master Mao in the most domineering and powerful way. This formation was just carved by Master Mao. Even if you broke it, what does it mean? It's just the qualification to enter. The Yan family strongman who invited Jiutian said coldly. Jiutian looked up at the other party, with a hint of undisguised sarcasm in his eyes, and sneered, "You are so self-deceiving. Do you think everyone here is a fool? Before, you went to invite me to participate in the Formation Master Gathering. Only the best among them can become your Yan family's guest official. But now, your Yan family's guest official has only this little accomplishment in formation. I advise you not to do such embarrassing things in the future, so as not to make a fool of yourself." After saying that, he stepped forward step by step, ignoring the other party's ugly face, and walked directly into the gate of the Yan family. Behind him, the fairy maid also followed quietly, her tall body standing straight, as if she was honored. Chapter 1575 Challenge. Yan's family. From the gate to the inside, there is a straight passage. A maid came to lead the way, even if Jiutian came to provoke. But as a family of formations, Yan's family naturally still maintained the demeanor of a big family. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a joke? What's more, even if a guest official of his Yan's family was humiliated outside, it would not affect anything. His Yan's status was not achieved overnight, but after many years, it has become the current reputation of a family of formations. Jiutian wants to challenge, so let's see how strong the master of formations is. A maid came to the gate of Yan's family and invited those who came to watch the battle in, which made many people secretly admire that it was worthy of being a big family. And it was really bold and didn't care about them coming to watch. Although the Master Jiutian's attainments in formations were very strong, he could not compare with Yan's after all. Now it's just to see how strong he can be. As a family of formation, the Yan family has a special formation square, which is extremely vast, with stands on all four sides, and a formation platform in the center. The formation confrontation within the Yan family is also carried out here. Now, they have invited Jiutian and all the people who came to watch here. The one who received Jiutian and the others was an elder of the Yan family, named Yan Zhong. He was very powerful, with a peak cultivation of the middle-level Immortal Emperor, and was only one step away from the top Immortal Emperor. Moreover, he also had very high attainments in the formation, so he could become an elder. At this time, he sat in the main position. Beside him, there were several Immortal Emperors, some guest officials and young juniors, all looking at the masked figure sitting opposite. This person came to provoke our Yan family, and the elders actually greeted him in person. In my opinion, just order people to kick him out. A very young junior woman said, a little unhappy. What kind of status is his Yan family? When has he ever been provoked by a casual formation master? She felt that doing so would weaken the prestige of their Yan family. What do you know? This is called bearing. If he wants to provoke us, then let him see the formation ability of our Yan family, and let the people who come to watch the battle see that our Yan family is not something that anyone can shake in formation. A handsome young man who was slightly older said. These juniors sat together and whispered, and the elders would not pay attention to them and let them do what they wanted. Master D, you came to our Yan family this time. I wonder what you want to teach me. Yan Zhong looked at Jiutian opposite him and asked knowingly. I heard that the Yan family is a family of formations, so I came here to ask for advice and want to see the formation of the Yan family. Jiutian said calmly. Although his tone seemed polite, it was a little cold. Everyone knew that he came to challenge, so there was no need to be too polite. Yan Zhong was just pretending to be polite. Otherwise, there would not be the formation platform outside the Yan family before. Of course, this is understandable. If Jiutian can't even pass that level, it means that he doesn't even have the qualifications to let Yan's family pretend to be nice to him. If you want a formation family to accompany you, it depends on how much weight you have. How does Master D plan to see? Yan Zhuang asked again. Break the formation, fight the formation. Jiutian said lightly, causing a flash of light in everyone's eyes. There are 3 ways to fight in the formation: breaking the formation, fighting the formation, and fighting the formation. Breaking the formation is like before outside the Yan's family, 2 formation masters each set up a formation, and then break each other's formation to learn from each other. Martial formation, also known as formation battle, is a direct fight, but during the battle, it is only allowed to fight with the power of the formation, not the magic. Fighting is also a kind of formation battle, similar to martial formation, but different. The 2 formation masters first set up a large formation, and fight in their own formation at any time, using their own formation, and the competition is the strength of the formation. Among the 3 fighting methods, the martial arts formation actually has the highest requirements. Ordinary formation masters cannot easily carve a formation and use it in direct combat. It requires a thought to form a formation, which ordinary formation masters cannot do. Emperor Yan came to provoke the Yan family and directly included all 3 methods of formation competition. It can be seen that his attainments in formation are profound. He must be an extremely comprehensive person. Just this sentence made many people serious. It seems that Master D came prepared. Yan Zhuang's eyes also became more solemn. He took a deep look at Emperor Yan opposite him. This mysterious formation master seemed to be not simple and needed to be taken seriously. Otherwise, if his Yan family lost a battle, although the status of the Yan family was still there, the reputation would still be greatly damaged, and people would think that their Yan family was no longer good. Since Master D is so interested, I will fulfill the master. Yan Zhuang responded. The other party had already proposed a way to challenge. Could he still refuse? Would that be cowardice? It's just that the people of my Yan family are good at different fields when carving formations. Therefore, I'm afraid that the 3 battles will require different people to take action. Otherwise, if we want to find such a comprehensive person, we need the top formation master of my Yan family to take action. This seems unfair to Master D. What do you think, Master D? Yan Zhuang asked. This sentence was actually a bit shameless. After all, Jiutian was only one person, and his Yan family, as a noble family, was preparing to send 3 people to deal with 3 formation battles. But Yan Zhuang said it very frankly. He said that his Yan family was not without such a comprehensive formation master, but he was too strong. If he bullied Jiutian, others would have nothing to say. You are welcome. Jiutian responded calmly. This simple sentence showed that he didn't care at all, but it made the Yan family look stingy. Okay, Master Jiutian is at the initial stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. However, formations and cultivation are different, so my Yan family's formation master may have a higher cultivation than Master D. I hope you won't blame me. Yan Zhuang said again. Many people secretly curse the Yan family for being so cowardly. Although formations and cultivation are different, they are the same. The stronger the person, the more chances they have to cast a stronger formation. Jiutian is the only one, and the Yan family has 3 people, but they have to be higher than Jiutian in cultivation. From this point of view, this confrontation is not so fair. But the 3 confrontations were proposed by Jiutian, and the Yan family obviously didn't want to lose. Therefore, Yan Zhuang knew that doing so would give people a handle, but he still did it, for the sake of victory. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. As long as the Yan family can crush Jiutian, no one will remember other things, and will only know that his Yan family's formation ability cannot be challenged. Whatever. Jiutian still responded lightly, seeming to be confident, and that kind of pride could not be concealed. Okay, in that case, the order of the 3 battles will be chosen by Master D. Yan Zhuang said politely, and everyone sneered. In the first round, let's break the formation. Jiutian spoke, and Yan Zhuang nodded, looking at an old man beside him. The old man exuded a sharp aura all over his body, like a sharp sword out of his body. He stepped out and directly crossed the void and landed on a formation platform. Please. The old man looked at Jiutian. Jiutian stood up, stepped out, and came to a formation platform opposite the old man. Let's start. Jiutian spoke lightly, and in an instant, the brilliant starlight fell from the sky. As soon as he stepped on the ground, in an instant, divine patterns shone one after another, and the starlight above the sky fell, turning into a picture scroll, directly sealing the entire battle platform inside. There was a constant roaring sound, but no one could see with their own eyes how Jiutian carved the formation, and even the immortal thoughts could not invade. The old man opposite Jiutian was also carving a formation. His formation was a killing formation. Since this battle was a test of breaking the formation, it meant that Jiutian had to break the formation he carved. The purpose of setting up a killing formation was obvious. If Jiutian was directly destroyed by the killing formation, even the commander's mansion could not say anything. This was a challenge, and both parties had agreed on it. As for the subsequent confrontation, it was not necessary. Everyone waited quietly. After a long time, the scroll disappeared, and Jiutian's figure appeared, standing quietly on the formation platform. On the opposite side, the old man had also carved a formation. A terrifying sharp intention rose up, revealing an incomparably terrifying killing power. "Please," the old man said to Jiutian. "Please." Jiutian responded, and then the two stepped out separately and walked towards the large formation set up by the other party. Since they were breaking the formation, they naturally had to do it at the same time. If both of them were able to break the formation of the other party, it would depend on who broke the formation faster and who would win. However, in this battle of breaking the formation, the old man of the Yan family would have the advantage. His cultivation was a mid-level immortal emperor, higher than Jiutian. But would Jiutian care about this advantage? He came to the other side's battle platform and looked at the destructive power in it. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his hand, and the sky hammer appeared again, constantly expanding, turning into a giant hammer that shook the sky. Without any hesitation, Jiutian stepped directly into the sky above the formation, and the sky hammer suddenly fell down. The emperor's light shone, and the power of the killing formation rose up, covering the world. The infinite sword of killing turned into a sword formation of destruction, trying to wrap Jiutian in it. Everyone saw a terrifying pattern appear on the sky hammer, which collided with the sword formation of destruction formed by the endless sword intent, and forcibly suppressed it back to the formation. A violent roar sounded between heaven and earth. Emperor Yan did not stop his actions. He continued to raise the sky hammer and smashed it down again. Seeing this scene, the old man Yan's expression changed slightly. He knew that this formation might not be able to stop the opponent, so he directly stepped into Emperor Tian's formation. Above the sky, vertical sword power fell down, and thousands of swords came together. The killing intent enveloped the world. Swish, swish, swish. The sword fell, and the formation seemed to be enraged. The endless picture scroll whistled out wildly, covering the sky and the sun, and directly rolled the entire void into it. The sky and the earth dimmed, blocking the void emperor light. The old man who was trapped in it looked up, but he could not perceive the rules of the sky. He couldn't help but look gloomy and was sealed. Boom. On the other formation platform, Emperor Tian's sky hammer smashed down continuously. After repeated bombardments, the killing power of the formation below gradually subsided and was suppressed. The situations on both sides were completely different. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.